Hello. There is a dog barking. I also got a notification. I don't know why. So give me a second. I'm going to figure out what that was. Okay, Mom wants me to text her when I'm on, so I'm going to say, on. No. That's the wrong thing. I wish I could do like voice to text. Okay. Cool. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to that world and I'm going to invite people. I'm going to do a quick check, making sure everything is set correctly. Yes. Okay. Now that I know that I can like tab out, it just changes everything, really. Okay. Oh, you can change the music? Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that. Alright. Yeah, that's good. Alright, so now let me go to social and invite everyone that wants to be invited. Oh wow. There's a lot of people online. Oh wait, no, these are just all my friends. Okay, so no one's actually online right now. So I'll just wait. Maybe it should be a more subdued color. I don't know. Oh, I should calibrate. I apparently have to T-pose. If I don't T-pose, then it doesn't want to work. That's not too bad. Oh. There we go. Okay, I got another text. Let's see what it is. Mom says headset keeps shutting off. I know she charged it. I saw it plugged in. She says, Furious G out. I am going to text her. It's really hard to text. Hold down power turn it back on. That's all I can really do. Let's see, is Jared on now? I have no friends that are on. I should have probably cleaned my lenses, but I left my microfiber downstairs. My phone is in my pocket, apparently. Hold on. I thought of something pretty funny. I don't know if I can do it, though. Oh. So I was thinking, what if I... okay, now that says Mom's in VR chat. Really quick, I literally had an idea. It's like, what if I go into my OBS, because I just moved my webcam. What if I go into my OBS and set it to this camera? Wait. Hello. This is my room. Is this what I look like? Oh god, my hair. Oh, never mind. We don't need to look at this. Alright, so I am now going to invite Mom. I think she texted me since I had her fix it, so maybe it worked. Hello.
Wow.
This is like my new favorite world, just period. It's not huge, but it is my favorite. Thinking about setting it to be my home. Yeah. So over here, you can adjust the volume of the music if you want with BGM, that stands for background music. You can also adjust what's playing. So what's funny is that it looks like this world was made back in 2020, and the last update it got was in July of 2021, and then they got one on the 13th of this year, 13th of March this year, which is wild. Like 2021 was the last update, and then it didn't get an update until the 13th. That just happened. That was wild. So, yeah. Well, I'm waiting for Jared. I know Jared can probably come in.
Oh. I forgot to bring my computer in here, so we'll see how long I last.
Right.
With the connection, but this is not. Oh, I didn't tell Jacob we're on.
So the reset thing worked, I guess. I don't know what was going on, but I just had you reset the headset.
Reset.
Well, I asked you to hold down the power button.
I don't know why it was going black on me. I don't know what the deal was.
Yeah, this place can hold 80 people. 80
got
people.
Quite a disturbing fire. Like, if you look at it, like, wow, it almost looks like the house is on fire.
Oh, it kind of.
The fireplace. It's
kind of
really roaring.
Oh no, there is no fireplace there. Ah. You can modify the rendering range, which I'm gonna put at max because I'm not worried about this world being too heavy on me. Colliders I'll put on. Seats I'll put on. So you can do sleep mode, which essentially makes everything really, really dark and allows you to sleep here. I did fall asleep. Not here, but I was playing VR at some point.
You're kidding.
At some point this week.
With your headset on?
Yeah, it's definitely not easy. Because it's definitely, especially since I've got a battery pack, so it's pretty heavy back there. But like a lot of people just sleep on their side. But I went into a world and I was like, oh, I dozed off. It was maybe for like an hour, and then the headset was like, oh, he's inactive, so it went off, and I think that woke me up. But
The thing is, your eyes are closed.
Yeah.
I mean, I can understand the music, but
Sure.
what good?
One, well,
difference does
one,
make
it wasn't,
what you're
it wasn't,
looking at?
it wasn't here, but it's just, you know, it's like, oh, the environment is relaxing, and also the sounds and whatnot. I mean, it's pretty much just, it was like, basically it was like, can I trick my brain into basically thinking this is real life? And if I think that's real life and I wake up, what will I think? Will I be like, oh my gosh, this is the real world? I woke up and I was like, oh, everything's black because my headset turned off.
Salutations, fellow travelers. Hi.
Tell Jacob,
Greetings, adventurer.
Are you a hobbit? Oh God.
This is like my new this is just my favorite world.
Yeah, imagine a whole
comes-
game like this.
Yeah, I found it last night.
What do you mean, here he comes? That's ominous. What are you doing? Okay, yeah, you're eating your fingers. You're like,
What am I doing? It's doing everything wrong. Okay.
Also, I found out I can do something. Watch this. Ready?
Oh, cool.
You've lost visor privileges. Hey,
So-
let's stay the night there.
That seems good. You can modify volume and everything over here. Oh, I got a message on Discord.
Sleep mode tavern. Oh yeah, I want seats. I don't know why seats aren't on by default.
I don't know. But yeah, you can change the BGM. Like look, Jared, check this out. It
What?
says like the second to last update it got was July 2021, and then the latest update was March
Oh my
2025.
god. Someone's like, oh my god, they updated the tavern.
I mean,
I may have been here before. This
just
seems
pure
similar
coincidence.
to something else.
all the, I don't know, like the petals, I guess the flowers. I wish it was a daytime setting, but I think it's just a night. But yeah, the glade kind of glows. Yeah, in fact, there's like a fairy ring out there somewhere. I didn't really stand in it. I think that's dangerous. I don't know. I don't know. It probably depends on who you ask.
Oh yeah, it's cool.
Ooh.
So where's Jacob?
It said he was getting on VR chat. I mean, I had a notification. You didn't see it?
Invite sent.
No.
So, well, where'd she go? Wait, there you are.
She's right there.
Yeah. So basically, there's a few different sections. Obviously, mainly there's the tavern over here, and the tavern's 2 stories. It's very cozy. One there. I mean, like one thing that you might find a little bit immersion breaking is that there is a giant TV in that room, but it's
Aw.
good. It's good for hanging out because you can all watch like Twitch together and stuff. So there's obviously here's the meadow. There's like workstations over there. Up there is a little section with some ruins, and it's glowing. It's very
Oh.
pretty. You can actually climb up there by going up the hillside. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, there it is. So you've got this neat little this tent and these ruins. I already sent an invite. I don't know why. There's a tent here. Put the sword away.
I didn't know Gerald was so short. Short Gerald.
Aren't you a little short for a witcher?
What if I
Are
jump?
you a little short for a Gerald?
For a Geralt. It's actually Geralt, which annoys me significantly. I
it's
cannot.
hard G.
I can't stand it. It's like, oh, there's
It's
Geralt
Geralt of Rivia.
Is it
Geralt
Geralt?
is a name,
Geralt of
right?
Rivia.
But as soon as you put a T, it's suddenly Geralt. So
It's
that's
probably Slavic.
I'm
I mean,
sh-
it's the guy who
This
wrote
makes-
it's from Scandinavia.
it just feels weird to me. So I keep wanting to say Geralt because it just sounds better than Geralt. But that's just. What are you doing? Stop! What? Put those away. I want to show.
No, he must be having a hard time.
I keep
getting
sending
on.
invites like repeatedly. Has he sent a message?
What? I don't know. I don't hear a ding. I might have muted it.
Ooh, it's shiny. Look at the sword. Whoa!
I want a weapon.
You have a gun.
I have a gun.
It's on this.
Where's
It's on
my
your
gun?
hip.
You have two. You have one on each hole.
Oh yeah, you got two guns. The moon is really big because this is the old days.
Yeah.
The moon was larger in the old days before it went on a diet.
You know, you might have weapons if you pull up that circle menu. You're on a higher slope. I'm not short.
Yeah, I was gonna get into the circle menu, but I don't know if we should bother. But...
No.
I mean, it might be the same people that did the Captain America one, and
You
that
probably
did-
shouldn't have a gun anyway.
Wow, that's rude.
Yeah, but can you argue? Wow, I am short.
Why can't I have it?
Oh, he's here. There he is. Look.
Hello. I'm gonna go down there.
Gonna wonder where we are.
Traveler.
Ah, hello, adventurer.
Hello, cat, who's also a king.
You're like the same size, the same height.
What?
That's mad, girl.
Mad Geralt.
Hi, Jacob.
Wait, why am I? I'm getting shorter.
Hello.
Every time I look at you, you get taller.
No,
This isn't
Jared.
right. Did I
No,
change?
no,
Maybe I
you-
changed character size.
No, you
No,
are
it's
you
not
are you are that
I'm
short.
going mad.
No,
I'm
you're
showing
that
you-
short.
It's Alice in Wonderland
No,
syndrome.
you've been lying to
Quick
yourself.
actions.
Anyway, this is
Oh, no.
this is the world that I found, and it's like my favorite world.
No,
Can
this
you,
is the
can you
default
hear?
height.
Can you hear me?
Jake. Okay.
I said hi.
Speak
Can you
to
hear me?
us.
Okay.
Yes.
So this world is not. It's not really. It's more like a chat room world than a adventure world. But I thought it was really pretty. So I'm gonna start out this
How am I
tour.
still short? How am I still short?
Are you? You're not calibrated to be. You're not calibrated to be like your actual height, are you? Because I might be over my height.
Well, it's the avatar. No, the avatars are usually, like if I'm Jacob's not that short in real life, right?
Well, sure, but you can calibrate it so that it matches your actual height in real life.
Yeah.
Which for
Like, look, when I'm
for
Rex,
my
I'm fine,
example, I'm
right? Look, I'm fine.
Right. Yeah.
As Rex, I'm fine.
yeah.
Whatever.
So-
I'll just.
I wanted to start out
Mom,
the.
standing on her toes. You're on your tiptoes for me.
That's why you're taller than me. You're cheating.
Oh, not anymore.
Okay. Well, fine.
now
Let's
you
just
are.
go into
That's
the.
kind of weird.
No. Okay. So hold on. Wait.
Wait.
Back up. This way. So
Proceed.
there's a few different sections. We checked out that section this way, actually.
Oh, I kind of thought the tavern would be the main draw, but
Watch.
oh,
So this
Wow.
is a little solo house that's just kind of out back. Obviously it's smaller, but it's a kind of nice place to hang out.
yeah,
Yep.
I've been here before. Wow.
It's very cozy and warm. So it's basically just kind of like a single person home. You've got a bed up here.
If you played Skyrim VR, you could be in like Breezy Home in VR.
Breezy home.
Breeze Home,
Breezy home.
whatever it's called.
Wait. Eh. It's comfy. The comfiest bed I've ever been in.
So I forgot to bring my computer out here, so if I like glitch,
That's
and
fine.
disappear,
No, the
I'll have
range
to
is
go.
great. The range is great.
Okay, so that's this house.
Are you pointing?
Wait, I can't get up from the chair. I can't get up from the chair.
Yeah, that is something I could never figure out. The chairs
What have
are
you
all
done?
glued. You're
Why
gonna-
didn't you say that?
I forgot
Why
about
would
that. Yeah.
What?
He had to
Where
respawn.
did he go?
He had to respawn.
Why? Why?
For some
Just
reason,
don't sit here.
for some reason the chairs glue you, and I don't know how to get out. Yeah, I don't know why.
He's like, why didn't you tell me that?
I completely forgot that even happened.
Hi guys, sorry I'm late. I had trouble getting my PC to turn on. I had to reset a bunch of stuff and update. So what did I miss?
Nothing. I sent out a test gerbil, and it turns out you can't sit down on the chairs.
Oh, that's a good warning. I'm glad you told me that.
Yeah. That poor gerbil. He gets in the box.
Cat's in the box. As they do.
Okay, so next up is going to be the
Can we go
tavern.
to the tavern? I want a drink. Is the moon getting bigger? Is this like a Majora's Mask?
No, it's the
That's not even the
same.
moon that
It's the
faces
same.
me.
Don't think about
Okay.
that. The tavern.
Wow. I would love to sit on any of these chairs.
You can, but without the sitting function.
Wow. There's a TV in here.
I told you about that.
There's a TV. It breaks the immersion, but it would be great to watch Twitch with friends.
What?
Oh, look at this.
Okay, so out here is the
Wow.
backyard where we've got some tables, a good view of the moon, the water, and also the brig in case someone misbehaves.
Oh.
I don't know if the moon's supposed to be that close.
It
lives
is.
in the
This
lake.
is olden times. It lives in the lake.
It lives in the lake.
I thought it died. The Loch Ness monster.
I wish it was that benign.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh my god, you're flailing everywhere. Yeah.
The moon's actually got a reflection on the water. That's cool.
Are you handing me something? What
Is
are
it
you
invisible?
doing? Yeah.
Oh, it's invisible.
What
I
is
guess
it?
you have to toggle at the start. I'm handing you a pencil. No one else
Pencil?
sees the pencil.
I don't see your pencil. I just see your fist
Hmm.
waving at me.
You don't see me. I'm not drawing.
No, you
anything.
look like your angry old man
No.
shaking fists at Cloud.
Alright, there's a toggle you have to press with the F spawn to turn these
Why
on.
would you have a pencil?
To draw with.
How embarrassing. To draw.
You are not holding
That's what I
anything.
think of doing when I'm at a.
It's on the
Fantasy
menu. You
chamber.
can toggle. I guess I'm the only one that did it.
Oh. Ah!
Wait, you heard my camera? You said you turned the UI sounds off.
I didn't say off, I said down.
Oh, okay.
I might turn it off, I don't know. So, question, can you see this though? Like, is this instance based? You can see me.
You're holding the mug. Yeah,
Okay.
You're just holding the mug.
Okay, just making sure. Because I'm like, that's pretty, it's
Cheers.
pretty. Cheers, there's nothing in here. That's pretty mandatory there.
Yeah. Please. Thank you. Okay.
Why is there a cage in the backyard?
That's the brig. That's where bad people go. You cannot imagine that everyone at a tavern is going to behave. So this is you know where the general food serving is, and then over here we have the check-in. So this is where you check in. We've got a logbook.
Why isn't the check-in at the front?
Well, I mean, there's an opening right there too.
I know, but what about the people that come that way and then they get confused? They start ordering your food and then they're
Well,
like,
this
"Oh,
check-
check
this-
in first."
This check-in isn't necessarily for the restaurant or the bar. This check-in is for the beds upstairs. So
Oh, this is an inn.
yes,
I thought it was a
That
tavern.
writing.
It's a
This-
check-in log.
Ladder.
Put your hands down.
this is
Don't touch-
ancient,
one
draconic.
hits the log.
Frozen. It just freezes.
It's losing tracking, probably.
Yeah, if you get too close to like a furniture, you can end up like kind of.
How's the battery pack on the back of your
Glitching.
head doing?
It's okay. I think it might be. a
Yeah,
little
well, that's an
better.
improvement because last week it would have been
Books.
No, I lasted for like 45 minutes. I made.
You didn't even get through the first cyberpunk world before you were like,
I did your whole museum. Remember
Oh,
that? That was last
"That's
week.
right. That's when you first started to collapse."
Fun.
I did the whole museum.
You guys don't
I
have.
did it most
You guys
seasons.
don't have beds, but I will let you up here anyway.
I like
We
the,
stores-
the flowers
stores-
outside. That's nice. Look at that.
Yeah,
They have little windowsill gardens.
we would have a bench if you get a little bit tired going from your bed to
It's
the
cool.
bar
I can
downstairs.
focus on the flowers, and then I can like shift focus to what's beyond the flowers.
Yep.
It's like they're 3D.
Every time I see a box, there's a cat in it.
Yeah, we have a pest
different
problem.
Each time.
It's the same one.
So here's the beds, right?
It's
We've
kinda
got
like
big
Game of Thrones cat
beds,
situation.
small beds. He's just stuffing his face with bread. Just
It's like we can't identify him. Ah, get you're just like running around between my legs.
Oh no! Ugh. We're just taking. We're not even hitting each other with the weapon. We're just taking the weapon from each other.
Disarm.
You can see
This is where
outside.
you stand up with like a sniper.
I was gonna say you sing dramatically, but yeah. There's like the stables, workstations,
Oh.
the well,
The bread.
the bread. Ah! No, no, no! You took me by surprise. That's not fair. That goes against the laws of the Pillow War.
Put 'em in the brig.
In the brig, you go. Put yourself in there. Okay. I'm gonna have to put him in the brig.
Here, you can grab a pillow. Hit him with the pillow. Ah, he jumped. Oh, he's going for the bread. Mom's trying to grab the pillow. Someone needs to give her a.
He's gonna run out of bread eventually.
Oh, he can't fit down the well.
Oh, comfy. What the heck? Sleep well, little
Someone's been
bread.
here.
Okay. Oh my god, no, where'd you get that? No, 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 hey, stop. What?
Your kneecaps.
No, I need my kneecaps. Stop. Get it from him. Get take it from him. Get back here. Come on. No.
Oh god!
Stop. All right. You asked for it. Oh my god, no, he's got two. Stand back. No. Oh. He just left him there.
Come on.
Where'd the hammer go? Oh,
I've got it.
with the shovel. Oh, I'm holding it.
You're holding it. Come on.
Got your kneecaps.
Little ankle biter. All right, keep him busy. Get back. So I got him. Oh my god.
That graphic. I regret my choice.
Yeah.
You can take mine too. I'm done.
I can only. Well, I want a shield for. Okay, I'm gonna take the hammer and the pillow as a shield.
I don't know how to grab it.
You don't have little triggers.
No, she's got triggers.
Here.
There we go.
You need
There
an
you
axe.
go.
There's an axe.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
There you go.
Lights up blue around it. You can do it.
You guys have fun.
Can you go up there?
Where do you go?
Go up where? Oh, the ruins?
Oh.
Yeah, you can go up there. We were up there when we saw you, actually. Getting kind of hard to mess with the camera here. Yep, there we go. There's a lot of stuff to grab onto.
Hey, there's a fire up there. Can I see the smoke? Do you see the smoke?
Oh yeah, that's
oh,
from
that's
the house.
chimney. Sorry, that's the chimney from the house. Hey, are these good to eat?
Yes. Don't worry. Yeah, you're the only one that can really fit in there. So have fun. Here is a pillow. Our pillows are so comfy they can be used as shields in combat.
He wants the hammer.
Eh.
Oh, look, there's a butterfly.
Eh.
Oh, no.
Eh.
I just got a
Eh.
Dark Souls boss health bar up here.
Praise just coming.
the way Mom just walked forward and went, "Crazed is coming."
Praise just
Crazed is coming.
But, do you see the butterflies, Kyle?
Yeah, I see butterflies. You're so small. You should...
No one
Hold
else
on.
is in here, Brandon.
Hello. Hi. Yeah, we just been hanging out. Anyways, this is the world I was talking about. Like my new favorite. And there's settings obviously over there for music and whatnot if it's too loud. But yeah, this is a very cozy place to hang out. Apparently, there's hammers. I did not know that, so I'm kind of thinking the safety of this place, but it's nice. But yeah, so we were just kind of hanging out. Basically, there's the tavern over there. It's 2 stories. And there is a house over that way, which is also 2 stories, but mainly meant for like 1 person. And this place can house like 80 people. So, but yeah. Anyway, here's a hammer. Enjoy. Don't kill anyone with it.
What's on this rock?
Ooh.
Yeah,
I
behind you there. Oh,
gave
God.
her the hammer. It's no, ow, no. All right, you you didn't pass the test.
Hi.
Well,
Hi.
He's the cutest thing.
Give it back.
At least you didn't give her the
okay,
axe,
hold
which
on.
we have back there.
Yeah.
So cute.
I probably would have rethought that. All right. Yeah, you can't. You used up your hammer privileges. Let me put this away. Okay. Oof. All right.
You hid that terribly.
I hid it terribly. I wasn't trying. I wasn't trying to hide it. This is all on the honor system. I want you to behave yourself.
Oh, the honor system.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
yeah. So I mean, if I wanted to hide it, I would have put it somewhere way out of reach, which would not have been hard.
Oh, wow. I can get big too, you know. I can be big.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Bite your ankles off.
Yeah. No, I've had enough of the ankle biting and stabbing with Minty over here. But yeah, I might make this my home world or something because it's
Yeah, you should.
yeah, it's pretty
It's always
nice.
nice to have a home as your home world.
Yeah.
What are you doing, Jacob?
I have an avatar testing world as my home world.
I think I used to do that. I did that world that you showed me. It might even be the same one. We hung out there, and you gave me that dragon avatar that I tried out, and I had that as my homeworld for a bit, and then I moved to Midnight Rooftop.
Jacob the hammer was resting on that, and he just slowly crawled out, grabbed it, and slowly cracked it backwards.
Yeah, hoping it wasn't noticed.
Yeah, he was just...
Anyway, so this place also has, you wouldn't think it, but it has a giant TV. You know, good for YouTube.
Oh god, she's
Twitch.
It's like, who are you talking to? What are you talking?
Careful.
No.
Thank you for sitting on
Yeah,
me. Much
yeah, no.
appreciated.
It's not my fault.
Yeah, doesn't help you're brightly colored here.
You're unconventionally minuscule.
Wow.
You can
Unconventionally
see the-
minuscule.
Do you have name tags on, by the way?
That's new. That's a new one.
I've got name tags.
I'm trying to be delicate.
You're small.
Yes, I see the
You're tiny.
the Gwingus.
You shrimp.
Gwingus.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's what it is.
Yeah, shrimp.
Oh, you have a banner. You have an ESO banner, Kyle.
Yeah,
Those
I got
online
this
elves,
last night.
Is that
Yeah.
a thing you unlock? What do I have? Is mine dumb?
Okay, so
You don't
basically,
have any.
if you want one,
Oh,
you
that's
have to
pretty
be
dumb.
you have to be really cool, right? If you're uncool, you don't get one.
This explains everything.
Right. So basically, once you go into the game, it designates whether or not you're cool. Kind of like the
A lot of
the
games
hat
do that
in
nowadays,
Harry
yeah.
Potter. Yeah. So
Yeah.
if you're
What if I do
chosen
this?
to not be cool, that doesn't make you cool. That doesn't make you cool.
Darn, that's all
So
I got.
So if you're not cool, you don't get a banner. And I was designated cool. Crazed is obviously cool. But you guys
I'm
are.
about to show you how funny cool I am too. Hold on, watch.
You're funny and cool.
Look,
That's
look at my group.
ominous.
What's he doing?
Oh well, you're part of the same group. Would you look at that? You're part of the same group.
Would you look at that?
Wow. We're both just that cool. We're on the same frequency.
Yeah, we're just that cool.
Oh, this is hurting.
I think Gwegus is cooler.
Oh yeah, trust me, Guigus is way cooler. Yeah,
Guigus.
I know.
What's he doing?
Guigus- Let me go back to Guigus.
I don't know. He's up there with a hammer.
Please,
gotta-
there's people that love you.
No, don't you see the
Put
camera?
the hammer
Look,
down.
Look, the camera. Hello. Can I like?
Kyle, Miss.
What?
I was
The
standing
Assassin's
here
Creed
begging
leap?
on him to come down, and then I just look. He peeks his head over the side, holds the hammer up, and then just like steps off the edge and just fell right on top of me.
He's gonna do it again. Oh boy.
Reenactment. Whoa, that was pretty cool. That was pretty cool. I'll admit, like.
Oh wait, are you on PC now?
She's in VR. Like, watch what she can do now.
I know she's in VR. I can see she has hands now. What I mean is, wasn't Mindy on the left before?
Also, hi, Vlad. Clone trooper, not a stormtrooper, but yeah, still.
Oh, okay.
Right? Yeah, he fixed his issue. He had like a Wi-Fi issue.
Who had an issue? I have issues.
Jake. Well, she didn't know that Jacob was on PC now.
Yes.
He's
Yes.
just been on so long. I forgot to.
Yeah, I
was a new
remember the old days when
Oh, I
you
took it, I'm
accidentally
sorry.
went to a
Oh, no,
non
please, take it.
compatible
Get away
world.
from me.
That means I
Take-
can wear
well,
my cool
Jesus.
avatars. Yes.
Yeah. Like I said.
Yeah. Hold on. I'm changing.
Well, look what he's doing. He's twirling the hammer. He's
Yeah. Whoa. Like I can hear Darude's sandstorm right.
Mm.
At...
Ah! You took it from me.
Hey, is there something in that tree, Kyle? See that
Yeah.
light?
Oh, I thought you meant the
I
leaves.
bet there's something in that tree. No, there's like a light up in the tree.
Maybe?
I bet there's a thing in the tree. We should check it out.
There is nothing in this tree but leaves and branches.
I think it was one of the leaves falling.
Yeah, it was a leaf.
Oh, it's
Wow,
me!
How are you doing that?
Oh,
What the hell?
I was in the tree! Huh.
Wait, is there something in here? No. Well, it's cool up here.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, wait, no, here it is. There is something in here. Kyle, come up here.
Oh.
Duh.
Oh.
Yeah. And look, there's a ladder that goes this way, and there's more. Come
Cool.
across the ladder.
It's a shame we left them back there.
It's
Over
fine,
here,
it's fine.
Kyle,
They'll-
come
they'll-
across the ladder.
I'm coming.
Look, and there's even more up here.
How high does it go? This is going so high. I'm gonna start speaking
How
another
do I get up
language.
here? How do you get up
Jump,
here?
jump, 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 jump.
You can't
Whoop.
jump very high. Oh, okay.
I'm just built different.
Oh, there's a garden back there. I didn't even notice.
Yeah, there's a fairy ring. You see that? If you step in it,
I don't think
Oh,
there's
yeah,
one.
god
You-
damn
yeah.
fairies.
you get good luck if you step in a fairy ring.
I hear them, but I don't. Oh, they're down there.
Hi,
Up here.
Hi!
hi.
We don't know!
We we were looking. We were looking for a light, and last thing we knew, we were up here.
We
I'm
can't
really,
get down!
really glad that gravity doesn't work here for the items, because Jacob would drop that hammer. Just feel like a rod of God.
Just like, holding it.
Boom. We could fall and hurt
We should get
ourselves.
down there. What if we get on the roof? Can we? I think we got enough jump. Where
I
are my
don't-
guns? I wish I,
I
had my
don't know.
guns.
It sounds
don't think
risky.
Don't do it.
No, the build we let's oh,
Oh, he's gone. Did he make it? I didn't hear a splat.
I
Did
saw
you
the name
make it?
tag go down.
Oh god. I don't
Try
have
it.
name tags on.
Try it.
Turn name tags off. There's a lantern on the roof, so you can get up there somehow, probably.
Are you, maybe the person who set it up there used a ladder? Oh, hi.
Hi, I didn't jump.
He's,
Oh,
he's
did
doing
he?
it
He's gone.
a second time? I'm like, what? Jumped a second time? All right, here I go.
Wow, this lake goes all the way around.
Here we go.
Don't worry.
All right. 3,
Don't do it. Don't do it.
2.
Don't do it.
Not worth it.
No,
Okay, fine.
It didn't work.
Sounds like it didn't work.
Fine. I'm gonna try to be as conventional as possible. Ah! Oh, I wasn't
Your
very
mom would
careful.
Go do flat screen.
Oh my
What
god!
did you do to her? What did you?
Oh my god!
I didn't do
Who
it.
else is here?
What did you leave you for
Oh
like?
my God.
we
You're gonna
leave
have
you
to come up
for
with a
like
story real
3
quick.
minutes.
Wait,
She's
wait,
blinking.
hold on.
She
Jacob, step
okay?
away.
I didn't
People
do
think
it.
you did it.
She was like that when I got here.
Yeah, oh wow. You know what? That I didn't think you'd say something that believable.
No, put the hammer away. That's not how we're gonna fix
Oh,
this.
In her hand.
I saw her blink.
Yeah. Plant the weapon.
Oh god, her
here.
eyes are moving.
Oh, whoa.
See, I didn't do it. It was like that when
Yeah.
I got here. See?
Yeah, let's take some crime scene photos. Kyle, get away, people.
Yep, nope. I didn't do it. I wasn't even here. I have an alibi, all right?
Little sus. It was red.
I mean, someone was down here.
If I could grab your arm and then.
What? Jacob, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Who did this?
What?
Who could have done this? All right, I got the picture of Kyle grabbing it, so now Kyle looks like he was like-
No.
That was the goal.
Why would you do that?
It's the fake news media.
Oh, she moved.
Oh, her head moved.
Mom?
Arms moved too.
Mom?
Bruh.
Bruh. I've got a staff now. This is cool. It's like a... Nope, she's still, not quite there.
What were her last words? Also, nice sweater.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Her last words? That's a good question.
You can just make
I'm
something
going
up.
on flat screen.
Tell the boys tell the boys I'm going on flat screen. I'll see you on the other side. That's what,
Well, she should have logged off.
she
I don't
doesn't.
know. That's what she told me. She told me she was switching off to take her headset off because it was hurting her head too much.
Yeah, that's
That's
a reoccurring
believable.
issue.
It is very believable because that's what she said. Yeah, she. No.
I'm not
Yeah,
planting
right?
evidence. I'm just giving
No,
you a
her-
sledgehammer.
Her hammer
Yeah,
privileges
no,
were
honestly.
revoked. I have it in legal document. She cannot have this.
I'm not legally allowed to hold a hammer.
It is illegal, right?
Goddamn. It's illegal.
Mm-hmm. I guess we just stand watch.
Where'd Jacob go? Well, the thing is, she won't
He's
appear
over there.
in that body, right? That's a VR rigged body. She's got to log off and log
No,
back
I know
on
that.
flat
I know
screen,
that.
right?
She's done this before.
She should have just logged off. Said we're not left with her corpse.
She's not thinking about that though.
So we're not.
Well, she's not thinking about
She
anything.
probably didn't think about
Well, let me. You know, this really isn't that heavy, and the attack power is significant. I said. Huh.
it. So do you guys want to go to any interesting worlds, or are you guys?
I
just
had
waiting for
a
Mom?
I had a cool. There was a cool cave world. I was hoping she would stay on long enough. She's gone.
To see it.
Nope. In
Well, she
VR.
chose
It's
my
a
world
photo
first. I win.
It's a photo scanned cave.
Oh, one of the photo scan things. Yeah.
Yeah,
it
because we went
Carlsbad?
to a photo scan museum last week. That was cool.
We went to. We've been to Carlsbad before.
Are you always in a
Yeah.
trooper?
No,
Is that
I
just like-
go.
Oh, that's right.
No,
I almost
I
forgot.
switch around.
I almost forgot. You
I'm trying to find a skin that I like that has a face.
you
What?
need to show her your helmet.
The one in
Oh,
real.
yeah,
I actually,
You're-
I
you're
actually
ba-
just shipped it
I
back.
wanna...
You shit.
I'm having them do touch up work on the black spray paint on it because it's It's
Too thin.
he went a little heavy on it, and so
Oh, too heavy.
he said
Okay.
that, yeah.
Well,
But
you could
I
you
just
could
chatted with
you
him about
can send pictures of what it.
I have pictures, obviously. Yeah,
Yeah.
it should be in the chat, right? I put it in the
Oh,
doobly-doo. It's in the Discord chat. If you just scroll out
Oh.
a little bit. Yeah. I think those are all the pictures I took of it. I mean, it's again, it's not. He's not going to change it substantially. He's just going to clean up some of the weathering on the dome because flat white surfaces don't really accumulate heavy black stripes like that. So I just asked if he
Oh,
could
I
he could
see.
kind of tone it down. Yeah,
Oh, that's
Okay.
dope.
yeah,
now you just
I have
you
a- I
need
have
to
a
get
Star
a
Wars
you need to
themed
get a
office.
model of it.
yeah. No, I mean maybe, but I would be like a trooper or a droid the whole time, but I want an avatar that has a face that when I talk it moves and stuff. So
Oh, you
I
want Vizeems. I gotcha.
yeah, but so many Star Wars characters just have helmets, so it's kind of hard to find a Star Wars.
This
Yeah,
is
everyone's
true.
wearing helmets in a world where people are shooting guns all the time.
It's a very helmet-oriented franchise. I told
Yeah.
Michaela that I would never start
Yeah,
collecting
that's right.
helmets because it would never stop. So I said I will get one helmet, and it'll be a custom helmet that isn't like associated with anything from any actual film. Because the second I buy one replica, I would not stop.
It would be a rabbit hole.
It would be the whole
Mm.
wall, just every kind of, and that would just be like stormtrooper helmets. Then I'd be like, well, now I need clone trooper helmets. That would be-
Yeah, like when I bought that Meridia beacon off Etsy, and I was like, oh, now I want to get everything, but it's like I gotta stop
No.
every
myself.
Meridian beacon. Yeah,
Huh?
you want to get every Daedric artifact?
No, not every, but I
That'd
was
be
thinking,
cool.
I was thinking of getting that the Elder Scroll one. That's by the same guy, I think, and it's pretty high.
Well, you should
quality.
get it. I think you at the very least, you should have a high quality Elder Scroll.
Yeah,
Just
You
because,
should. I would
yeah,
definitely
of all
see
the
that
things,
one.
yeah.
it does run like
Um,
150 or
septum?
something.
Do you have
Yeah,
like
I've got
yeah, that's not
I've
too
got
bad.
I've got some septums.
See, that's cool.
I also have a very
got a,
limited time
Welcome
Skyrim
back.
septum.
I collect. Hi, I'm collecting Star Wars currency to put in my Camtonia, and I just got a Mon Calamari flan, little squishy blue currency from Mandalorian.
Flan,
It's flan. I don't know why it's
you
called
So-
flan.
scared us a
So
lot.
when do I get to wave my arms and everything?
They said that it's out, but they're doing it in early access for VR chat subscribers. So like people that are there's like a yeah
For
a membership.
people
So they're
like
having
her.
them try it first, and then it will. Yeah. Also, did you show her that we have full body tracking approximation?
Yeah. Like
Yeah, we can do
like I
L-
can
I
lay
can
on
do,
the
like-
floor.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Oh yeah. We can
Still
do it.
want to be able to like move my legs accurately, but it'll do for now.
But it still kind of does. Like when I take a step forward, it is the right leg that like moves forward typically.
Yeah,
Like if
but
I move my left leg
yeah,
forward.
yeah. But the thing is, though, I can barely move.
That's cool.
so
Sure,
I don't
but,
really
like,
get to
when I wanted
enjoy a
full
lot
body
of that.
tracking, it wasn't to like do the can. It was to do the chicken.
Well,
thing.
some of us want to do the can, and I,
just
shouldn't
wanted
be
elbows.
judged for
I
it.
just wanted elbows. Really, I wanted to be like, "Ooh." Yeah, what's Jacob doing?
He's in that big pile of mac and cheese that we store outside the tavern.
Is that a lot of bananas? What's he doing in the banana pile?
Banana pile. What the heck?
Bananas?
I mean-
thought that was hay.
No,
It
it
is
is.
basically.
It was a yeah.
Okay.
He's the cat in a haystack. I mean, cats often lay in bales of hay. Anyway, oh, you're like American Gothic.
I'm
Well,
like
you should be
American
holding them.
Gothic. Yes.
You know, the American Gothic is that painting of the
I
old
know- I
farmer
know
and
the
his wife,
painting.
and it's like
I know the painting.
All right.
Isn't it actually
Yeah,
his
that was in
daughter?
Iowa.
Maybe it's his daughter.
I think it is.
Yeah, you're. I think she. Yeah,
Okay.
it's his.
Boom. Oh,
Okay.
sorry, I
There
didn't
you
know
go.
I was still holding this. Boom.
That's why I'm wearing a helmet. Here, okay, I'm going to cave mode.
Cave mode. Whoa.
Cave mode. Where is it? Underworld. I gotta find it now.
If you're gonna spawn a portal, do it on top of me. I'm lazy.
There's so many cool cave worlds though. It's like ones with flashlights.
Didn't we do like a VR cave experience where it was like pre-surgically generated and you got to dig and dig and dig and dig, like an
I
endless.
don't remember that. What are you
It
talking
was
about?
it was like a voxel. It's hard to explain, but we did it during when we were really into VR for like a week, and I was in your room. That was like back in the day.
Oh, now I have to tell
That was
people whether I
when-
allow
when we went to
emojis,
the
allow
pub.
drones, allow pedestals.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm gonna
that's
drop
new
a portal.
setting I added.
Okay, I'll just allow all. Everyone
Uh,
in.
I gotta. Does it come with
Going
the,
in.
with an anime girl? Hmm. Oh, this is taking a while. There's a lot of cave to render. Also, sorry, it's hard to see the chat. Lot to render. Lot to render.
Hi. All right. So this is a cave in Japan.
We're in Japan.
All right. I think it's it is Japan, right? All right. So everyone, I went to VR Chat Reddit, and everyone says this is one of the worlds which is the most uncanny when you take pictures because it looks photoreal, and then everyone's just like that. Speaking of which, I'm gonna change.
It's a very A to B cave. Ooh. I don't think it likes me holding
There we
that.
go.
Where's Jacob?
Uh,
Where'd Jacob go?
Why is my
Right
ear
there,
always
it's
like
just
this?
taking a moment to load.
Do you see my ear like this? Is my ear?
Yeah, it's kind of
Bent?
weird.
Why is it doing that? It's done that the past couple times.
You just have to. You wait, almost there. Almost there.
There you
We're
go.
almost there.
You ruined it.
We've almost
What's
fixed
wrong
it.
with your ear?
It's glitching out like a lot. Like it's like, you know how dogs get their
Jeez.
ears inside out. This is like a multi-dimensional
Can I
version
reset
of that.
my?
No, no,
other thing?
I got it. I
Let me-
got it. There you
He's
go.
still-
No,
Works
it's
for me.
still no, it's
Oh.
still.
Yeah, it's still pretty twitchy.
What the fuck?
Uh,
Oh.
Okay, give me a second. What if I switch avatars? I wonder if I calibrated full body movement. Oh, dude. Okay, now I'm gonna switch back. There, it's fine. Okay, now I'm gonna calibrate full body.
what am I? Oh, it's
If
the
people
map.
stop standing in front of my mirror.
Okay. I don't know where your freaking mirror is. Like,
Likely story.
am I gonna have to crawl?
Oh.
Oh.
Grace, you want us to just go ahead and go?
Oh, sorry. I was distracted. My bad. Sorry. Sorry.
It's okay. All right, I'm gonna duck.
Your ear is all kinds of.
I'm guessing, is that water? You probably shouldn't be standing in it.
Hey, get off! Get back on the trail! What are you doing?
You're always looking at your hands like you're astounded that you have them.
I know,
Whoa.
it's always
Oh, I'm
fun.
looking.
Whoa.
Oh, is the map local? I'm holding the map.
Yeah, it's local. But to
You
me,
can't
you're
see the map.
to me, you're just like phalanges.
It's a map with some cool pictures.
Yeah, I saw it, but
How
I
did you
So
grab the
it's-
map?
It's the Okinawa Cave.
Okinawa Cave.
I can't
Yeah,
read
it's,
anything.
it's a famous
from
cave
the-
system.
not
Okinawa.
English.
Here's a hand sanitizer. I picked a smaller avatar so that everything seems bigger.
Oh no.
What-
More
what-
claustrophobic.
Oh,
You're the smallest one here.
I know. I can't imagine doing this with a bigger avatar.
Wow, this is cool. Here, Kyle, come here. Mom, go through. You ruined Kyle's immersion with your slidey body.
there. That's better.
Go through.
Oh my gosh,
feel
that's
how
tight.
claustrophobic that actually feels.
Nope,
Doesn't that
nope.
actually feel like we're walking through
Yeah,
a tight
I'm
tunnel?
tiny. I still don't
Ugh.
like it.
Like, look how tight. Like, again, you're in a huge room, but it feels like you can see the ceiling.
And then Grace is a gremlin.
What's the
You're-
shirt say?
You're like this
Yodel.
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 It's this.
Yodel. Yep. I'm all
And,
about
oh,
that
and we
yodel.
got Bingo.
Bingus.
Suddenly around the
I do
corner.
need to be small. It was too cramped for me.
Okay, are we all good? We're good. We're probably
I
good
love your
size.
blank. Your blank stare.
Yeah,
Oops, that was the opposite.
you both look like very unamused children that are like, my parents brought me here. You know.
Now you're. Why don't you ever change avatars,
What can
Kyle?
we
Okay, that's.
I like this
that's not
avatar.
as claustrophobic.
Yeah, but you can be anyone you want. You're always a dragon.
It's not about who I can be because I like me.
Look at these.
It's about where I
look at
can
these
be.
cave formations. Look at these cave formations. That rock's floating.
How does it do that? How does that work?
I don't know. I'm
cave-
gonna climb up.
The
to it.
cave wall mess with your ear again.
God damn.
Deal with it.
Okay,
Ooh,
all right,
like
okay.
You and your
Ooh.
tippy fingers.
We need to get him. Coming through.
Remember, we can't. We're not letting her be in the back. Oh shoot! I clipped through the wall.
Yeah, if you get too close to the walls,
Whoa.
start seeing things.
Wow. You know, this is what it feels like to be in a cave. You look up and there's like stuff.
It is, yeah.
There's like rock.
So usually rock is
Yeah, but it's like
around
doing
you
stuff.
or under you, but it's
Rock-
above
yeah.
you now, which is pretty
Rock
wild.
doesn't normally do stuff.
It's not usually in the sky. Usually that's
does
like
stuff.
clouds. Rock does
Yeah,
stuff.
but rock does stuff like really slowly. Like
Well, yeah, but it's still doing stuff.
metamorphic cycles.
Listen to the child.
You just watch like subduction. It's like,
Bats. There's a bat
Bat.
here.
it's a
And a
bat? No,
boog.
wow, that's a big lobster compared to the bat.
Mm.
Those are crabs with the looks like faces on their backs. And a dragon. There's a dragon's mouth here, and he's like drooling.
Crazy how nature make that.
Oh my lord.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, look, you can see the map here. Here, I gotta get a picture of that. Wow. Oh, look at how the ceiling's like lower here. I swear it's so weird to see pictures.
Carlsbad. Like that.
I mean, I have Carlsbad in an app called Brink Traveler. They've scanned Carlsbad, and I go
Hey,
there
hey,
to
hey,
relax
hey,
sometimes.
kid, get back on here. You can't
I
do
don't
that.
know about that.
Get here.
He's always so
What are you
naughty.
doing? No, you're influencing the other child. Get back here. What?
Oh, what the
The
heck?
gremlins are acting like gremlins.
No. Oh, what the heck? This is an amorphous blob. They generate in caverns, and scientists aren't really
From
sure
this
what they're
angle, it
made
looks like a
of.
bunny.
Most scientists
bunny
theorize that they are
and
supernatural in nature. They are known to instantly kill whoever gets too close. Oh no. All right, now please stay
Wow,
please
it's
stay on
blue.
the course because, you know, it's dangerous out there.
Seriously, Kyle, pull your camera out, then like look at Bingo there. It just looks like Bingo like superimposed on a real photograph, lost in it.
I mean it looks like that to me right now. Yeah. I don't
my mom.
merp.
I want the grabbable avatar so I can just like grab the top of the head and be like, pick up.
No.
Put this somewhere else.
That would be.
Ask permission.
Put them
I do
high up.
know some worlds that can do that though.
Yeah, I know some pickup worlds. I've been in at least one. Oh, you can hear the water.
Oh wow.
Oh, check that out.
Wow. Yeah.
It
Wish
really
I'd
makes
turned
me
off
glad
background
those are on the ceiling and not on the floor.
Yeah, imagine if some of them were like growing on the floor, like they might hurt you.
And those ones are tight on the ceiling.
Yeah.
They're holding tight to the ceiling. Okay, so this water is not clean.
Well, look.
Do not stand in it. Do not drink it, please. It is full of bacteria. What are you doing? This child.
Pictures
That's
of
good stuff, that's what
lobsters.
it's for.
There's lobsters in
Wait,
there.
it's full of what? It's full of what?
Lobsters.
Minerals.
Lobsters. It is full of minerals,
Oh,
that's true, but
lobsters
it's
are
not really the
minerals.
minerals that you want
Lobsters
to
are
consume.
minerals. Lobster is actually the birthstone of October.
How are you doing that, Jacob? He's actually swimming in the water.
That's
one of
pretty
the
cool.
lobsters.
What's the healthcare situation in Japan? How much does it cost to go to the hospital? Just asking for a friend. As you can see, there's another amorphous blob over there. Do not get too close to it.
Yeah. That looks like an elephant's tooth.
Uh,
Huzzah.
Oh wow, look, it actually drips. If you wait long enough, it'll actually have a drip that'll land in the water pool. And
Oh, yeah.
yeah, look, you can see little drips going around. They're on the floor too. This place is, it's like it's raining. That looks like a arcane weapon. Sitting
yeah,
there next to the.
this is like a. Oh, whoa,
Oh, it's a
whoa.
map.
Oh, is that a map? It's a hologram.
Oh, what in the world? What is it?
I love it
what
when
is
they do shit like that.
I
This is
don't
the
know
whole
how to
map.
speak Japanese.
Oh,
What did I do? Oh
how do
no,
I put it away. Put it
I
away.
don't know.
If you press
Whoa, whoa,
open,
look.
it
Look,
spawns.
look, look.
Yeah, it spawns a bunch of pictures over here.
Whoa. Oh, in the center is a freaking
Wow.
what? Whoa.
That's cool.
What? I
This
don't
is crazy. See, this is the
Hey,
only way
Mom.
you can really do a
Mom.
hologram.
Mom, come here.
Over here and
Touch
click on
this.
this.
Oh, okay.
And then
Okay,
a bunch
so-
of like behind the
So
scenes
you can
photos
see
and
now
stuff.
that there's a map in the middle of the room.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No matter which way you face it, it does a transparency through it, so you can see. But yeah, imagine doing like a little side scroller game, like playing Moss like this, where like you're controlling a little character going down the.
I'm in the cave that's not actually in the cave. That's not
But you're
actually in the
in the-
cave.
cave
Ception.
in a cave.
We can say caveception. It's okay if it's 2020.
Yeah, look, this
I
is
don't know
the
what's going on.
chamber we're in now. It's right here. So see, this is the chamber we're in now.
Yeah, that's us. And okay, so like the ending is here, right? I guess.
Okay. Yeah, probably.
Each of these chambers is worth $8,000, except for this one, which is $4,000.
Oh, we got smaller.
Sorry.
Sorry.
I didn't see
Ah!
in here until I did that.
Your gloves look so, like I can like feel them with my mind. The texture.
Oh, that's broke up.
Yeah, I think we're at the end. Yeah, we're
You know,
at-
you ever thought about
The big map
you ever
right
thought
now.
about like other planets and how there's probably caves that are like 10 times the size on other planets and we're just never gonna get to see them? Like they exist right now.
I mean, yeah, when I play
Caves that are
Starfield, there's a lot of
huge.
caves.
Yeah, the same
No,
cave.
see, the thing
4
about
times.
caves is caves are actually usually pretty young. Like, there's no cave on Earth that's like older than I forget what the oldest cave is, a couple million years, because since they're made of like soft rock and stuff, they're constantly always being destroyed and created. So there could have been caves in Earth's past, like in the Mesozoic, that could have been like super huge, and now they're just gone because they get subducted under the, all the rocks get recycled.
FOMO on your own planet.
So, yeah. Well, I mean, that's all. Deep time has always created that experience. That's what 99% of every species is extinct. So, like, you'll never see 99% of any species.
It's like facing backwards. You're hearing things behind you. Oh my god. You know what? It might be your
What?
I don't know. Maybe
Is it because I
something to do.
calibrate full body tracking? Let me
Maybe
get a mirror.
either that or size.
God
I don't
damn
know.
it! It never used to do this. I don't know when it started doing
We
this.
gotta take you to the hospital. Yeah. No, I think you just made it worse. I think you can hear things in like the 6th dimension now, judging by how your ears look.
Oh,
Ah,
It's kind of
broke it.
it's kind of like your ears are made up of like really old pipe cleaners, and they like just won't hold. How do my ears look though?
Isn't there a reset avatar button?
Damn right.
God, that looks painful.
Oh, so you're able to see yourself right now. You have got a mirror set up.
Yeah, I got a mirror up. How do you
Okay.
think I'm?
I don't know if you're
I
seeing
am
the
really
same thing I'm
twisting
seeing though,
around.
because like, what does this ear look like to you? Like this one on this side.
Normal.
Yeah, that's
Normal.
that ain't normal. Not for me. Boing boing. Boing boing. I can literally just I can just hear it in my head. This spring sprung sound effect when you jump around. Spring. You know, I've also got a hold on. I've got a sweater I can wear. It's somewhere around here. It's not as cool and it doesn't have like a catchphrase on it. What is that? Is that a spray bottle? Are you gonna spray me? Are you gonna spray me? What? Ah! Nope! Water! No! It's actually that's actually hilarious. Or it's perfume or something. I don't know. Either way, I'm insulted. Fuck. Jacob's hiding under the bench. Joe, you like my sweater? Also, your ears look fine
What
now.
the? I know, I fixed it. Thank you. How'd you get
Yeah.
that?
I found it off of a skeleton somewhere. I think it was over there.
Sweet.
Yeah, fits me perfectly.
Doesn't say Yodel on it though.
No, it doesn't have a
No,
catchphrase.
so that's kind of lame.
Yeah. Wait, let me check the inside. No, it's just a sweater.
Look at this. These look like the points where
Oh.
they're taking pictures, like scanning around.
This is like Starfield. That's like, you know, you're like going, you feel like
Yeah.
going to a chamber with an artifact, and everything's
going
like
ding,
floating
ding,
around.
ding. Yeah,
And you
it's
gotta
all hitting
walk
each other.
around and smash your face into every single one you can find. Spang, spang,
Yeah.
spang.
This is the first bench I found that actually works. This avatar.
Wow.
Take a picture.
I always
This must
I always
must be
face there on the
documented.
floor.
Let me get rid of this background. There we go. Whoa.
Maybe it's because I'm actually sitting down.
If you hit the map, it does more information.
Oh, you're right. Look, look
Yeah.
at these colors.
and it opens the the portal to another place.
Yeah, that place looks creepy. You okay?
Hi, I'm gonna
Bingo?
Like
Hi.
around.
Bingo normally doesn't sigh all defeated like that.
Ah,
You okay?
Now let's sit. Okay,
now let's
are
see.
we going somewhere else?
Okay, yeah, we'll go somewhere else.
Oh, it's
Can I drop a portal?
Yeah.
You can, it's her turn. Go for it.
Okay, cool.
Wait, is this
I
like a
your-
mermaid?
the
They've got
sunglasses,
mermaids
like
here?
how they look, they're clear, but then they also like do the sheen.
Yeah.
They've
What's
got
up, Kyle?
mermaids here.
They got mermaids. I don't
At
see.
least
What are
somewhere.
you talking about?
You're
Are
not
you
seeing the same.
okay?
You're not seeing the same diagram I'm seeing, I guess. Yeah,
They got
I mean,
mermaids.
there's a giant squid. There's a mermaid. There's a dragon.
Oh, she dropped her portal.
Oh,
Oh, I hope I can get into it. Oh,
Does that say drug? What? What are you? Where is she taking us? Did that say drug? Virtual drug? No. I don't know. I don't know about this. No about this. Okay. Wow. Time to trip, I guess.
I read the name, like I saw the name right as I went through, and I was like,
Same,
"What
yeah,
the fuck?"
same. I said, does this say drugs? What's
Hear me
what is-
out. Hear me out.
what's a
hear me
small
out.
bean
Follow
like you
me.
doing taking
Follow me.
drugs?
Follow me.
How
Yeah,
many
hear-
drugs can you
hear-
put in that system?
Hear me out. She says she's a
What
drug
the-
dealer.
Is this weed?
Now hold up. She might actually have something
Hold
going on
trust
here.
Me. Just hear
The
me out.
devil's
hear me out, hear me out.
avocado?
Take that. Take your poison. There's plenty to choose from.
You take our poison?
You got-
That injection? You want us to
You got
inject
Powerade?
ourselves?
Just hear me out. Try.
You know, that's what bad people say all the time.
Yeah,
Just
you-
hear me out.
Yeah,
And
I
they
mean,
giggle like that too.
Usually-
You're not selling this.
usually I get it. The general vibe is, oh, creepy guy in an alley, like
We
with
got
a jacket
trial
full
here.
of
You got
drugs.
Bingo from Bluey. We got
And
Bingo
you want,
from
you
Bluey,
want us
and
to
you're like,
inject
"Shoot it
ourselves
up."
with drugs. You know what? You know what? Hey, you know what? You do it first.
I'll do it.
You do,
I'll do
you do it first,
Here,
huh?
I'll go first. I'll go first.
Not
Yeah,
in front
I'll
of
go first.
Bingus. Get out
That
of
is
house. Get
not.
Bingo out of
That's
here.
not her name.
Get Bingo. Okay. Okay. Now watch. Watch this. Watch this. See
No.
this? You see this? You see
Uh,
this? See this? Watch.
Oh no!
What?
Oh, so
So
This is-
we're just gonna watch you trip balls?
Isn't there?
That's entertaining.
like,
Can't we do a drug that's not injectable?
yeah, that's
Yeah,
true.
can
Why
we-
can't?
There's some
something?
other options.
You got
Wherever
cocaine,
they are over
crack
somewhere. That way.
cocaine.
I can't see anymore.
She can't see anymore.
Polaroid
She-
cameras.
Hey,
Hey,
that's a great little advertisement, injecting yourself in front of my family and then being like, I can't see anymore. Yes. Good job. Good job. Okay, all right. Jared,
Can you see this picture?
take this.
Kyle, those are edibles. You rip them off and then you eat them.
Do you want to stab yourself? Huh? It's
Yeah,
either
I can see the
inject
pictures,
yourself or you eat these.
Oh, I guess it like resets. It's weird. The picture's not
Well-
showing.
Why? What is this doing here?
You
Did
don't
someone
need drugs. To
did
have
someone
fun.
try to
That's
stab
the
me
used
with
hypodermic needle. No, that's her used one.
I thought she was trying to stab me with it for a second. I was like, no.
No.
What?
No. I'm not gonna forcibly inject you. I'm trying to get you to do it on your own.
Okay, well, she's honest.
Peer
You know,
pressure, the old-fashioned way.
You know what? I admire your honesty. I'm going to inject myself with drugs now.
Did it work?
That's-
Can you see this?
I
You know what?
recommend picking a color.
There you go.
Like,
Where's
yeah,
the
go with
video?
red. Go with red.
I can
Just
see
try
it.
red.
I was gonna get a picture of the picture.
Oh boy, you got pretty close.
Oh boy.
You grab it, it's like
That
starts
is
going
close.
client side or something.
Oh god.
Can I take a selfie?
Well, I got a picture of that. Disappointing.
Do not put
You
that in
didn't
the
inject
Discord. Do not put it in the Discord.
You didn't inject it. There you go.
Oh no. No.
These are lines of cocaine. Why don't you do some cocaine with whatever that is in your system?
No.
You're really selling it.
He can't handle it. What is
Oh.
He shot
I'm-
himself up in the
I'm
arm.
fine. I'm fine. I don't know. I'm fine. I'm fine. I don't know. I don't-
You lasted what, 5 minutes?
Okay,
I
quick
was like,
quick question to follow up me being fine. How long does this last?
It doesn't last forever.
That
nothing lasts forever. He's melting.
oh god. Oh, I'm fine. I'm back to normal. I'm okay. All right. That there is going to be a warning on this VOD. Oh. All right. Well,
Good.
I'm
You
good.
okay?
I'm fine. I'm gonna do another. No, I was kidding. Man, that was woof.
If you're online, people are like, let's watch this film. And I'm like,
What in the world was that? What did I inject myself with? Skooma?
The red one. They
The
each
red
have
one.
different ones.
No, but you just call it the red one. What is it's like, that's what people say about
I don't know.
popsicles,
The
not
red one.
drugs.
The red one. I mean, it's color coded for your enjoyment. There you
It's
go.
color coded for your enjoyment.
I like how they're like, caution, visual effects zone, and then like it's just Japanese and drug simulator, then more Japanese. I know there's a
Tohu
translation
Project.
there.
To who it may concern.
Yeah. Okay, Jared, have you tried a drug?
I'm not doing drugs.
I would I'd recommend the cherry.
This is wrong. This is very wrong.
Okay,
Guys,
I'll be honest.
they
I'm
have
sorry.
shotgun
I
roulette
brought
back
you here,
there.
but without fully thinking about it, I just did it. So I apologize if this isn't your guys' cup of tea. It's just something
How do you play buckshot roulette?
I mean,
Very
it's
carefully.
it's not my
It's
not exactly my
I
line
just
of
don't think it's
cocaine.
right for the child.
Right.
I'm not a
Right.
prude, but
My weed.
she's 5. She's 5.
Yeah. She's only
Can't
done
snort cocaine until she's 7.
she's she can only take weed right now. We're starting small.
Yeah.
She can only take
With edibles, little gummies. She can
yeah,
only do the
it-
gummies.
and it's all medical amounts, right? It's medical amounts.
Gummy.
Okay, so do you guys want me to
Oh god,
describe
I
what
thought he had the shotgun.
do you guys want me to describe what
You recorded it, right? I'm not doing it because I know you're recording it, and why would I get high when I can just watch someone else get high?
Yes. But I think I might have to burn this VOD.
Who drew this?
I think that's probably Mom because that's kind of probably how
Did
she
you do that
feels.
while you were high? Okay.
Maybe I don't know. I don't know what I did when I was high.
Sizes over here.
no,
What's
that
in
was
this?
the-
What's
that
in
was
this room
me.
over here?
You just fell
drew the
over a
faces.
lot.
I fell over.
Yeah, the cops will be here soon.
Oh, good, they'll help.
Are you taking care of the plants? What's going on?
The plants. The plants. This is
Hey,
the devil's
Chris,
lettuce.
Chris, I don't want to alarm. There's a meth lab over there.
No, that's candy. That's candy.
It's
That's okay.
Oh yeah, Mr. White. We are going to make blue crystals today, Mr. White.
Now, what's the point if I can't grab them?
What's the point?
Look, Jacob. Breaking
It's just like you can be your favorite
No.
character.
I'm watching a Breaking Bad to know these are not meth ingredients.
Okay,
The
someone's a
beakers are there.
meth expert here, I guess.
You know that they didn't actually. They intentionally messed up the instructions on how to make meth in the show because they couldn't legally show people how to make meth.
Yeah, I heard about that.
legally.
So now you don't.
Oh, I know there's not plants.
I want to
Pretty cool
I
though.
know, but it gives you the general concept, and that is not the general concept of man.
You know the drugs will never fully leave your system. You've messed yourself up for life.
That's fine.
dance.
I'm not dancing.
Oh no.
Somersaults. Am I not doing them?
Okay, I'm moving us. I'm hold on, give me a second.
Would you like another suggestion? One with
let's
less
have a-
drugs?
Yeah. Let her do another one.
Less drugs or no drugs?
Yeah. Alcohol
I
this
can do
time. You hear me?
no drugs. Ow, okay, alcohol.
no.
I'm joking. I'm joking.
I'll take it. I mean,
Um,
bars can be pretty nice. At least
this
they have a
round-
vibe.
Hold on.
Prostitutes.
I did
Oh,
accidentally go to a
hold on.
strip club recently. We're not going to talk about that.
How do you act?
Oh boy.
Excuse me.
I didn't know what it was. It was an empty
VR chat. You
building.
need to say in VR chat. This is kind of like the in Minecraft preference.
I don't leave the house.
No, I've never
Mom
been
just
here.
went
Let's go
through.
here. This looks like it'd be great. Well, hi.
In Minecraft. Okay then. compass. Well, this place is at least pretty relaxing. Even though I don't think you can... Oh. Oh, more flashing lights, huh? More bright colors, huh? Okay.
I don't know if anyone's here. I'm gonna walk forward. Oh, hi there. Wow, it's like that Windows audio visualizer.
Dance
What is
of
going
the
on up
freaky
there?
circles.
If you go forward,
Okay. No.
that's where the party is, man.
What are you talking about?
Oh my god. Oh my lord. So, wait. So it says that.
Hold on.
Oh, I'm waiting. Oh! Oh my god. What the? Oh god, is it gonna take my soul? Oh no!
Out there.
What kind of-
Oh, drop it for a second.
Wait. Oh,
Go,
Jacob's
go
in
out the middle,
control
go out
of
the
it.
middle, come on.
Jacob, drop it. Drop it. Please? Alright. Yeah, because you wanted you to drop it. What?
You gotta go out in the middle.
No. She said to drop it. She said not to hold it. Let it go. Wait, what?
Just wait. It's gonna do something. Just give it a second. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Drop it. So you can see it.
I was trying to tell them, they wouldn't listen. I think I'm still on the
Yeah,
drugs.
get in the middle. You gotta get in the middle.
Yeah,
on.
it's really cool if you stand in the middle.
Oh my god. What kind of Doctor Strange?
Hi, I'm Chris. I'll be your tour guide.
Hi, I like your jacket. It's got like a neon border to it now.
It's always
Yeah.
had that. It's
No,
always had that.
but look at Mom. Mom's lighting up like a neon sign.
That's because she's a cartoon drawn with lines.
Oh, hold on. I'll be right back. Don't move. I'll be
You're
right
leaving us here?
She's gonna abandon us.
Oh, she's gone. Wait, what? But did her icon just appear over there in the quiet corner?
She was respawning, probably.
When you look at me, I get nothing. There's no thoughts. There's just like zilch. It's just hello.
It's like a bingo is being ridden by an alien. Like getting out of brain.
I don't think she's
Oh,
actually that full.
she's changing. She's changing. Unpacking. Yep. Hey! Jerry doesn't like this one.
Diesel. It's kind of weird.
I like it.
Look
I
at
think
you!
it's cute.
I look cartoon. You look like too realistic. What is going on?
You would be the first one
What
to
is
defend a
going on?
live-action Disney remake of any animal movie. All right, so chillax.
Okay, if you were like from a live-action Robin Hood, that'd be good.
What?
But
Okay,
put some clothes on.
pretend. Jesus.
Well, I think it's because she's not moving her arms, so she's just like she's very tall.
I mean, you realize you don't have any.
I think it's because it looks too much
Oh,
like an
God.
actual fursuit. That's the thing.
What's coming
the
out of the?
problem.
What's coming out of the shadows?
I need a gun.
Oh, it's crazed. Hi.
Open fire! Oh, hi.
Hello. Oh yeah, you like light up sometimes because the light like gives you like a glowing border for a moment.
Just wait, when the music drops, I'm gonna light up like a Christmas tree.
Okay. Oh! Oh! Check it! Check it! The bass! It's like where it's.
So bright.
Yeah, it's pretty bright.
It do be pretty bright. You can change the colors.
Oh my god, where did she? She just went to space! She just went to space! Oh my god, she's coming down!
Oh, you kind of jumped really high.
Yes, you do! Oh my god.
How do you do it?
I don't know, I'm not jumping high. Oh my god, this hurts my brain.
Oh.
What do you do?
Oh, I see. Ah!
What do you do? Oh shoot, what the? Whoa, whoa, whoa. What the? Whoa, whoa. High five! Ugh. Ugh.
You do both triggers, jump and go.
Oh. Oh, I have gone way too high. I can see nothing. Oh. Goodness gracious. Oh my lord. Okay. It got really quiet. Clump, 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 clump. It got so quiet.
Yeah, because the music stopped.
It's like whiplash. I mean, like, where are they? They're like flying everywhere. There you are.
Yeah.
All right, let me. Blech. I got to get a hold of that box. Where is it? Wait.
Think about it. You can
Who
Sonic
who
the
has
Hedgehog
who
on
has
those rails.
who has the box? Can I have the box?
Have
Ooh.
you you can rail grind, Kyle.
Oh.
You can
I'm
Sonic
kind
the
of-
Hedgehog on the
Kind
rails.
of more interested in the cosmic blocks of wonder. Whoa.
Really?
Yeah, just personally.
No.
Oh my god! Oh, it's too powerful! I see everything! Oh!
Stop him!
Ah! Oh! Oh! Oh, wow, whoa. No, actually, I've gotten used to it. Okay, this is pretty easy to...
Stop!
No, it's pretty easy
Oh.
to control, yeah.
There's no stopping you now.
There was just kind of like a learning curve at the start. When then you kind of understand. It's actually rather user friendly. Woo, woo. Yeah, I'm putting a warning on this. I've got to.
You gotta stop! You're breaking the floor!
Never. I'm trying to like give mom like a cool show from up there. She's flat screen, so it's kind of hard. All right. Okay. I'm done with the box of magic there. Feels kind of good to be unburdened by the cosmic mischief that I was. Whoa!
Look out!
This is really testing my bit rate.
No! Put it.
My bit rates. I don't know if it can handle this. Whoop.
We can go to something a little more, like, less intense if you need.
Well, it looks fine for me, but it's obviously the stream. I'm wondering. Whoa. If there's just something like this going on in the universe and we just don't know.
What's going on now in the universe?
Yeah.
I mean, you know about it.
Oh my god. Whoa, shoot. Hey, no, stop.
He reaches for it. It's so cute.
Hand it over. Nope. Hand over the cube. Ah, whoa. Put down the cube.
Put it down, man!
You don't know what it can do. It can play EDM. It can play EDM.
Get away!
No, back up. Whoa, wait. That works.
Are we okay?
Yeah, we're good. Yeah, I think we're
I
fine.
can't reach any. Oh wait.
No. Don't. You're not supposed to reach it. You're not.
God doesn't want you to have it.
Ah! Shoot! I missed it. Yeah. No. Ah. We get like 80 people here just for a rave. Wait, where's Bingo?
Bingo is over there.
That's Black Widow. I see. I don't understand any of this. It's too science-y for me. Oh, that's pretty cool. Oh! What? Whoa! Whoop. All right, it's 10. They can't hear me, guys. It's probably time to call it. Oh wow, it got so quiet. What the heck? Whoa, whoa.
Come into this
It's the
box,
quiet
it's
room.
quiet.
Oh,
Yeah, it's a little quiet.
wow. That's like that reminds me of like when I would leave school at the end of the day. that
Had to step in the quiet box.
that was like, you know, wow. Oof.
Contrast.
Yeah. Okay, well, I'm gonna save this. Add to faves. You can have a lot of favorite worlds. Cause yeah, I honestly last week I looked for a like a rave world to go to, and I was like, this one's too quiet. This one's too loud.
There's a lot of great rave worlds.
Yeah.
They have like lasers and.
I was searching for them because I was like, surely there's a lot of them. This
No,
is the
there's-
best one.
Yeah, there's great ones. They have like fog machines. No,
Yeah.
I mean, this is a good music world, but there's ones that like feel like an actual like nightclub rave.
Yeah, I found some pretty unimpressive ones. But
Michaela and I have been. To
I like
some
this
impressive
one the best because it has an open floor. I like the effects the best.
Yeah.
The controls are good. They have a remote
There's
where
even
you
a
can control the
performance, analytic.
yeah
display over
yeah
there.
connected players 5.
You can also choose like different landscapes.
Oh yeah, you can choose the
and different
orbs. You can
palettes.
change the orb trails and all that.
Landscapes.
Yeah, landscapes are over here. Just click this little arrow right here. This little arrow right here.
Oh, I see. Tropical.
And then you go click the arrow up here from palettes to themes, and then you can
Oh.
pick one. I usually go with Christmas.
Even if it's not Christmas. Woo!
Yeah, because it looks really good.
Did that change for everybody or just me?
No, just you. How do I?
Huh. I like
Christmas
that.
is my favorite one. That's the one I usually go with. It just looks really nice.
Yeah, this is nice. There's Minecraft grass. It's a Minecraft one.
Mm-hmm.
Is Holiday Spirit the Christmas one?
No, just labeled Christmas.
Jared, make sure it's on themes. Yeah,
Make
it's
sure
got to be on
you're on
themes.
themes.
Make sure you're on themes.
Oh, themes.
Yeah.
I see.
Oh,
Christmas. Oh
like the
God.
arcade.
Oh yeah, look, you can actually move in the snow.
Yeah.
It's so cold.
Wait, let me.
Really nice.
If I had room on my floor, I'd be making a snow angel.
Do a snow area.
I
Do it.
can't. I can't. You would hear my hand smack against
Coward.
something. I just know it. I mean, like, wait, nope, there it goes. I hit my bed.
Oh, there's like an
Wasn't it about
aurora.
time you
Oh,
guys
that's.
streamed the other game.
Yeah. Yeah.
What is that other game called? You've been playing it a few weeks now.
9,500 hours, probably.
Oh really?
I think
Wow,
it's
this
somewhere
is cool.
around
I'll
there.
actually get up and look around here. There's like
Uh,
everything's like foggy.
I'm gonna have my camera do it for me.
No, it just you gotta look out in like 3 dimensions. Mom, don't go out there.
The snow is so nice. I look like I
Stand up.
fell
Stand up.
down. No.
You did fall down. Come on. Come on. There's an alien ring. You see it?
I do see the ring of
What's it doing
lights
out there?
that we've been looking at.
Aurora bar. Look at Jacob swimming.
Aurora Borealis. Oh yeah, that's pretty cool. It's leaving a trail. Look at that. Leaving a trail.
It's leaving a trail.
Whoa!
There he goes. Yeah, I thought you knew that. That's why you mentioned snowing.
Uh-oh, my battery's low. How's that possible? I plugged it in. Huh. Well, I guess it's about time. I should re-plug it in.
Why is it getting mad? It's getting mad.
Scrunch, scrunch, scrunch. Scrunch, crunch, 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 crunch. Alright, well, it's a little bit too early for Christmas, so... look at Jacob. Crunch, crunch.
See, we could like be in Skyrim right now, and it's like cold, and there's a whatever that is.
Oh, that reminds me. Shysta, I gotta take you to the Whiterun world that came out recently.
Oh well, I have
Hey,
been to
a new
Whiterun,
one?
but if it's recent, then I haven't been there.
We went to
Yeah,
like
there's
the
a
map that
recent
was
one
just
that came out.
imported.
We went to Dragon's
is
Reach.
it
There's
better
a
than
really
the-
fancy one that came out recently.
Ooh.
That's a Whiterun. Hold on,
Oh,
I'll find
okay.
it
We
real
should go
quick.
right now. Yeah, let's go right
Wait,
now.
actually, wait,
Uh,
no, you guys were gonna play the other game. I'll show you next time.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll save it.
I don't want to play
Oh,
the other game. I
Jared,
want to go there.
Jared,
Okay.
Michael. We gotta have some.
Only my mom can
Go
call me that.
go in the corner. In the corner. All right.
Good luck.
And
finding
don't
it.
come back until you've apologized.
I don't think he can hear you.
There's Jacob. Little trails.
Okay. All right. Well, for some reason, I mean, I guess I plugged in my headset to the wrong thing because it's actually dying right now, which is weird. So it's probably about time. Probably about
Alright.
time. Hi, Sky. Give me a second.
Can I get a hug before
What do you
you
mean
leave?
vengeance? Oh, I haven't done vengeance yet. I haven't done it. Wait,
Maybe, perhaps.
wait. Who? What? Say who?
perhaps.
Sorry, I was answering a question. Who said what?
I'm asking you if I can hug you. You did.
Yes. Yes, you can.
Yeah.
Hug.
You
Hug.
go.
Bye. All right. Yeah. Thank you for showing us
You have a good
these
one.
worlds. You too.
Yes, it was very funny.
Yes, yeah, seeing me inject myself with drugs was hilarious. Oh man, that was probably not doing that again. Probably.
Probably not.
If I start feeling a little itchy, I might end up I'm just like I need the cherry again. I need the cherry drug.
Yeah, the cherry.
All right.
Bye, Jakey.
Bye.
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 Jake. Bye.
Thank you for
Bye.
joining.
Bye.
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 Bye, Craig.
Bye.
Bye.
Letting me show you guys around.
It was fun.
Snow
Ba-doom.
sparkly.
Sparkly snow. All right, I gotta start ESO. Give me a second. I'm gonna get that ready. I gotta remember to charge this. 13%. wait, hold on. Zoop. Let me get in the Discord first. I've got so many Discords and I chat in like 3 of them. Hello. Hello. Did we just join at like the same time?
No, I think you were on right before.
I still take forever to render.
I saw your name in the list.
Takes a really long time. Even still. I'm thinking that we should probably like... I don't know.
Well, the stuff is... The pictures are still in the chat.
Yeah.
You may not be adding new ones, but they're still there.
I think that someone should, like, write lorem ipsum or something in the chat, and then it will stop thinking about all the pictures, and then instead think about a massive wall of text, which will load much faster. I'm just guessing, because I'm sure Discord has some kind of rendered length.
I don't know.
My eyes are still adjusting. Give me a second. Okay, so, did you guys do Aradon last night?
Did we what?
Where'd you go last night?
We did Glenumbra again.
Okay.
Which I don't want to do again.
Right. So
the two nights we've done this, we've done the get bone dust and get something else to make the dazzlers.
okay, well I did Stonefalls last night. So let's just go ahead and do Aradon. Give me a moment.
Wow, we got a big party going on in Eleanor.
Hello.
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 Hey.
Hello.
It's like the old days.
The old days.
Yeah.
I was on a typewriter.
It's been a long time since I've seen a group together dancing.
Oh yeah, you guys see these new crates?
Yeah.
They are pretty wild.
I haven't looked what's in them yet.
Everyone's getting the costume. You'll
Everyone-
know what costume
everyone's-
it is.
Everyone's buying the 8,000 crown package. get the-
I was going to, but I thought I don't want to lose all my crowns. But it is pretty. I'll be honest, it's pretty weird. Like that thing, we've never seen anything like it before.
It's a transformer.
Yeah.
Thing.
I just saw someone was down here on Sir Sahan's statue playing the handpan, and a guy in the little robot suit was in front of them dancing with the marachas.
Right, yeah. It definitely makes you want to party. I mean, that's the whole vibe, is partying. So like two main things everyone gets is the costume and the very weird swaying dance that everyone seems to enjoy.
Are we supposed to go to you?
Yes, please.
Did you ever make that picture channel?
I did.
Yes, he did.
I see photos. Wow, it's really happening over there.
Do not send you know,
Ba-ding,
the image.
what?
You can send images. Just don't send the image that I said not to send.
I took a lot that you probably don't want me to send. That session was very heavy and illicit activity.
Me with the syringe.
Sure. I mean, then you were
Dude.
also stabbing mom, and
that was Jacob's doing. You know that. I have it on video evidence. I can show the courts. Oh wow, cool hair. Whoa. Wow, look at that. That's cool.
I love the hair.
Yeah, that's good. That's
so
neat.
happy they got a new style.
It also looks good on Khajiit. Argonian's not really that much, but because you know. But I guess it's okay on Argonians. But yeah, everyone's getting the like the feathery costume.
Oh,
I've
the
seen
one with the
some of
feather.
those.
a chicken suit.
It's definitely like all the rage. Everyone
It's
is
like-
getting it.
It reminds me
I'm
too
tempted,
much of Las
but there's
Vegas.
not a lot to it.
Reminds you of Vegas, yeah. I mean the
It reminds
there
me a
there
lot
it
of the
goes,
Las
there it
Vegas
goes.
show.
There's
Yeah, there
Yeah.
it goes.
It's like a
It's,
Las Vegas showgirl outfit.
It's
Oh.
it's again the
Isn't that a
vibe.
French thing?
The vibe is partying.
Lose the
Yeah,
track.
it's definitely like
It's French.
Mardi Gras-ish. Brazil.
Yeah.
From to Brazil.
So, but
Oh, I thought
I'm
it was
kind of
washing out.
What?
I gotta turn HDR off on my monitor. That's what's been causing
Oh, I got the Runestone
the game's too lame for it.
emote or whatever. it
Oh, I
is.
still haven't got that. I'm still working on it. I basically I grabbed some costume pieces first because I wanted to make a funny picture for my
Well, now it's
Twitter.
even more washed out. I thought it was the HDR mode. Now I can't see anything. What happened to this game?
What are you talking about? The game looks fine.
We aren't having any problems.
It sounds like a personal problem.
I don't deserve this. Okay, turning HDR back on made it stop being super oversaturated, but it's still way too oversaturated. It's only this game. Maybe there's an HDR set. I mean, I'm here. I'm on the beach in.
don't see
How did I
you
get to
anywhere.
Somerset? How did I get here?
We aren't on the
We're in
beach.
Oregon.
You're in Somerset because we were doing Carn Waste and grinding last Saturday.
Oh, here we go.
Back in
HDR peak
21.
brightness. HDR mode default. Okay, I need to turn. There we go. Default or vibrant. I just want to turn HDR mode off.
From the back, they just look like a big flower.
Yeah.
There we go. Alright, I
so-
turned peak brightness down.
So they're called the Carnival
What world
crates.
was that?
That was
Carnival, that's it.
Yeah, they're called Carnival crates, and it's not spelled like it's spelled kind of like carnival, but with carne.
Yeah,
which-
Carnival. Carnival.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
mean, that's
Carnival is a real thing.
So
yeah,
so
from Brazil.
basically, it's got kind of a. I want to say like,
Yeah.
because
That's nothing but steel.
Well, the one with the outfit is the Voskrona Guardian crate.
yeah. That I think that
Yeah,
I think
they
that
do have
means I
carnival
think that means stone beast.
He's the
Or something.
Varsconia Guardian. It's the Argonian Temple Guardian.
Yep.
I need to visit a shop to repair my armor.
There's one here. Just anyway, the aesthetic of the crates is like Argonian themed, but also with a heavy sanguine vibe. So that's why you see roses everywhere, which is why I mean you can see that motif on the shields and the staves. What?
That's the Varskrona Guardian. That's the outfit you can get with the.
Isn't it a
Oh,
polymorph?
okay, I guess you did get Carnival crates.
Like a polymorph.
But you get the Okay, so it's not a new crate. They are all
Oh, there he
on
is.
that out of the
Alright.
crates.
You
I
don't
gotta
look
repair my. Wow,
goofy
you
enough.
look like a pinata.
Jared, you
Not an ugly pinata.
But pinatas are things that you whack with sticks. I hope you don't plan on doing that. We will
She's
have
the
an
tank.
issue.
Okay, Jared.
Yeah.
Follow me.
I just need a shot.
Yeah.
I hate this time of year. I mean, in real life, it's great. I love spring.
There's
Yeah,
terrible
really.
texture issues on console.
Why can't they do an Easter event? I want pastel colors and little egg hunts.
Well, Mom's got the pastel colors.
Is that pastel? She's got like
No, this
Oh,
is
vibrant
definitely
colors.
Okay.
carnival colors.
Pastel is very soft, like baby blue and muted pink.
It's very noisy around this way shrine. Oh, it's always so pot.
I could have sworn that these stores were closer, but anyway, over
I was
here.
gonna say normally stores don't take this long to get.
Yeah, over here.
I gotta go inside.
I don't know if I've
I'd
ever
love
been
to
in here before.
Pick a new outfit too. But
If you need to expand your pack space, you
Who's
can do that.
throwing
oh,
the
you know,
pies?
I should do that.
I hear it,
care
but I
about
don't
your
see
shit.
them.
Just repair. Repair me. Make me whole. Alright. I'm gonna... How much is this?
Okay,
wow,
so
6,000 gold. For 10 more slots? That's...
I eat 6,000 gold for breakfast. If I'm in a rush.
Who's doing
How
that?
much,
I
how
can
much gold
hear
do you
it.
make a day? Like, if you could annually... You could gauge your salary.
It's my wealth. You can't take it from me. Tax the poor.
I just want... was just curious. I just want to compare my lack of income to your...
I don't know how much I make
see
a
what the
day, but
average
I'm
is.
sitting at 21 mil.
How much of that did you make, like, through playing and not just, like, someone throwing gold at you?
Well, one
Because-
time someone did give me quite a few mil.
Well, there you
So
go.
I don't really know.
I took it back.
How
But,
much?
but I'm not going to talk about that. I'm going to instead make it sound like I worked for all of my gold. Oh, here it is. Here it
Look at
is.
this
Look at this.
culmination of
Look at this
21 mil.
thing. It's like the first.
Where are you?
It's like some kind of magical Iron Man suit. It's like a stone nest
Oh, it's
golem.
rock.
Yeah.
No, it looks like a... Looks like an Aztec guardian.
Yeah. So. Yeah, this is a new thing. We've never seen anything like that before.
Is this a man?
Yep. It's a polymorph. Okay.
Kinda crazy. It looks like one of the little Rock'em Sock'em robots.
Yeah, well, you try to sock him.
He'd rock 'em.
Alright, are we ready?
No,
Where'd he go?
Jared is not here. He's still.
Here I
way over
am. I was
there. There he is.
trying to have fun.
Not here.
And he's gonna have to start the Jester's quest or whatever.
I did Glenumbra and then I did Stonefalls. So now I'm here for Aradon.
Oh, you are
Where'd you
that
guys
daring
go?
matchmaker
We're
who
talking
put a
to Jester
smile on
Queen
Yoren's
Araran?
face.
Yep.
Perfect. I have need
Yeah.
of
Girls
a
can't be
merrymaker.
jesters.
I have decreed happiness.
What?
But not all of my kin share my
I'm
Do we
telling
all
jokes.
take it or do you
position,
share?
and it's putting a damper on my festivities. I won't have
Yeah,
my fun
yeah.
ruined by these grumpy grumps. I need a champion
I have the
to
one
enforce
about
my
mandating
royally mandated
cheerfulness.
cheerfulness.
Wow, I just turned one in, so I guess I had one that I
If
just
these
never turned in.
treasonous malcontents
Goodness
insist on harboring
gracious.
You know, you can pick one up
firmly in
and
their
share it.
hindquarters,
So
then they can at least have the decency to keep them in bloom.
why don't one of you guys pick it up and share it, and then
Find
we'll
the
all
grumps
be on
in
the
my
same
domain and
page.
pelt them with these enchanted petals until morale improves. I want you to have those grumps in stitches,
Okay.
one way or another.
I got it.
All right, so I'm encountering. So Jared, you turned it in, which means that you can't do it, can you?
I just picked up another one right after.
Okay.
I'm on Prank the Grumpy Temple Stoics and kill 10 players.
If someone wants to.
Wait, why are we
share it with
killing
me,
10
I'll-
players in Syria?
No, that's Golden Pursuits. You're not doing
It's
that.
down
That's-
there.
Yeah,
that's- We're not doing that.
Oh, that's odd. For some reason, it didn't. My quest didn't track. Did they accidentally turn off quest tracking? My quest didn't.
I see mine. Mine's that way.
Okay, give me a second. No, it's on. I don't know what happened there, but okay. So, for
Just
this,
somebody share with me.
Why?
Because I did not pick one up. Okay.
Why don't you pick one up?
Because it would have probably been different.
nope,
No.
it's all the same.
Well, you
It's all
could
the
you could
same.
try.
It's okay. Did somebody share it with them?
No.
I did.
Yes, I
Why'd you
did.
say it's okay?
So,
Oh,
basically,
I got turned.
there are when like they did their first Jesters Festival, they had a few quests. It goes, Glenumbra, Stonefalls, Auradon. Those are the three, and then they started adding other things as time went on. But there's not like, it's not like you get various quests by talking to them. You just kind of get the same one each time. And yeah, it does kind of put you in a loop, but you can do like Hammer Death or the Sanguine quest. Okay, we go down here.
If you find a rune, let me know and I'll show you the new animation. It really goes quick. It's like starting a lawnmower.
Yeah, it's kind of what it looks like. Did they always have this jester here? I don't remember them having a jester here. I don't remember this guy being here.
They're really stepping it up this
Are
year.
we supposed to be able to do something or what?
Grumpy Stoic, use pedal.
Don't you see arrows?
How come I don't have?
I can't
were we
do it.
supposed- were
It
we
says
supposed
press
to
A
pick
and nothing
something
happens.
up?
Hold
Were
on.
we supposed to pick
Hold on.
something up?
Hold on.
No, I
Stay-
have 0
relax.
done, and I just.
There's one of two.
Okay,
Mine
so
says speak. Oh, I got to speak to her.
Oh, that says
Excuse
prank.
me.
Alright, I did it. I pranked them both.
I have to go back and speak to her now after picking it up. Hang on. Where the heck is she?
Kyle,
yes.
I had arrows.
And the
Why is
arrows.
this person disappearing?
That
What
is true. That is true. They are just vanishing.
Festival of Merry.
Anyway, I made 2 people happy, and now it says prank grumpy residences.
Yeah,
oh,
that's what mine
this
says.
isn't Skywatch. This
Nope.
is.
Yeah, Skywatch is to the north.
I haven't even started, so.
Jared, you gotta put
What?
something
Mine?
goofy on.
This is my, it's a mask, kind of like a, like those laughing and crying masks, except this one is just like meh.
It's a meh mask, like a meh face.
It's just flat,
like
expressionless.
it's just in the middle. It's just that was okay, I guess.
Mid.
Mid, yeah.
So even though you shared it, I had to go
Also, what's
back
you don't look
and
silly.
get it from her.
I look silly. People said I look silly.
Kristen
Maybe
sent
they're
me
just
this
trying to
picture
make you feel better.
today. I'll share it with you.
Oh. My watch vibrated.
Throwback Saturday.
It's a picture of a picture.
Oh, yeah, I was gonna say, she didn't send that.
Yeah, it's a picture
Wow.
of a picture.
And
Oh, that's all of us at Bass Pro Shop. Or we're wearing Bass Pro Shops. Are we at
What
Four
are you
Corners?
talking about?
Sorry, we're all
yeah.
wearing our Bass Pro Shop hats, but that's
Yes.
at Four Corners. That's so funny because I was just thinking about a trip to Four Corners today because Michaela was watching a Simpsons episode that had a joke about Four
Oh,
Corners.
I saw a clip of that. Yeah, it was funny.
Yeah, the 5 corners.
Yeah.
Well, Kristen
Perfect
was
try.
just there on her little trip, so.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Michaela's never been there.
That's the last time you all were there.
Wow, because I was just thinking about that and I was remembering it,
Hmm.
and now there's a picture of it. Because I was actually thinking, like, what was I wearing? We were there. Now I know. Like just hours later.
What state am I in? Because I'm on the very far end there. What state am I in? I can't see. It's hard to tell.
You're in Oregon. Not Oregon.
Oregon.
No, it says under God. Jacob's under God.
Oh.
They
Why
actually
doesn't
say
it
the
have the
state.
states listed?
They
Wait,
just wanna
I
do
thought
the
they
whole
did.
under God
Oh
thing.
no, I thought they did. You're right, they don't.
They do in the circles behind. Do you see those circles?
Oh,
Not on the
yeah.
Oh, I see.
I'd have to go to Google Earth to find out what I'm on, because there's no
Yeah.
way I can find out from here.
Yeah, look at Jacob.
Yes, whichever one's closest to the parking lot.
My little baby.
Jacob looks
Alright.
like he's the size of the little cat character that he runs around with.
Yeah.
Anyway, thought I'd share that with you.
Okay, thank you. I'm glad you did because again, I was just wanting more information on that trip.
Well, maybe because we were talking about it the other day when I told you that she went there on her.
No. It was I was saying I wanted
Oh,
more
it was
information
before
because
that.
Michaela just yesterday was watching an episode of The Simpsons that
Oh.
day.
Kyle has now run off, and we're all just standing here.
Let him. See if I care.
Oh, rude. Are we supposed to go to you, Kyle?
You could
He's
stand there.
probably
It's,
going
you know,
to the next
you
quest.
could be wherever
I
you
did,
want.
I did want to ask what particularly about your outfit is funny.
Well, I've got funny face paint, and also I'm
It's not
wearing.
funny face paint. You're wearing like cool tattoos.
It's
Okay.
not cool
Let's go.
tattoos. I literally
go.
have like red lips, bro, like a clown does.
I mean,
Do
no,
you,
have
do you
like
look at a
red
clown and
lip-
you're like the mighty warrior. Witness
It's
his
war
face
paint.
paint. His
Aren't
war
you wearing
paint.
war paint?
I don't
No.
have that. I
You have like a red streak across your eyes. So it's cool.
That's okay.
I didn't notice your lips were red. They're not red enough to be common.
His hat's covering his.
Your hat's got a little.
And he's showing his legs. That's funny.
Yeah, that is pretty funny.
We're really this is like the trying to explain the psychologist's gift humor.
Trying to what?
It's funny because Argonians don't normally show their legs.
Oh. No, it's not Argonians. It's just me. Just me.
It's just him.
Just me.
Even more specific, he's got his sleeves rolled up, which is funny because
You don't
wizards
usually
normally
see
have
that.
long sleeves.
I mean, I could wear my Sheogorath like Jester's-y outfit.
Yeah, I would think you would have
But-
you know, a collection of funny outfits to wear. At least like be funny colors. Mom's wearing like festive.
You're the
colors.
one wearing the meh mask. You can't talk.
I hate this holiday.
What?
Everybody just disappeared for me. I'm just going on down the road, I guess.
Yeah, keep going down the road.
Yeah, Mom's invisible to me.
And do I cross over the bridge here?
Just keep coming down the road. No, where'd you go? Yeah. you're
Is
going
this
the
where
right
I
way.
turn
Nope,
right?
No,
too soon? Okay. Oh, there you are.
Wow, Kyle, you faded out and back in, and your outfit's slightly funnier. I don't know how.
It's funnier because it looks royal, and I'm
Yeah.
obviously not really royal.
But your hat's funny. You're impersonating a monarch.
This conversation is not funny.
Last year, I think we got little funny onesies.
Yeah, I was searching for that.
Oh,
I'm searching for that.
the T-Rex onesies.
This year they have funny little masks for each of the different alliances. So that's pretty fun. They've got like, you know, Daggerfall Covenant has like a lion's, like a goofy lion's mask.
Goofy's a dog.
Is Goofy a dog?
Yes.
Sorry,
Are
give
we
me a
like anywhere
hold
close
on.
to where we're supposed to be?
This is pretty good. This is pretty good. I think this is what I wore last year.
Yeah, see, that's funny.
It's because like the plume sleeves.
No, it's because it looks like your underwear's on the outside.
What? I mean, it doesn't even, but
Look at it from the back.
maybe if my colors were inverted.
No, it looks like red Superman pants.
We're gonna use the Way Shrine here.
Do you want to be funny or not?
No, but it's like
You're like,
someone.
"No, it doesn't."
It's like someone misunderstanding the joke. You're like, no, it's not why it's funny.
It looks like
know.
your pants are on the outside. You're wearing all white, and then the red is looks like shorts over the white.
Okay, luckily no one's tossing mud balls at each other.
That'll come later.
That'll come later.
It always does. It's funny every time. The more they do it,
Did you run into? Okay, you did.
All right, this is where we kill 10 Cyrodiilans, right?
I don't.
Die. Oh.
Why are the people standing around being sad?
Because they're also aware of this holiday.
You've got no joy.
Throwing mud. Joy.
You must embrace the clown.
The throwing mud's only funny because they tell you it's funny. It's not funny.
Alright, we're gonna way shrine up to the college way shrine. Because college is for sad people.
It is when they get the bill.
Ha! I don't know if that's the case here. They might have a better system.
Enchantress is on.
It's a military college anyway.
Hey! It's a military college?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is where they train the Thalmor.
Oh. We should leave. They're a lost cause.
It's literally,
Y'all took off without me.
Imposters were insults to the Thalmor
hold there.
I'm following. I know where
The
to
natural
go.
quick wit and woodlands lore of the Bosmer will be welcome in our ranks.
You'll all be proud members.
The Bosmer will not be welcome in their ranks.
When we came here
the
the first
Bosmer
time,
are welcome in
it
their
was-
ranks. What?
It was a very crooked college.
Yeah. Yeah, that's because some meanies took it over.
Meanies.
I thought the Thalmor didn't like Bosmer.
The Thalmor in Skyrim are it's kind of like how at some points in history the same group, governmental group or military group, can be handled by complete morons or fascists instead of other times when it's not. At this point in history,
need an example of that.
At this point, they're just kind of a military group. It's not until after the Oblivion Crisis, everyone starts getting desperate for change, for salvation, and so they kind of fall into the hands of a more nationalistic, obsessive Thalmor. It was a different time.
So you're saying when they were militaristic, they were nicer?
No, I mean they're always militaristic because that's what they are. Okay, I got him. But it's just that at some points, at some points they have more power, right? At this point, they don't have more power. They're just kind of a group of government.
Friends.
It's like a government network instead of being the people who are in charge of everything. Because once you put those people in charge, you're in for a world of hurt. You don't want them having that much power.
Mom already left.
All right.
Yeah, I would have left too if I knew it was a thing we could do.
But yeah, so the first Elmeri Dominion, which is this one.
He's still following.
Has I'm just still following and talking. Has Khajiit and Bosmer and High Elves. And then the second one, I believe, at least had Bosmer and High Elves. And then the third one still has Bosmer and Khajiit, but they're a lot less nice to them, I think. And they also manipulated probably their politics to get them on their side.
Go to a stable. I'm unstable.
There's gonna be a stable when we head back to to Volkelgard. Alright, so this will be Volkelgard down here. Just kind of go back to where we started. All right, so
Hey, did you
now
say there's a way to change your hair, your character's hair, or is that locked in forever?
No.
There is.
well, hold
Well,
on.
Yeah, I bought the
Oh, you gotta pay money to get a
pack,
hair.
so I don't know if. I don't think you can.
It's in
Yeah,
the it's in the
change my
crates, isn't it?
character's
So it's
hair.
not, you don't necessarily have to pay for it as much as play for it, but
Why isn't there just like a shop where I can go and they like just let me do what I want?
My
you
champion
reward
of
what you
cheer
get by
returns.
playing.
Have you vanquished the stubborn seriousness in my land?
Yeah, but I play other MMOs and they just let me change my hair whenever I want.
It's so much nicer to rule a kingdom of happy
I
subjects.
do.
Don't
Why are you
think?
laughing?
No, you've played like what, one
From all
other?
this dreadful ruling.
No.
Our
Yeah,
show
no.
will be moving on
I've
soon.
played like
Perhaps
3
I'll
or
like
4.
four different
continue your
MMOs.
mission of
Okay.
merriment as part of our entourage.
Legend speaks of a fool so great he laughs in the face of Daedra and keeps cheer alive in the darkness of oblivion. Truly, I can think of no greater fool. Yolos aspires to be an ass of such magnitude.
Yeah, I mean like I was talking about like WoW's transmog and Final Fantasy's transmog, and I guess technically that's not hair, but it's still pretty rough, and I wish they would revamp it.
And you should play Star Stable. You can just do whatever you want.
Star Stable.
It's just great.
Yeah. Well, not exactly my kind of game.
Enchantress would play it.
Enchantress would play it.
Michaela and I play it all the time.
But also, I mean, like, I've played a couple games she's played. I've played some Faz, but it's not as entertaining to me as it is to her and to Drizzy.
You suck.
I have different tastes, you know?
You're like the kind of person that just eats chicken nuggets all the time.
Why would you say that about me? What was that? I don't recall that. Huh.
That is the Jester's Festival Joke Popper.
Huh. It's like a little barrel.
Yep.
It's like a little hug. Blech. Anyway, Jared, are you trying to get to the stable because it's right here on the map?
Oh. No, I was just walking away dramatically in one direction.
I literally didn't even know you left. Sorry.
Get that.
But yeah, I mean, like, granted, yeah. So like base stuff, like adornments and body markings are easy to change. But yeah, they don't generally let you change your hair.
I just wanted a mustache. A lot of games just let me slap that on. No.
Just
No
wear a
penalty.
mustache.
They shouldn't gatekeep mustaches.
I have on the Draping Locks hairstyle.
If you go to you and then do appearance.
What do you mean go to you?
If
Okay,
you press
hit you.
Open your
go to
collections.
Okay, sorry.
Your collectibles, and then under appearance you have hairstyles.
Yeah.
Oh, well, let me
you
see if
have
I
any.
have
If
one.
you
I
have
probably...
I don't
have any. There's facial hair.
I don't know if
don't
you've
know.
got many.
Yeah, I don't know.
I personally.
Where's it under?
It'll be under
I don't see it.
appearance.
Appearance.
I'm in appearance, but I see hats, head markings.
Okay, so you don't have a single one.
Oh.
Yeah, you can have face. Yeah, if you have hats and head markings, then you don't have hairstyles. And then facial hair, I have the old salts, chin trinket, and I also have a hairstyle of Draping Locks.
I kind of wish that I
It
could.
gives me my beard and my long hair.
I like adorable assassin.
You can buy it, but I don't
With
know
gold?
how many crowns you have. No, it's probably crowns.
Okay, so it
Oh.
is it is 40 gems. I don't know how many gems you have. I think you said 2, so you can't do that. But it is 2,000 Endeavor seals, and I know you. Wait, did you spend yours or did you not?
No, I never bought the...
Well, it is 2,000. If you want to nab it,
Let me see. Where is it? I'm in Crown
I
Crates.
don't. I think it might be a little bit long for you, but it is under Epic Rewards, and it's a few down.
Daily rewards. It's just in store, right?
Yeah,
Special offers, Crown Crates, Companions, DLC, Quest Starters.
you're gonna want to be checking under Seals of Endeavor, Crown Crates, Epic.
Crown Crates. Carnival Crates, limited time offers, already at Apex.
What are you trying to get him to
Legendary.
get? What are you trying to get him to get?
Well, you
There's Epic.
I'm just showing where the hair is.
Which hair? My hair?
Yeah.
I don't think that's what he wants.
Well, what do you want? What do you want?
I said a mustache.
A mustache. Give me a second.
What did you? What were you?
Number one, I don't. I think it's female. I don't know if they. I don't know. If
No, they'd
it's
let you. Give me a moment.
Oh, okay. 'Cause
Give me a
some
moment.
of them say
Why
male.
did you think I wanted that? Her hair.
I said it's a bit long. I don't know why you'd want that.
Yeah, I thought you were talking
That's
about
not what he wanted.
All right, give me a second.
What part of?
Style parlor is where. Okay, they're crowns. He doesn't have any crowns.
No.
That's where the beards are.
Nah, I think beards is as far as I've seen. I can't say I've seen like mustache as an option.
Why not?
I'm not a dev. Ugh. You don't, you don't take off your helmet anyway.
It's because I'm ashamed of my bare upper lip.
I don't think I've ever encountered someone just randomly going that they want a mustache.
Goatee. Nobody has a mustache. Here's a handlebar mustache.
That's kind of over the top.
Where are you seeing that?
Mustache and soul patch.
Where?
It must have been, I don't know, it's in modest,
Oh.
manly mustache.
Yeah.
I'm guessing that's something you already own, and you're just
I
like.
guess it's under facial hair, and I probably bought
Well,
it.
I don't. Yeah, I don't.
Gee, I only.
Well, you're never
have
gonna
two
use that.
things
Give me your
under facial
mustache.
hair. What do you need facial hair for, dear?
Yeah.
It covers
All I have is
everything.
the old Salt's chin trinket.
It covers everything. It's got piercings and eyelashes and
Boy, you have a
antlers.
lot of stuff. All I have is
Okay,
old
well, I guess I
Salt's
bought it at
chin trinket. You
Why'd you
must
buy a
a
mustache?
lot of facial hair.
It's the whole collection.
Yeah, I don't even think Jared has any crowns. I don't think.
Poor Jared.
I mean, I don't. No, I have 0
You
crowns.
don't play it enough to.
I don't.
Okay, let's do something.
Oh, are we? I thought we were.
You look fine.
That's okay. I'll just keep the mask on.
I don't know. Why do you always have the mask on anyway?
Because I don't have a mustache.
You have a nice face. You don't need a mustache. Mustaches went out in the 70s.
It's a fantasy game. Maybe mustaches are cool here. Everyone in Star Wars has a mustache.
Everyone? Now give
It's popular.
Even
I think it's
even
because Star
Princess
Wars.
Leia.
No, well, Chewbacca does.
Okay.
Because
Chewbacca
Star
is a
Wars
mustache.
always in the 70s.
Chewbacca is a mustache. Alright, well, oh my goodness, what is... Oh, that's a flower. Now, there is a pack with like a zillion different things, pieces of facial hair, sideburns, Yeah, modest man. Yeah, the thing that Mom was pointing out, the modest.
And I can buy it with in-game gold.
You
As a
can-
fair business practice.
You can buy it by asking nicely.
To whom?
To the rich man.
I mean, if it's gold, I have gold.
No. I don't know why you keep asking about gold.
Nothing. You can buy nothing with gold.
No, that's not true.
I know.
That's not true. But it's the question is not in good faith, and I don't like it.
I wish there was a conversion system.
Well, technically
a lot
there
of games
is.
it's
People
like-
buy
There
crowns.
is. You ask Kyle, and he converts for you.
How many crowns? How much gold do I need to buy the crowns that I need to buy the facial hair that I should
I
just
don't
be able
want
to grow
your
naturally?
gold. I'm rich.
Okay.
So, but basically all I want to know is how often do you think you'd utilize this?
Well, I don't even
this
know
is-
what it would look
This
like
is a
on-
library, by the way.
Yeah. How many kinds of mustaches?
That's
are
a
there?
good
'Cause I want
question.
there to be like 2, and then I'm like, none of these look good.
So we're looking at stuff like, I will send you a couple pictures. Is that?
Oh, you know what? Actually, I've already got a 5 o'clock shadow. I just took my helmet off.
Is that what you want?
See, you've had it on for
It
so
would save a
long,
lot
you
of
grew
trouble,
your
I
own
just-
hair.
Yeah. Well, that should be the case. Hair should be free. I just grow hair naturally. Why are they charging me for my own hair? Yeah, I'm fine, Kyle. Let's just. I thought there would be like an in-game salon shop where you can just like choose your hair color or hairstyle.
Maybe if they, well, I guess if they did that, they'd probably have to drop stuff from the store, and they won't do that. But, and then people who bought those packs will feel cheated, I guess.
Yeah, it's too late.
Though it didn't stop Overwatch.
Overwatch, it wasn't a bad place. Worst place.
They're just like, here, take stuff that people paid for.
Lots of
Well,
games
we're,
do that.
we're here, and Jared went somewhere
Pre-order
else.
stuff.
So.
Oh, I didn't know we were on the move.
We're not, but we haven't moved, but you did.
Oh,
we should.
I didn't know I was on the move.
We should hand pan.
Yeah, this is where we did it before. Is that how we want to go out?
Is that how we want to go?
out-
Why did you make it sound like that?
Go out hand panning, like the orchestra on the Titanic.
Well, I am ready. Mom's getting there, I guess.
Okay.
Are we ready?
No.
So is it gonna be 3, 2, 1, go, or 3, 2, and then do it on one?
We can do 3, 2, 1, press. How about that?
Okay, sounds good.
Okay.
No, like
Ready?
she did it. she
Just
she
jumping
was too
ahead
accurate.
There. He was asking a question and I was clarifying. You're just too itchy.
All right.
She's itchy on the inner key. Are you? Nope. She's still getting there.
Okay.
Are you ready
Yes.
now? Okay. 3, 2, 1, press.
Oh, that was a good one right there. That was good.
Jared walks up.
Watch, someone
I
is
don't
wanna be
going to
associated.
eye us.
Leave. Hi. The band is back.
They probably think that you're just one guy who's like hacking.
Yeah, I think like we're some. Well, I mean, like they probably think that we're using like the emote connecting add-on, but we're not.
Yeah. It's me. I'm a hacker. These are my 3 spawns.
Who are all higher champion point than you? Well, except for Mom, I guess. But...
It's because I have you guys running, playing this game 24/7 while I go out and live my life.
Or like AI.
Yeah.
We're doing trials and stuff that you've never done.
Jared should be passing out flyers.
Have you heard
Come
of a
see
hand
the
pan?
hand panners.
Why would I hand out flyers for your show while your show's going?
We play other things
Well,
at times.
we're available for bar
Rent us
mitzvahs.
out, parties.
See us in Solitude in October.
Come to Brazil.
Come to Brazil. Come to Black Marsh.
Yeah, you can walk around and you keep the people from crowding in too close.
Yeah, it looks scary.
Or
That's
or
what the
throwing,
cameras are for.
or throwing pies.
Oh, hey, Soren's over there. Hi, Soren.
How do I turn off the chat interface?
What are you looking at right now? Because you're like looking at a list. You're writing.
I'm trying to turn off my chat.
Interesting.
Chat bubbles off.
Because like for me, you're doing an animation.
Well, yeah, I'm in my menus trying to turn my chat on. Is that a key to do that?
I don't think I've ever done that, but I'm sure there's some way to do it.
Social.
It's too bad we can't get our companions to join in.
I got the feather or the fan dance in one of the crates. I could do that, but it's a little bit energetic.
You got the what?
I got the fan dance.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, you can actually change the companion reactions. I can turn it off.
Yeah, you can...
Wait, no, you can't turn it off. You can just make it infrequent. Oh, that's crazy. Why can't I turn it off?
I think I have mine set to infrequent.
Hey, we have an audience of 1.
Don't leave! Tell others about us! Tell others about us! We worked so hard on this one song that we only know one song. So they've got new stuff like maracas now in the store.
Oh, I had my super sampling low this whole time. I should go through the settings more.
I do the fan dance right now, but my friend Soren's over there and I don't want to humiliate myself.
I mean, you record everything you do all the time.
Yep, alright, well, hold on.
Wow, my character resolution.
Hold on.
Low.
No, Mom, you weren't supposed to get up.
Sunlight rays off?
Okay, I'm kind of done.
Well, that was it. Why did you guys do that? You
I
broke character.
didn't tell you guys to do anything.
I mean, you broke character.
But you...
Then Mom broke character.
Yeah, I said I was
So
going.
that was it.
I was going to
Show's
dance, and I needed music, but like, okay. Well.
Oh, you were gonna do the fan dance?
Yeah, I was gonna be with the music, and then you like everyone just stop.
Okay, we'll do it for a short time.
Couldn't hear you over the music.
I didn't want to be a bother.
All right,
So
tell
are
me
Mom and I
when.
gonna do hand?
Yeah, I guess.
I guess so.
Okay.
I will say that this is-
3, 2, 1, press.
Wow, that was really on key. Let me tell you, this dance is
That's
definitely for other
for
characters,
us.
but I will do it because I got it. Oh my gosh, who?
Hey, Jared,
Hey.
you're not doing your job. Someone pelted him with a mud pie.
I let them do it. I asked them.
I need to
Control
Paid
the
them to
audience.
do it.
Okay. This is the this is the emote. I hear Mom laughing so hard that I cannot hear her very well. Like, yeah, she sounds like she's
Well,
on the
she
other
is
side of the
giggling.
room.
I don't think I will be getting that emote.
No, well, hey, you know what? The Destiny chose it for me. It was in the crate.
You
But
ever reject destiny?
you can't.
I do it all the time.
That's actually really bad luck. That's bad for your credit.
Well,
Ah,
Now,
make up
if
for
you,
an indignity.
if you were in that big, oh, he
Take
just
it
zipped
off
off.
after them.
Oh, I left the second it started. Once I understood what was happening.
There's my friend stream sniping.
What'd you do? Go pelt her with flowers?
That's all I had on hand.
She's waving at you.
Hello. Now this just feels too slow. This dance is too slow. Ugh. Alright, finale. Boom.
I love
Very
that.
good.
Whenever you see that in the store, I want it.
Shall we stop now, or?
Yeah.
Never! No, yeah, you can stop. Get up.
Alright.
Alright.
I need to go spend my tickets.
Options. On console, you can turn it off completely from options. Social. Ah.
The forest cuts back. Those witches
Turning the
had
chat
something
off
to
was
do
in
with
the
all
social
witches'
settings.
problems.
Suzu.
Social.
I guess we're going home. Is that it?
Yeah.
I guess so. I did the other dungeon that came out on the UESP stream.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, it was pretty good. I like the mechanics a lot, and I feel like if I tried it on veteran, it would be a bit of a challenge. We actually started out like I queued for it to see if I could get anyone, and I got a full team. And then as soon as I got in, the tank was like, nope, and left. It's like, why are you saying nope? Like, it's a normal dungeon. It's not hard. And so we had to go through it for the most of it without a tank. It was just like Sharp, who was in like healing mode, and 2 DPS and me on heals. Well, we did pretty good. There's a secret boss that I missed. So that's something I gotta look for later on.
Okay.
I think I
Well,
look
you're
goofy.
the impresario, eh?
Oh, again, I didn't
Yeah.
even notice the red lips until I like zoomed into your face a whole lot.
What's something that can make me look even more ridiculous?
I would think you would have a ton of like costumes. I've probably got costumes. That would
Show
say.
him the little onesie.
Well, there is a jester's.
I watched people in pick onesies. Yeah. Yeah, don't you have a jester outfit?
Again, I do have the Sheogorath Garb of Grinning Horrors.
I mean, even I could be a
But
skeleton.
it's not
Skeletons are
dyed.
funny.
But this is I do
No.
have this.
Yeah, that's. I don't know.
Look at the shoulder piece.
I know it almost looks too cool to be.
Yeah. I use this on my Stamplar, so. What was the name of the onesie?
I don't know, but it had some patches or tears.
Yeah. Not Hakoshe. Not the mummy rat. Oh, here we are. The Jester's Daedra suit. Yeah. It somehow makes my tail shorter. I do not understand how, but it does.
What do you recommend I get in
Why's it got like a
with my tickets?
scarf on it?
I think that you should. I'm guessing that you have the Junal rune pet.
No, I don't have the rune thing.
Okay,
Should I
so
get that?
you could
What do
get
I
that,
need?
or you could try to collect the outfit style pages, which are pretty silly.
Well, there's
They-
the
I don't
what is
know
it?
if I
There's a
want-
Dawnbreaker Endrick also.
Really?
Yeah,
Huh.
there's still the I'm missing 2 pieces for that.
How do I preview it again? Is it
Just click on it.
click on it?
Yep. See, you have the magnifying glass.
Yes. Right
click
or
on
left?
it, and it'll show you. Just left, like you would normally click on something.
Okay. Oh, that's not too cool.
And to get out of it, you do whatever it says at the bottom. It says,
She did that like 6 years ago, and she bought something she didn't want, and she's been traumatized ever since. Anyways, Jared, check this out.
So,
No! Dang it! They left.
What'd you do? Where'd you go?
They were on like the really cool Guar mount, like the like legendary Radiant Apex Guar.
I just see this.
It's really, really cool looking.
Oh. Is it the one that looks like a shark?
No, no, no. It's the one that like has the Carnival vibe to it. Like, I'll get a screenshot.
Okay.
It's a Radiant Apex, so it's like the highest thing that you can get, but it's not the most expensive.
This cat has ears behind its ears, and it looks like the model's glitching.
Yeah.
Why does it have ears behind its
I don't
ears?
know. It's got like 4 ears.
Doesn't look great. It's like if it had.
You say mean things about like people
I don't
and
know.
animals.
I'm sorry, cat. It's just, I feel like someone was like, "Oh, you know, some aliens have 4 eyes. What if this thing had 4 ears?" And then they just do it, and then no one tells them that it looks bad.
well, thank you guys. See you tomorrow.
See ya.
Bye.
Good night.
Bye.
Had fun.
Night.
Love you.
Love you too.
Good night.
Bye.
Bye.
But like, if the first pair of ears pick up the sound, the second pair of ears are just, what do?
They pick up 4-dimensional sound.
I see. I'm sorry, little cat.
Did you see the Guar?
I haven't checked wherever you posted it.
I posted it on Facebook, but it's
Oh, wow, it's got a Nar Shaddaa neon sign on its forehead.
yeah, it's I really like the Carnival stuff, because it seems to imply some connection between like, oh, it looks like it's like the holiday began in Argonian culture, and it has to do with Sanguine, and Sanguine's not
Dude, they were
really
just like, hey, we haven't done a Mardi Gras theme yet.
It's that also mixed with like, oh, we haven't done Argonian stuff in a while, and also mixed with, oh, we don't touch Sanguine at all. So they kind of like blend them all together. And so now we've got like Argonians celebrating Sanguine, and it's like very it kind of leaves a huge open space where I'm like, this is a whole piece of the lore that, like, you know, I think could be open for exploration in the future. So yeah, I think it's cool. I don't know if they're gonna expand on it, but I hope they do. I like the weapon styles and stuff. They all have a very, like, the gold and the red.
Is it the sword? The sword has like that glowing red circle around the hand. That looked cool.
Say what now?
The sword? Does the sword? I saw one in the shop that had like there's a weapon set where the sword had a glowing red disc around the hand, like the hilt.
Yeah, I do know that they've got that, like, fiery amber disc. Yeah, that's it.
Right. Cool.
That's what I really like about these. It's very unique. The staff also has it. The shield's got it, like, around the entire thing. I mean,
So,
like,
yeah, that makes sense.
Like, here, I'll send you a picture of the shield. You can see that it's got a rose on it for Sanguine. It's pretty, and it's, I mean, like, I don't know, like, it's obviously got the Argonian stonework.
It has holograms on it.
And it's ancient Argonian, definitely, so it brings to mind, like, I don't know, it brings to mind that this is some ancient holiday. And there's a lot of questions, and honestly, like, the crates don't really expand too much on it. They don't really say much about what it is. It's almost like they expect you to know the lore behind it, but I've got 10,000 seals.
Cyberpunk City.
Yeah, Cyberpunk City runes. I'm kind of sort of wondering if they do plan on doing something with this in the future. I mean, it's been a while since we've had Blackmarsh, you know, and I think that it would be a very interesting thing to touch upon, like some kind of story around Sanguine. I think that would be.
Dude, they don't have notes on a chalkboard for this. They're just gonna do it for this event and then do something for the
Well,
next event.
it's not for the event. This is the crate season, which is gonna last a while. Yeah, Carnival Celebrant selling like hotcakes. They've got animations and models like that polymorph that we've never seen before. I got a few pets from my crates. I got a Pangrit. So like when I heard about the new alpha style that was coming out, that basically like it's just basically like a goofy looking lion's head that you can wear. I put it on, and then I put on a bunch of fabrics that looked very clothy and soft, and then I colored it all gold. I took a screenshot and then I posted it on Twitter and I captioned it with a quote, "Oh, you said golden pursuits." I literally had been waiting to make that post for like 2 or 3 months, ever since I saw that. I don't know how long. I've just been waiting and waiting. I'm like, just release it already. So I still have that on. So like if I take my costume off, I'm suddenly wearing this golden fursuit, and I was like, oh, I forgot I had this. Yeah, I just really want them to do something with Argonians. I mean, like, I'd rather not their next delve into zones, whenever that is. I'd rather not it be Skyrim. I mean, that'd be okay, but I'm sitting here thinking there's so much you could do with Argonians. Dude, like, don't pass it up. We've seen Skyrim before. We've seen it a lot.
They're gonna do Argonians, but in Skyrim.
Wow, never seen that before. I mean, like, it's like every piece of fan art for Argonians, like, before ESO really started giving them their own culture, is just always in Skyrim. Not even Oblivion, really. It's just always in Skyrim. Like, look, it's just an Argonian in a Nordic house and all that stuff, and it's like, this is not... It's just, you're just doing this because it's all you're thinking of when you think Argonians, because you've played Skyrim. You know, it's like they're in other places, and they have their own culture, and now that ESO has shown their culture... I see a lot more, like, art of them actually having their own identity to them, which is nice, because I'm just so tired of seeing Argonians always in... It's like, especially since when you play Skyrim, there's like 10 Argonians in the game. It's like, most of the Argonians I've met have been assassins trying to kill me. I don't blame you for turning the chat off in Auradon, though. Auradon chat's got a thing. For me,
there's nothing in the chat that I'm ever gonna read and go like, oh, I'm glad I read that.
Yeah. I did encounter a pretty decent lore debate in Auradon, or Glenumbra, one of those. I was like, okay. But, like, no, I mean, generally, like, Stonefalls, which is my least favorite, Auradon and Glenumbra. They're gonna have the roughest chats because they're kind of main hubs for base game content. A lot of them are probably they haven't been like in the game long enough to be reported. So that's pretty frequent for those zones to have pretty toxic chats. Stonefalls is just my least favorite from past experiences, but it's got nothing to do with the zones themselves. Obviously, it's just the people they attract. Like I've actually only had to report a couple people. Auradon probably had one of the worst. Well, it was actually kind of one of the worst and best interactions I've ever seen because someone was. This was soon after ESO had expanded its like range to add not a server but to add more range for people in like Japan and China to connect to the NA server. Now they didn't obviously add their own like East Asian server. It was just kind of, you can connect to NA now. So we got a significantly massive boost of people from that region. And with it came an era of, you know, a lot of...
Did people not like that?
Yeah, well, a lot of disgusting things being said. So I remember being Auradon and someone was really trying to start something and he kept going and going and going, but like...
Sounds like he was trolling.
The chat didn't reply. It was a pretty active time of day, and the chat's always bumping, but the chat literally just collectively went silent and let him just talk and talk and talk until he until he talked himself. He started like trying to get people to talk to him. He was like, "Right, guys, right?" And I'm like, this is almost like. It's almost like this guy's written to be a desperate character. He's like, right, guys, am I right?
All of them are.
And they're just...
Because, again, they're all doing it because it's the same drive. But they had the same history of being neglected, and so now they're just super lonely, and so they're doing this to get attention. And then if you don't give them the attention...
I'm sad.
That's why they troll. It's a community thing.
I mean... I think that, like, if there was a way to, like, have put people in, like, good circles, like circles of healthy, intelligent people.
It's true, because again, it's based on their histories. Like, yeah, if you talk to any of them and you're like, hey, did you have a nice, well-adjusted childhood? If they answer... in a serious way, then it's usually not. So it's like you can put them in all the circles you want now, but like they've already been messed up.
I think it depends on. It does depend on the age. There is a certain age where it feels like you're wasting your time more than other ages. That's why I'm really concerned. I'm like super ultra concerned with this era that we are in now, where like, because like when I was growing up and I was on the internet, which started in like 2010, I was 15 years old, and I wasn't particularly watching Twitch streamers because I don't even think Twitch was a thing, and I would watch YouTubers, but like at that point, YouTubers weren't really peddling alt-right conspiracies as much as playing Happy Wheels, you know? And that was just kind of the culture, and...
it's not even the YouTubers, now it's the short-form content that, like, is like, studies, like, legitimately, at first it was like, oh, they're just fear-mongering, and then still mess the kids up, and it's like, oh, they're all messed up now. Like, over 40%, God, it might be over 50% of kids in elementary schools can't read at their grade level. Like, they're just illiterate. Like, teachers can't teach them because, like, they'll just say, like, shut up, teacher, and just they can't conduct an orderly class to educate them.
It's about to get worse.
Yeah, it's a nightmare. Oh, it's you know, it's always been progressively getting worse. It's not going to get better. But yeah, it's going to be a generation that grows up and they can't read. Or at least they're not literate at the level that they should be. And then the short form content of YouTube Shorts and TikTok and the phone addiction that they now have you put the phone down and then like your brain has bad feel when not on phone screen, and so then they pick the phone up and they did a study and it's like there's a good percentage that they can't sit on an app for more than 10 seconds. They'll open an app, sit on it for 10 seconds, close that app, open another app, and they do it in like 10-second intervals because their brain is on a dopamine cycle. So they'll get the high from it, and the high will wear off so quickly that then they have to switch to another app to get a like rejuvenated, because the brain's craving novelty. And when they're fed novelty at increasingly small time scales, it fucks up the chemistry to where like now they're in like super quick loops. They can't sit and pay attention to anything for, you can't just like observe a landscape. You couldn't play Where's Waldo because you'd look at it, it's like zoom.
Is that why we have Subway Surfer gameplay next to someone talking to keep their attention?
I mean, is that a joke? Like, obviously that's why that's a thing.
No, it's not a joke.
Okay, is that an honest question? I mean,
no,
yeah.
It wasn't really an honest question.
Okay.
But to be honest, I mean, like, I don't have that exact issue, but it does kind of keep my attention in a very odd way, where I'm like, there might be someone who's discussing something that I wouldn't even be interested in, but I am like, oh, I'm watching and I'm listening because I'm interested in another thing, but I'm also still intaking the information.
Yeah, but the problem is that you should just be able to listen to people.
Right. But the question is like, do I care about the inner workings of a Caterpillar, like, bulldozer, right? Do I care about that? Not really. I'd probably skip that video, but I would be like, I'm not. I mean, like, I might be interested in someone talking about.
I click
like,
off if I hear an AI voice or if it's a Subway Surfer background, I just click off because I'm like, okay, I see.
I don't want to put those both in a group. I don't really, the AI voice thing. I don't think I'd listen to, but
those are the same channels. Like the channels putting Subway Surfer on the background are content farms. And
it's usually for me someone talking to the screen, unless that person is an android.
So they have their face up and
that's how I'm imagining it. But
oh no,
you think they're a robot?
I just go to the Wikipedia, just read about
the
internal workings of a Caterpillar engine.
That's what I'm getting at though. It's like
you're saying you wouldn't do that.
Maybe if it was about the formation of igneous rocks or something, I might be interested.
Yeah,
but not everyone's interested in everything, and I am not really interested in.
Yeah, but half the time, all these videos are like just giving incorrect information anyway.
Maybe, I don't know, but that's kind of besides the point.
If they're putting a Subway Surfer background, their goal is not to be an education channel. No legitimate education channel is putting Subway Surfer in as a dangling keys in front of the viewer because they have dignity.
Sorry, I forgot the word for dignity. I was watching Subway Surfers.
I mean, again, this is just boring anyways. Like, they're just gonna run, they're just gonna go back and forth on the trains and jump over the coin. I mean, yeah, if I'm like, okay, they're doing this to hack neurochemistry, then I just click off, because it's like, that's dumb. Obviously, I'm not gonna fall for that. It's like a scam.
Works on me?
Yeah, well, you also have that thing where, like, you can't put your phone down. Like, you gotta keep switching back to your phone. You should practice. It's that thing where, like, people are like, leave your phone in another room and to, like, practice paying attention to a screen and watch as your brain tries to feel like, I need my phone, and then just, like, ignore it. Like, tell your brain to shut up. And after a while, it'll correct itself.
That shit's for happy people.
You gotta recognize how it's, it's a chemical thing. Like, notice, like, have bad feeling, open Discord, and then you're like, oh, I get it, the brain is doing this. And, once you know what your brain's doing, you'd be like, oh, I don't need to do that. Like, obviously, this is a vicious cycle.
What, does Kyle Hill do Subway Surfers?
That's disengaging you with reality. Just pay attention to whatever you're supposed to be paying attention to.
But under the crushing load of a fascist regime...
Yeah, but it's your brain, How your brain, it's like you're strengthening your brain to react to stressful situations in a healthier manner. That way you can cope when things get bad.
I mean, like,
all the world's problems are due to smartphones anyway.
All of the world's problems. Well, actually, quite a few of them, I will agree. Quite a few, yeah. I was just thinking about how, as I've said before, a lot of our problems are because of monetization of internet, of content online.
Yeah.
As upsetting as it is, I think that's true. A lot of, obviously, most people are probably, a lot of people are getting an honest, amount of money from it, and they are not bad people. Like, Vsauce, I'm sure gets a lot of good money.
Yeah, the Nigerian prince that I helped out the other
Yeah, that guy. But I'm just saying that if that wasn't a thing, then a lot of our problems would at least wouldn't be this bad.
Yes. Like, I might know a lot less cool facts.
Yeah, I know of him.
Kutskarat, but
I was just questioning if he isn't actually a good source. I don't know. I haven't watched him in forever.
50 more decades out of humanity. And yeah, this next generation is gonna be fucked up.
Well, yeah, for us, yeah.
Like,
yeah.
I know it's the whole like, oh, the previous generation's gonna complain about the next generation. It's like, no, they're it's gonna be bad.
Yeah, I'm looking at it from like there's definitely the education standpoint, which I'm not an expert on, but I am pretty good on a like what children are being exposed to sort of a vibe, and comparing it to like the past generations of children. And I'm not gonna say, oh, I played outside all the time in my childhood. No. I played outside a lot.
That is a legitimate thing. Kids, like, you think of the experiences you had as a child. Statistically, like, almost like no one's having that now. Like, no kids are growing up. Yeah, I mean, obviously you can go around the neighborhood and the kids you see outside will be the kids you see outside. But most kids are now not having.
I swing by the park on Sundays.
That's what I just said. The kids you see outside are obviously going to be the kids you see outside. But there's far less children. Like, people are not having childhood experiences. They're not going out and playing in the forest and, engaging with other kids. Playgrounds are far more deserted now.
We don't have play places like we used to.
Yeah. Stuff like that. Like, again, just think about your childhood. And imagine if that was just you in your room all the time, switching between tablet phone, or putting on a VR headset to scream racist slurs in Gorilla Tag. None of these kids are going to VR chat lobbies and like reciting Latin that they learned. They're all just screaming racist slurs.
Well, and this might be kind of a curve in the conversation, but as I mentioned this to Mom a few times, but she obviously doesn't really like me mentioning it, and I don't think she fully believes me. But I
never think things are as bad as they are. You'll be like, Mom, this person ate a baby, and it's like, no one would eat a baby, and it's like he did in fact eat a baby.
Basically, what I've been trying to tell her is that basically, a lot of times, you look at what's going on out there, and like what a lot of people were saying a year or so ago, it all just seems a little bit too radical to be fully accepted, right? I mean, like, you look at obviously the like Project 2025, and you're like, that's a little bit too extreme, and it's true. You look at it, and you're like, most Americans probably wouldn't like this, and that, like, technically that's completely fact. But the thing is, though, is that if you're going to do it, you essentially need to kind of take control of the cultural zeitgeist. And that basically starts with the children. That starts with the schools.
Yeah.
That starts with the content that they're taking online.
Like, we know that conservatives were concerned about, like, their longevity, because they were like, we're pulling real down with the young people.
I mean, they're dinosaurs. We talked about how it's obviously
it's the whole thing. It's
like,
like,
they're
if
so
you're
old.
a conservative, you want to conserve what you grew up with, and it's like, if that's not what the current generation's growing up with, why do kids want to conserve the 1950s? They don't give a shit about the 1950s.
Yeah, they don't.
Yeah.
So basically, I mean, it is, and I've never sound more like a conspiracy theorist, but basically what I did was I didn't need to, because I was already not a fan of Trump, but I didn't look into Project 2025 very closely at all, because I was
those reporters that went undercover did.
I watched that thing on the reporters, and I think I even told you about it, and so I knew about the document. I just didn't know about what was actually in it. And so now that I'm going back and I'm looking at it, I'm like, oh, okay. Well, this is basically like, this kind of feels like when you watch the original trilogy of Star Wars, and then you watch the prequels after, and it's like, oh, this explains how we got to this point. That's how I felt when I was looking into it. Because I was like, no. I was like, this is it. This is it. I mean, like, I'm not even gonna. I mean, granted, I guess you can make the argument that Project 2025 is just general conservative values that would be on a piece of paper, and so therefore, obviously,
the
you'd be
guy that
seeing
wrote,
it.
they went undercover, talked to the guy who was like one of the guys who was orchestrating it, and just straight up asked him if they were working with Trump, and they was like, yeah, obviously we're all doing this together, and they're like, well, Trump's denying involvement. They're like, yeah, obviously we have to say stuff like that, or this isn't gonna work, right, guys? Nudge, nudge, wink, wink, and they're like, yeah, haha.
Yeah.
And then I went into the story.
Now, a lot of people said that Trump had claimed that he had not read it, and that is that's incorrect. No, well, it's not completely correct. He did say that he looked into it. He said that he looked into it, and he said that some parts are pretty good, other parts he disagreed with, if I recall correctly. Now, that kind of put him in his classic word salad vague spot, where it's like, well, what's the stuff he agrees with, what's the stuff that he does not. That basically, if you're a conservative, you can say, well, he agrees with what I do. And it's just kind of it's all up to what you want to believe that he likes.
Well, again, he also had to say that's the people that were afraid of it actually happening. They could be like, okay, he's not. Look, he's obviously this is kind of like a radical side group. It's totally not that every conservative legislator has supported Project 2025 vocally on social media every time their finger can touch a keyboard.
Right.
It's like it wasn't the whole group. I mean, they were very vocal that this is what they were gonna do. They were like, hey, if we ever get our hands on the steering wheel, like this is our battle plan. Like we got organized, so like you guys better, yeah.
Which is kind of strange that they were a little bit. I guess. It was kind of odd.
They were real mad that they lost last time, and they were like, you know what? We're just gonna fucking kill you all. I made get power again.
There is something to be said that when any social group is pushed back against any group, they will come back like a spring that's been pushed down for a really long time.
Well, Democrat.
Well, no, it happens with any group.
It won't be any. No, it won't be. There are groups that just get fucking kicked to the curb and then they just like turn to dust and you never hear about them again.
No, well the thing is, so it's like, I guess it depends on how strongly they believe what they believe. I mean, you'll see it.
No, it doesn't. It matters how many people are like.
If there's like if there's like a genocide or something, no, you're not going to see that happen as much because they are dead.
Or if they just lose all legitimacy, right? Like if something doesn't seem legitimate anymore, then people just gonna scatter and then it's just gone. It's dead,
But I'm basically just saying that it happens all the time. Maybe not every time. It happens all the time. You can and it's not specifically just a right wing thing.
Sure.
It'll happen. I mean the entire reason for like
name all those left hand groups that came back just like the Nazis did.
No, I basically. I'm saying
the neo there's all sorts of great groups that are called neo blank.
He's the last.
All right.
What?
We'll find them.
There's not. You're saying like it can happen with not radical groups, and I'm trying to point out like name a group.
I'm not saying they show up in a violent sense and start acting violently. Like that's not necessarily what I mean by a spring. What
I'm saying at all either. I'm just saying like name a group that wasn't a horrible group that was pushed down and then came back afterwards.
Well, I mean, basically what I'm kind of getting at is like, for example, pride parades are specifically like a way of expressing themselves, dealing with a bunch of people that are still like, why are you so loud? And it's because they're being pushed down.
It's never gonna work.
Well, that's besides the point. That's your subjective opinion. But the reason why it's happening is because people have felt oppressed. And anytime there's oppression, there's going to be, or at least generally, a pushback. And that's what we're seeing here. Unfortunately, when it comes to conservative values, they are incredibly aggressive.
We still haven't even gotten to the point where like we can be like, oh yeah, I forgot about the civil rights issues. You know, we're never gonna stable out because of conservatives.
I'm not particularly talking about the future as much as I'm talking about the now, but
okay. Well, the conservatives are going to be now and in the future. So.
Well, I mean, like, yeah, you can see them trying to, basically, like, I mean, if you, did you watch the Leisha Miller video that I sent you on 2025?
I watch her occasionally, but yeah, I've heard. I mean, I've watched enough content covering Project 2025 for me to be very familiar with.
Okay, well,
I knew the plans. That's why I kept trying to tell you, like, they're going to get in power, and they're going to enable all this stuff that makes gerrymandering look like child's play. Because they were like, hey, here's how we can rig the system so that votes towards conservatives carry more weight towards than, you know, our enemies. And so that way, every election moving forward, we have more secured wins. And then we can just keep, you know, adjusting the balance of power so we can just kind of lean back and you know, be, you know, essentially could achieve nuclear fission. Like, we'll make a self-sustaining success loop.
It's kind of...
that no one can break.
It's basically like an authoritarian...
it's just like every government...
kind of like a monarchy.
Yes, it's boring in that it's happened in so many other countries. It's like, yeah, you just dismantle, you just make everything illegitimate.
Now,
you know, you just do a coup.
But the way that do you know what, like, the most critical, in my opinion, portion of 2025 is if they want to get that done. If they want to do that and they want to do other stuff, they need to shrink the power of the judiciary.
Yeah, because they have full control of everything else.
Yeah, but I mean, like, the judiciary is the only thing that's kind of stopping them right now, and that was in the plan. They expected that, and so now that the judiciary is doing what they fully expected it to do, they're going into full mode saying illegal judges with an agenda, whereas normal presidents, any president, has issued orders that have gotten shot down by judges. It happens. That's just the system. It happens to everybody. Everybody. And they're acting like there's an agenda.
When Trump lost the election, he was like, I didn't really lose. It's like they just do...
Yeah.
They're like, okay, so, like, what's the thing I can do to where I keep getting what I want?
Right. And I mean, literally, I mean, the idea of having judges is to keep there from being a king. That's why it's there. I mean, literally, we fought a war in the late 1700s for this exact thing. I mean, like, it was like, okay, well, we're gonna put together a system that doesn't allow someone to.
Now those same judges are making it so that he, you know, can't repeal the right for gays to marry, which obviously George Washington wouldn't want.
That is basically that kind of stuff. That kind of stuff is like, okay, well, let's, you know, revoking gay marriage, you know, very, very, very hyper conservative and aggressive laws. Those are not going to happen yet. Those are going to happen if they manage to control the judiciary.
Just see what their plans were.
I'm trying to stay educational here and not. Okay. I'm not like going into the. Like,
I would just say when they get rid of the judges that they don't like, not if they get rid of the judges.
Okay.
They don't like.
No. Well, I'm just gonna have to say if. I'm just someone that deals with the facts of the now, and if I say something that's non-canon, it makes me feel bad. So, basically, if they manage to get the judges that they want, because they can't get rid of the judiciary without everyone freaking out, right? That's just a big bad thing to do.
But if you throw $1 million,
well, if you throw $1 million and you get judges that have a more right lean, then you basically control it, right? Because they're people that swear fealty to Trump, right? Yeah. So basically, that's basically the same thing as having no judiciary. If you just have a judiciary that's basically just transparent. And so that's where they're focusing now. I mean, like obviously all these executive laws are going through, and these judges are trying to stop them, and some of them are moving too fast. And it's gotten to the point where literally Elon Musk publicly has told everybody, "I will pay you if you vote."
Well, again, he did
in
that
this
for Trump.
Wisconsin, right? He did that
It was
for
like,
Trump.
I'll
It
pay
is
you
true.
to vote. Yeah,
It is true. He did
He
that,
bought the election.
and that is, but that's in front of everybody. That's in front of
Part of
everyone
this-
saying,
part
"I
of this
will
is
pay
also-
you to shrink the judiciary."
Part of
Literally,
this is
basically
also-
saying, "I will pay you to make this guy king." It's the same
Yes,
thing.
he's rigging.
And it's
Well,
in front of
also to give him
everybody.
power. The Elon Musk dog in the race is that he's facing very serious consequences for some of the things he's done that would be carried out by the judicial branch, to where, like, if another president ever got in power and, you know, they actually were able to actually do shit that they're supposed to do, he could be facing consequences. Like, he could be
I mean,
charged with
it's-
a lot of horrible.
It's basically the same thing for Trump,
This
though.
man-
He
Yeah,
depended on the election.
Sure. Yeah, he had to pardon himself, but Elon needs judges now to where, like, if anyone ever comes after him, like, hey, you tried to destroy our way of life, and we're going to now feed you to a wood chipper. He needs that to never be, you know, a future that he might have to experience, because he lives his life trying to escape consequences using his power.
Well, unfortunately, he.
Yes, he's going to-
I dare say is. Well, he's not super popular.
No.
Right now.
But again, he is always going to get what he wants, and if he wants people like him, he is going to do horrible things to his enemies until people are too afraid to not like him. He's a very vindictive. He's a brain with a lot of wiring.
Well, he's
wired.
very very emotional and
Well, yes,
and
he's
fearful.
gone insane.
Yeah.
He's gone insane.
I mean, as I mentioned to Jacob recently, rich people don't really experience reality in much the
No.
same way as everyone else, and it kind of
Yeah.
they're different. I mean, like they're raised different. The way they go about hurting people is different. They don't
Well,
see
they're
things the same way.
psychopaths.
They're playing a different game. Yeah, and it
They're
does turn them into
If you
psychopaths. People are
if you
numbers to them.
You research Dark Triad traits, and you're like, oh, this is terrifying that I could blow up in a nuclear mushroom cloud because people with Dark Triad traits are the only ones in power, because they're statistically more likely to kill their way to the top.
But-
metaphorically speaking, but
I mean, I think that it's at least, I don't know, it's weird to say, we are definitely doing worse now than we were in early January. You know, that's obvious, but I think that it is at least worth pointing out that when you look at the outcry, it is significant.
Doesn't
I
matter.
don't. I get it. I get it. I get it.
There was outcry during the rise of the Nazi Party, and the only thing that stopped them was America, essentially. So it's like, now that America's, you know, who's going to stop America? America's not going to stop America. So it's like, what if the Nazi Party was as powerful as America? And in that, because again, Germany wasn't all that powerful. I mean, they became powerful, but like they weren't as scary as, like, if, you know, it's kind of like if a rat gets rabies. It's like, oh, that's real bad. Like, it's scary to be trapped in a room with a rat with rabies. But like, what if a Doberman pincer? You're trapped in a room with like a real big dog with rabies. But it's like, oh, I don't want that thing to get infected, because that would be way worse. And America got rabies.
Yeah.
And we're the biggest animal on the planet.
It's pretty easy to track how we got here.
Sure. I mean, everyone knew. It was like, if Trump wins the election, it's over. Like, we're just done.
Well,
Because
no,
they've
I mean that's
organized-
kind of reductive, but yeah, I mean
Well,
yes.
that was the understanding, that they got so organized that it came down to, if Trump wins, they will have so many dominoes lined up that they'll just have a full suite. You know, it'll be game over, because
But I mean-
you know, no one can stop them at that point. And
But
they
I
even
mean-
said that, they're like, once we get back in control, like, you're done. Like, just know that we're going to fully enact every revenge imaginable.
Yeah, and they certainly, I mean, they're certainly going places that I don't think a lot of citizens know that they're going. I think a lot of citizens are just kind of going about their lives
That's why
and not
he's
really
distracting
knowing.
it. He's like, all the citizens know is that he renamed the Gulf of Mexico, because it's like, let's do a bunch of, you know, carnival tricks.
Yeah.
To like, that all the headlines are kooky wacky, and they're like, oh, that Trump guy, and then like, Thing
Well-
is like, oh, also all these militias can start shooting trans people if
Well,
they.
it started out like, you know, you have a lot of meteorologists rolling their eyes, and a lot of them honestly being kind of rather fearful on the news channels because they don't really know what to say. To the point where I remember watching one meteorologist, a weatherman, he's talking about conditions at the Gulf, to which case he just stops and he's like, he just calls it the Gulf because he tweeted like, you know, damned either way. So I mean, at this point, you know, people were just kind of like, oh, I don't know what to say. I don't want a bunch of rabid freaks after me.
Well, now, I mean, yeah, Trump's, and that's the whole thing is they're always like, oh, all you woke people are turning everything, you know, you're turning into identity politics. It's like, no, you're doing. It's like, you know, now we can't even say our pronouns without you triggering us. It's like now you just turn the Gulf of Mexico into
right. But it's basically, it's basically
like,
to them they see it as you threw this at me, I'm gonna throw it at you. They obviously to them they see it as a proportionate response. They see it as equal. They don't fully grasp our intentions, so they just kind of focus on theirs. Now, where I was kind of going was it started out that way. Meteorologists were rather annoyed with this, and then like Elon Musk starts taking apart, you know, like these agencies that send out weather balloons and people to scope out hurricanes, and everyone's being fired left and right. Now the scientists are like, they are fucking mad. They are insanely mad.
Well,
like
what's unfortunate about that is that they will be destroyed. Like, anyone that tries to fight back, Elon and Trump are not shy about being like, oh, by the way, like, you've lost everything because, you know, I'm now going to replace you with this clown.
But, I mean, like, I think that at some point, it might not be you, and it might not be me, but we're gonna see a Gorman.
Yeah, no matter, I mean, sure, there'll be a massacre. That won't affect them in any way. Like, Trump and Elon.
Maybe not, but I'm just saying, I see that happening. A lot of people, because, like, here's the thing, raising prices is bad and annoying, and no one likes it, and everyone gets mad at it. But being fired and having companies have to like restructure entirely.
What are they gonna do? They're gonna light a Tesla on fire.
Well, yeah,
on fire.
And you know that's a legal protest.
Even if there is a nuclear war, Trump and Elon are gonna die with smiles on their faces. It's like they're gonna be safe. They're gonna get everything they wanted out of life. Their middle fingers are going to be out as like their last final act.
Well, yeah, but I mean, they're not human, so I understand. They don't function the same way. So
it doesn't, to them it doesn't matter. I mean, again, when the Capitol was being sieged, and like they were talking with Trump, and they're like, people are going to get hurt, like someone's already died, and his response was like, yeah, but they're not after me.
Right.
Like he straight up said, yeah, they're not after me, so I don't care. Like, he only cares if a mob's coming after him. He's like, they can kill,
yeah.
Trump by his entrails.
Trump no doubt didn't know about how security procedures would work there. That he didn't know. He didn't
Why
know.
Why didn't he act concerned? Why wasn't he?
He wasn't.
This is a private chat.
Literally,
this is a private chat, so he's not doing it to save face.
Yeah.
Like, that's him in private. In private, if you told Trump the mob is descending upon innocent people, his honest reaction would be, yeah, but they're coming after me. I don't care. Like, why are you telling me this?
I mean, like, he sent them, obviously he can say that he didn't, but obviously he sent them against everyone else. And I mean, like, if the right procedures weren't taken, and if law enforcement didn't do what it was supposed to do, we would have a lot of dead politicians, including conservative politicians, including Mike Pence, who would definitely be dead at this point. I mean, it was wild. Literally, like, you know, I remember watching 7 hours of that broadcast.
I pretty much knew America was like down after that point. I was like, you know, even after Biden won, I was like, this is like,
the reason why I was definitely worried was I was thinking like, well, now the entire world knows that we have no security, you know, because I mean, like, apparently you can just do that.
It's like when you don't take a third world country seriously, you know, because like they have a military coup and you watch everyone like overrunning the parliament and everything, and then like the general, some military general gets put in charge, and then he's assassinated, and then some like other politician, then another mob comes through, and it's like after that happens 16 times, you're like, okay, this country is kind of like, you know, it's a mess, and then you're like, okay, that doesn't happen here because we have systems in place, and then once you see like, oh no one cares about the systems, and then you're like, oh, this is just some small country in South Africa, except just on a larger scale.
I mean, honestly, well, no, I guess it's not fair to say that a lot of security is illusion, but it's not, that's not the case for the government. The government should be the most hyper secure.
Security theater is like, you rely on that a lot, you know, that's why stuff didn't happen before 9/11, because you're like, you know, people just kind of thought that all this stuff was going on, and that was enough to prevent people from doing shit.
But in terms of government, like, you know, obviously that's a very hot topic lately with Signalgate.
This is something I know a lot about and that's a good example of the fact that all these systems seem secure based on your mental expectations. You know, you think that everywhere in the White House has cameras on it. You think, oh, that glass is probably bulletproof. You think, oh, they probably have.
Well, I don't anymore. I haven't since 2021.
Yeah, but the security theater has to be in place because, you know, systems, due to chaos theory, you know, there's always going to be things fall apart. There's always unexpected. It's always the thing you least expect. You know, Trump almost got shot because they weren't watching a roof, and they were kind of like, they thought someone else was watching the roof.
Yeah. It's like
stuff like that.
Nothing's going to be perfect. I mean,
everything. Yeah,
there's going to be human error.
Complex systems will always fail. And even in some machine as large as the U.S. government that tries to put on the front of like, oh, everything, you know, this, don't even try anything, because it's, you know, you're dead before you even started. It's like, no, like, it's not there's no perfect thing. Their software has gaps. We're still running things on outdated systems. You know, there's funding problems. Obviously, human error, you know, communication errors. Everyone's just a monkey with a keyboard, so like people are gonna make mistakes and add people to group chats and
I was gonna say, that being said, Signalgate was not a failure of the system. It was definitely a failure of the people, because that was literally the system was,
every system has
it's dependent on the people to abide by the system.
That's how cybersecurity works. But no, security theater is very, like, you have to keep that appearance, because your best bet is for people to not even try anything, because they just assume that because they're like, because it's like, he might be looking, and
you know,
I mean, Vsauce took pictures in the White House bathroom, and he's like, this is technically illegal. He's like, this is the most illegal thing I've ever done. You're not supposed to take pictures in the White House.
That's like the most illegal thing he owns.
Yeah, I think
the most illegal thing I own. This guy's nuts. But I mean, that's certainly true, and the riot really showcased how much that
again, that's the thing, is when that illusion starts to crumble, you start to get a sinking feeling, because it's like, well, I always knew everything was, you know, kind of fake. The more and more crazy people catch on to that, because that's what you're really guarding against, is crazy people.
Right, you don't want them. You don't want them to know.
Because smart people know about security theater. They're like, okay, I get that maybe, you know, there's not cameras everywhere, but that kind of like super paranoid guy, he's always like, they got the bugs in my walls, you know. He thinks that there's stuff everywhere, and when he starts to learn, oh, there's not, then he's like, I can start mailing pipe bombs to people, you know.
Yeah.
And he's got time for that, and he's got, you know,
he's got the pipe bombs.
His life. He's got his life to dedicate to that, you know, and that's when you get these small little militias in Ohio and shit. And like, once they learn that it's actually not bulletproof glass on the motorcade, well, it is. The cars they drive the president around in are very robust. But you get the idea. There's once they understand you can run through the fences, they will try to run through the fences.
Yeah, I mean, like, that kind of is something that we're seeing a lot currently, with not just security, but like, also our law system.
Because, well, I was going to say, Russia's attack on Ukraine, everyone was like, oh, Russia's super powerful. And it's like, no, you know, they got beat up. You know, they were super relying on Ukraine folding, because they were like, we're the Russian military. No one, you know, there's a certain psychological aspect to it. And then they were put to the test, and it's like, oh, actually, all these systems that we thought were really good fell apart because they're all Soviet-era tanks, you know. And yeah, the judicial system, too, because everything is
It's
made
all
up.
on the honor
Everything-
system. It's all
Yeah,
just.
everything-
It's all just.
yeah.
We expect you to abide
So,
by the
yeah.
rules.
And that's why Elon just ignores everything. Because
Yeah,
judges are
Elon-
like,
both-
hey, you owe this. You're under arrest for this. You need to report to court at this date. And he just says,
No.
what if I don't?
Yeah.
And
I
then
mean,
they're like,
it's-
well,
it's like,
actually,
we've got a library of papers you need to sign here to make sure this and this
Yeah.
and this and this, and he's like, but what if I
he's
don't?
like-
and I post a picture of Pepe the Frog, and
Yeah,
it's like,
well,
no.
it's an experiment to see if, what if, can the richest man in the world really just do whatever he wants? And the answer predictably was yes.
Well,
and
yeah.
he's like laughing because he's like, ha ha. And it's like, it's really not that clever. Like, we all knew that, any one of us, if we were in that position, could do whatever we want. It's just that, it would be bad.
Yeah, you kind of hope against hope that someone who has a lot of money would instead be like, I'm gonna feed the homeless, instead of saying I'm gonna strip USAID of every
or
penny
cut-
they have. In fact,
cut
it no
Social
longer
Security.
exists now
Yeah,
at all.
401ks are all. Yeah, we're gonna get rid of Social Security. Yeah, and that's why when you were bringing up, like, isn't this whole thing of crashing the stock market, isn't this just planned so they can do this? It's like, no, it's chaos. Trump has no clue. He's never gonna pull the brakes on the tariffs because he's like, it's gonna work. I need my legacy. Blah blah blah. And it's like someone needs to rip him away, from the decision making on that front, because he will just keep driving the car towards the cliff and hoping that the ledge plays chicken. Not understanding that, like, that's not how this works.
Well, I
it's
don't.
Not a,
there's a lot he doesn't understand. He
but
showcases
now-
that all the time.
But he does that, and then people do the 5G chess thing, where they're like, actually, it is wise. Our leader is doing the wise thing because blah blah blah. It's like,
yeah.
that's not what any of the analysts are saying.
Well, I get that, but they don't trust the analysts, so that's never a good,
Sure.
Basically, experts
The analysts don't have a
experts
merch
are globalist elites in all cases.
Yeah.
That's what they say. You're not going to
They're
get
out
anywhere
to make,
by bringing
they're
out.
just out. Yeah, they're just out to make money. Where Trump has a
Trump
perfume
isn't
line.
out to get money because he has
Yeah.
a long history of ethical
shoe sales.
decisions. Yeah.
Crypto meme coins.
He's definitely an incredibly intelligent person.
What is he even doing with the money he's trying to, like... he even employed, like, the richest person in the world. Like, doesn't that make you look bad and feel bad that, like, this guy has more power and money than you? When, your goal is to, like, not feel like you're,
it was
broke?
definitely Elon's end of the deal for whatever they struck during the campaign trail.
Yes, one of them is the flea, the other one's the dog, and Trump does not.
I mean, the same thing
Not the
goes.
dog.
The same thing goes for RFK. I mean, like, RFK obviously was running.
Yeah, he was losing, and it was like a roller. He, like, bowed down, and he's like, "Please add me to your royal court."
He was
of
running for
power.
president. He wasn't running for any health position. He wasn't running for anything of the sort. Not at all. Nothing to do with that. And then when he just gave in and obviously donated his money to
Well, it's
Trump's
because
campaign trail, it was like,
Well,
I just need to put you somewhere. You're a loyalist, obviously.
Yeah. The
And that's
Trump
where he put
team
him.
was afraid of not him winning, but of the votes he was drawing away. They're like, oh, so many people that hate Trump are going to vote for him, and that can hurt our... They were legitimately afraid that they were going to lose. Like, they were sweating that Trump wasn't going to, be able to pull it together. Because no one had a surefire knowledge of who was going to win. Everyone just assumed Kamala was going to win. And I kept hearing people would be asked, like, why do you think it's for sure Kamala's going to win? And almost all of them, at least the bulk of the responses that I committed to memory, were people just saying, because I'm too terrified to think of what will happen if she doesn't. They were just like, why are you so sure that you think Trump's going to lose? It's like, because like, obviously, I'm going to kill myself if he doesn't.
I understand that, but I never understood that line of thinking because as like someone that just always thinks about. It's
I mean,
like
they had
you
good
can't-
reasons. They had good reasons for thinking, like, obviously, it's historical precedent would show that he's probably going to lose for various reasons.
To be fair, he did lead an insurrection against the United States, a microcosm civil war. We hadn't seen a civil war since the Civil War. I mean, basically, it was basically the Civil War
to those
too.
hippies.
I mean, it basically was. It's like the Civil War too.
Hey,
just very
well,
small.
the only one
He
to
led
die
that.
was on their side, so.
Yeah, well, I mean, I believe.
Well, no, the couple cops
I believe there were some officers, and other officers, I believe, died from You know, the stress was too much, and
Yeah.
and it's. I mean, honestly, we don't talk about that enough. The insurrection the insurrection was basically the beginning of, I guess you can just do that, and
yeah,
that's
it broke.
That's just, I mean, that's the whole, that's like the foundation of all of this, and we don't talk about it enough. Literally, I sat there, well, I didn't watch the inauguration, obviously, but everyone at that inauguration, at least most people, were probably thinking, this guy was trying to get us killed. Was trying to get us fucking killed, death. We're not talking fired.
Yeah.
We're not talking demoted. We're talking just fucking primally killed,
yeah, he
like a
jokes about
tribe.
He jokes about killing Hillary and stuff. I think the most depressing historical, like, my favorite fact about Hitler is that he killed himself. Like, that's a great.
That's my favorite fact.
But like, we're never gonna get that with Trump. Like, it was so he
No.
almost got killed.
Yeah.
That's gonna be the thing, is being like, oh, an inch to the left could have stopped everything.
I was doing a USP stream when you texted me that.
Yeah.
I was in the middle of an unofficial Elder Scrolls Pages stream, and I got the text, and obviously it's not showing up on the stream, but I'm looking over, I'm like, well, that's that happened.
Yeah.
Now, I was honestly kind of glad it didn't get worse, because I was like, oh, that would have sealed the deal, and
would have been better.
well,
it's one of those Vulcan logic situations of like, it would have been bad for a little while, but in the long run, it would have been better. I
was just sitting here thinking like that, like it would essentially hyper demonize.
I don't.
But then again, the shooter wasn't necessarily the most liberal person.
Well,
He
they
was a
don't
Trump
care
voter.
about that. Obviously, they.
I know.
They
I
don't.
know.
They're not going to believe. They're going to be like, Biden sent him because of the clouds that speak to me.
And all the people at the insurrection were paid actors at Antifa.
Yeah.
And despite all the people who were there were imprisoned and also making posts on Twitter and shit about being there, and they're like,
And
we're
how
happy.
A lot of
that
them
we're
were
here.
actual famous celebrities too. Were
Yeah,
also.
and yeah, I mean, like, imagine being called a paid actor for being a patriot, or at least what you considered to be a patriot, right?
Yeah,
I mean, like, you're
Trump's
like, I put my life
talking
on the
up.
line. Everyone's like, you're a
Trump's
paid
like,
actor.
Trump's like, I love these guys. Like, I love my fans.
Yeah,
that
yeah.
did this horrible crime.
Never. I mean, like, we don't talk enough about the push against, like, okay, well, if you're an illegal immigrant and you commit a crime, you're obviously the scum of the earth, and we will dehumanize you to the utmost degree. But if you lead an insurrection against the United States government, trying to literally kill people, break property, whatever, and you get pardoned for
that's what I
that
was
because
gonna
you're a
say.
citizen and you're a Trump lover.
The Trump supporters, like, when Trump's inauguration went off without a hitch, like, they were calling liberals pussies. They're, like, you guys didn't try shit. Like, we just steamrolled over you and you just let us do it. Basically saying, like, you guys didn't try to do this super awesome crawling over the barricades like we did. And it's like, you know what you would have said if we did do that?
Yeah.
Like, you want to know what you would have done?
I
don't think you would have been like, what? I have such mad respect for all the liberals that, tried to overthrow Trump's regime. No, they would have been like, you're fucking animals, we need to mow them down, like, set the landmines.
Yeah. That would have been. I mean, like, just recently, these massive protests that happened yesterday or today at Tesla, because there was a new organized event.
Sure, that was
someone
totally
had run a car into the protest. I don't entirely know the results of that. I feel like I would, if it was very, very bad, I feel like I would have heard about what it was, but that was at least attempted. And I mean, like, it's obviously gotta get worse than that. By the way, I saw my first Cybertruck on Friday. Never seen one before.
I see a Cybertruck almost every day.
Well, I work on Mountain Creek.
I've had days where I see 2 Cybertrucks in a day.
Okay, I don't know. Are you proud? Like, it's
No,
like,
I'm
I
just
stub
saying,
my
they
toe
are.
5 times a day.
I'm just saying.
I work by Mountain Creek. It's not the
They're not a
busiest street.
unicorn. It's not a super rare thing, but
It's a super rare thing for the street
Okay.
that doesn't really get much business. Ooh, nice.
I
Thunder.
honestly, it's like, it's a horrible car that looks horrible, and so I never feel like there's no like jealousy. I'm always like, oh my god, that poor guy is driving a Cybertruck.
Yeah, at the I mean, like Cybertrucks are a statement now. It's basically a flag.
Again, they
so-
politicized it. They're always like, you guys are politicizing everything, and let me make this car a political issue.
Right.
Yeah.
And I mean, like I've seen right now, like Elon Musk is doing interviews and stuff, and I don't it's almost like he's written to be upset. Like he's not even hiding it. He's pretty fucking sad about what's happening, and he says I don't deserve it, and you know he's pretty upset. He gave a speech at Tesla, which they recorded and I guess aired somewhere, because we did have footage, and he was talking to the Tesla employees, telling them everything was fine. And he was, but it was literally the most unconvincing, cringeworthy, almost like a skit from The Office speech about how everything's fine. And I'm like,
if he snaps, like, this is gonna get real bad, because like
but
it's almost to the
he's
point
already
where
snapped.
it's like
He's
hidden class that you don't want to snap, and so like we might want to tone it down a bit, like, because if you set him off, it could be.
I think that
I mean, he likes developing chainsaws and flamethrowers.
He wouldn't do shit himself, obviously. he'd be hiding.
But he's arming people.
Yeah. But I mean, like, I definitely am not on team. Let him like he'll do whatever he wants anyway, because I mean he tried to buy out votes in Wisconsin, and I've been watching Wisconsin and being really nervous, and
just assume he's gonna win. That'll
maybe
take a lot of the nervous
he
off.
might it might go that way, but the fact that Musk was like openly buying votes, which I'm sitting here going like that can't happen. That's literally, you just can't let that happen.
He did it with the president. If he did it with the presidency, why not do it with some?
But the thing is, though, is that he's a little bit more in the public eye now, and people tracked him down, and now people from Wisconsin are trying to sue. They're going to fail, but they're trying to sue over him attempting that. Now he pulled out of doing it because he knew that now everyone knows it's illegal. He knew it was illegal to start with, no doubt. Yeah. It's just common sense. You can't buy votes. That's just common sense. It's illegal. But when it was pointed out to the American public that it was illegal and he's doing it, he stopped. And that's basically all we have is basically. But I don't quite know why he's afraid of being known as doing something illegal, but he did back out of it.
He's not afraid of his look. He's only afraid of consequences. He's like, will this potentially?
Oh yeah, I guess he's probably afraid of more riots, but they ain't gonna stop anyway. I mean, like, nothing could stop. Like, what could stop the riots?
He's more afraid of like legal repercussions. So it's like he needs the judges in place, and he's like, okay, then I can start. You know.
Yeah, but I mean, like, they might not be in place. I don't know.
I would just assume.
Maybe again.
And it's like, again, even if they aren't put in place, they're still gonna like just find other ways around stuff. Like they have a plan B, they have a plan C. It's all.
Yeah, I mean, like.
We're also only in the first quarter of 4 years.
Yes, but I've been spending a lot of time getting the general social scope, and also looking at percentages of like his approval rating and whatnot, like not just Trump, but also Musk and how much people trust him and want him to be doing what he's doing.
Musk should not have an approval rating.
Well, he does.
I know,
people ask what their opinion is of this guy, and here's the thing: he was not advertised this way during the campaign trail. There was no Doge. There was nothing. There was nothing, and it was just Donald Trump saying, "I'll cut down fraud," and Project 2025 saying, "Whoever is president will cut down on fraud by establishing an executive department." That was what Project 2025 said, and then here comes Doge, which is that exact department in Project 2025.
Wow!
It did not take form in the way that anyone would have predicted, I don't think, but Doge was it, and. So here comes Elon Musk doing this thing, and it's like no one particularly asked for a torch and burn of cut fraud. I mean, like when Trump was talking about cut fraud, I feel like a lot of people were like, okay, well they're going to methodically go through all these employees and trim out the people who aren't doing their job. Instead, these kids are going through and just getting rid of loads of people by the boatloads. Not even really. Basically, they're
It's such
targeting.
a comical thing to be like, they employ babies. It's like, who should we determine to like make an educated decision? Just like someone who like can't even like spell properly.
Well,
maybe?
listen. If it pisses you off, that's why he did it. That's just how he works.
Well, yeah,
if it pisses you off,
obviously, it's like,
he likes people
would a
complaining
baby
about it.
in charge to be president.
Right. That's just how it works. If it pisses you off, he's gonna do it, and he's gonna keep doing that forever.
Man, I'd
That's
be
just how he
pissed
works.
off if like he strung together a coherent sentence and
Yeah.
like started to like.
I
maybe
sure would
show
be
humility for his
sure would be pissed off if he fed the poor.
triggered the libs with competency.
Yeah, yeah, he sure would show us, wouldn't he? But no. So that's kind of where he's at, and the American people didn't vote for that particularly. They voted for no doubt. It sounds
Hey,
better on the
my-
campaign trail. It sounds
my
way better.
Trump voting manager, that's like super, drain the swamp. I mean, just super.
Anti-globalist elites drain the swamp.
Everything, yeah, everything pro-Trump. When that federal employee from the IRS came through and was talking about, like how the department is faring psychologically, and like she seemed super stressed, and like she was like obviously very not happy talking about this, and just cluelessly, my manager talking is just talking about like, yeah, there was just so much bloat in like these departments, so many people in all these people that they fired just weren't, it was just a waste of money, and like obviously she's just going on about how great all the stuff Elon is doing is to this federal employee who, like, I could very much tell was not how she was framing what was going on.
She's like, we're all dying, and he's like, isn't it great?
Yeah, no, they're both
fantastic. Yeah, it's funny how at some points you can be saying the exact same thing, and two people are gonna have completely different viewpoints.
Well, yeah, my manager was very much every time I had to hear so many conspiracy theories about Kamala Harris talking about like in her memoir. How she had a picture of her with her grandma, but it turns out they dug into who the picture was of, and it wasn't her grandma. Or like there was another picture in there of her childhood, and it was actually photoshopped. And I started to ask her, I'm like, and she's like, God, like who does she think we are, like doing this? And I'm like, what would happen? Like, what is the end goal there? I mean, I straight up asked, like, because she was talking about like the the plots and stuff, and I'm like, what's the plot? Like. She puts a picture of an old lady in her memoir, says it's her grandma, and it's not her grandma, which then leads to
her presidency.
Yeah, I mean, I put it more tactfully, but I very much was curious to hear the response because she was obviously, like laughing and rolling her eyes, like, they think they're gonna get away with this. And
okay, so what was the
get
response?
away with what?
Like, did she have a reason?
Anytime I've done like a question like this, like there was the guy at the roofing company who was like going on about how the Earth is young and like all these, obviously the same talking point. He was what's the PC for dumb country person? He had a high school education, maybe. He maybe had a high school.
High school education, maybe.
Everything he's saying is from whatever church he goes to. I just brought up, there's layers in geological history, that it's a layer, and there's another layer with a nest in it, like a dinosaur lays a nest, has eggs in it, and then a layer on top. Well, if the Great Flood comes through and it's laying all these layers down really quickly, like in a day. So you're saying a layer of mud gets put down, right? This is all underwater. A layer of mud gets put down. An animal lays a nest with eggs in it, and this is in the span of 5 minutes, and another layer gets put down. At the bottom of the ocean. How are we showing that animals are like displaying living traits in between layers? It's one of those things where like I ask a question just like this, and then I wait because I'm curious to hear what the response is, and then like I just never that you can just tell like they don't understand the question, they just move on to their next talking point. It was like that where I'm like, what's the plan? Why are they doing this? And then they're just like, well, because Biden, blah blah, and then it's like, oh, you didn't really. Like, the gears aren't actually turning of your own accord. You just have the track.
Yeah. I... Like, recently, I was listening to... I've been listening to Ear Biscuits again. And, like... Someone asked a question... Someone sent a question in asking about, like... Oh, I've got a new neighbor, and he's really... He's nice, and I was like, midway through a conversation with him until he mentions that that he believes the Earth is flat, and then I laugh a little bit, and then as the conversation proceeds, it becomes clear that he is not joking, and he fully believes that the Earth is flat. And so he also believes in something called I forget what it was, some era of like forerunners, some era of forerunners that.
It's always a link. So it's always like, oh, the one crazy thing. Let's pull this thread and see what other ones.
So
and it's always the Jews. Always comes back to the Jews somehow.
Yeah, it's always got to be incorporating some kind of racism.
It's always a shock if there's not some anti-Semitic horror.
Yeah.
It's like, wow, I'm impressed you haven't got to that level yet, and if they haven't, just give it a forward.
So yeah, they were talking about that, and as pretty much like Rhett was pretty much saying what I say, and that when people are like this, it's kind of the difference between people who want adventure versus people who want knowledge. Knowledge can be boring. Knowledge can be boring and uninspiring sometimes. Knowledge can be complicated and not super.
I think it's cool that the Earth is round.
Round is a cool shape, and it can be cool. I'm not saying like that the Earth being round is boring. I'm just saying that when you believe what is, it's not fun. There's no adventure to it. There's no
plot. There's no plot.
There's no
story.
You're not the underdog believing in something that is, being hidden. There's no, but if you're just learning something for the sake of learning because you're actually interested in the universe, that's a whole different kind of love for knowledge.
Here's the thing. On the same vein, yes, but it's more that people like narratives. They like a story, because when the world is flat, they never just say it's flat for natural causes. It's flat, and then there's a story to it. They wait to tell you and here's why, and then it's like, oh, and then it's always, like you're saying some previous Age of Forerunners,
right.
And then there was aliens, and then some gods of Babylon, blah blah. And it's because in reality, just saying it's round because gravity, because objects with mass attract other objects, and so they all form evenly, in a spherical structure. And it's like, well, what's the story? What's the plot? Who are the good guys? Who are the bad guys? What's the the beginning chapter? How do I fit into all this?
Yeah, I remember when Ryan was really into conspiracy theories, not necessarily flat Earth, but he was really into conspiracy theories, and I had talked to him why, and obviously, he's pretty smart, at least to the point where he definitely said that he liked it because he liked the excitement, and that makes you just realize you're like, they're in it for a story.
Well, it's like in my head, it's always like, well, then what about the conflicting ideas? Do you just pick the ones that are the most exciting? It's kind of like religion. It's like, do you pick your religion based on the one that's most exciting?
Well, you don't usually. Obviously, religion is generally based on what you're born into or where you're born.
Sure, conspiracies can be the same.
I guess so. But my question is, humans like narratives, and humans like stories. So
yeah.
So basically, that's why we see a lot of people who are nerds and they're really into science and stuff. They also tend to be really into franchises, Star Wars.
Well, yeah, they like fantasy that's understood to be fantasy,
right?
Because it's and then you can do whatever you want.
Exactly. So my question is, why don't these people just get into, hyperfixate on something? Get into Warhammer. That won't end.
They want to know. Because it's always how it relates to them, right? So any conspiracy theorist has a level of paranoia because of how they fit into the conspiracy. They are a character in this scenario. So they understand the truth, and so the elites are, they're part of the group that's being targeted.
I don't know, if they want personal drama, then join the mafia or something. I don't know. If you want to be part of something, you want to be part of some
the
drama.
Bar of entry. So here's the other thing: lowest common denominator, right? So it's the bar of entry it's as easy as any religion. You just gotta say you believe it, and then you're part of it. Way easier than joining the mafia. So
yeah, you probably have to pass.
Yeah. Can you imagine?
It's harder
how
to get into the mafia than being president.
If you had to actually do something to be a Christian, there'd be far less of them. The fact that you can just
personally, even to get saved, I just had to say some words, and I
I
get a Jolly Rancher. So
yeah, you gotta because I was it was like you have to think the thought do you have to think the thought in the right way? Like, is there a correct way to cast the spell? Because
there a correct
I always
language?
understood a belief is not a real thing. You guys know that, right? Like a belief is it's a word you say.
Well, I mean, as soon as you cross that threshold, you're kind of deconstructing the foundation of the entire system.
Which is why I don't think I was ever fully a Christian. I don't think there was ever a part of my life where I was that just in a canoe being carried along the stream without questioning.
Now, I know that like they're not on the exact same page as us particularly, but I don't know if this was the same episode. I don't think so, but I had just recently listened to the Ear Biscuit that was their deconstruction episode, because they do that yearly now, and they decided to combine it. So Rhett and Link did their combined. So what they did was they took questions about people who were deconstructing from their faith, various different faiths, and the struggles that they felt, and it was kind of honestly pretty heartbreaking sometimes listening to that.
Yeah, I mean, I listened to the same the Thinking Atheist podcast. Obviously had special episodes like that, and yeah, it's always.
I mean, like when people put in their questions, I tend to think like everything's so hard already. Like the world is so hard, and
people
you don't
lose their
you
whole
shouldn't
family.
you
Like,
shouldn't
their
have
whole
to
life will be destroyed.
You shouldn't have to deal with this. I mean, like there's so much other stuff to deal with.
That's why I always think about, like, can you imagine just how many calories throughout human history have been wasted about people just worried about nothing? Like how many tears have been shed by parents because they think their kid's going to hell? It's like none of it was real. Like you all could have saved yourself so much stress, so much wear and tear on your bodies, chapters of your life that were labeled as misery because of like stuff that was never real. And you're gonna die, and you're never gonna know that it was all made up and that you wasted so many emotions and opportunities that you pass by because you're like, oh well, I feel like God was telling me not to marry him, and just like that it's all bullshit. Like you could have
Yeah, like if you don't marry someone because they're not Christian, but you instead go for someone else because they are Christian, you might end up getting a much worse person.
They're an axe murderer,
But they got a question about what was it? They got a question about obviously your moral compass, which is a very classic question about religion.
Well, how can you have morals without Christianity?
Right. So
oh my god.
Now
I just want to.
Okay. What?
It's just relevant, and I want to get it out before it's not relevant. So Michaela and I are watching a playthrough of Avowed. Bastion Slot's playing it.
Hey.
And it's really interesting that there's an ancient civilization on the island that they're called the Godless. They had no god, and obviously the gods are a big aspect in the way the world works because there's like a reincarnation cycle and everything. And the archaeologists uncovering these ruins are so confused because they're like, this is a whole civilization. Like, what they had goals and aspirations. Somehow they had morals and they weren't killing themselves. And they're like, how was all of this accomplished in the absence of gods? They're like, how would, they're like, what did they live for? What did these people dream about? Like, why were they not constantly killing each other? It was just this whole academic debate because they're in shock that this godless civilization was so advanced and so,
How does this even work?
Apparently. They're like, they had art and music without our gods. Like,
There's got to be something. Keep looking.
Yeah.
I remember a long time ago, I had this vague idea for like a story about a like civilization that's like entirely science based and entirely like science based and has nothing, and it literally like they don't even like religion isn't even a thing that they think about. It's like an nonsensical thought that has never occurred to like anyone. They all they care about is the facts. And like
I feel like there's a lot of sci-fi.
Maybe, but I was thinking like the story would be like they're dealing with like an enemy faction, and the enemy faction like has these goals that they don't understand, and they finally reach the very, very top, of solving this mystery and trying to meet their big bad leader, and it turns out the leader doesn't exist and is a fictional entity that is a god, and they just can't understand what the fuck a god is. Like, it's a person that doesn't exist, and you're
all dying
this is
for it,
all
yeah.
on some form of factless faith, and like they can't fully comprehend what it is, and
I
so like
feel
it's
bad that you're
this
killing them,
moment
'cause you're like, God,
Yeah,
they're all throwing themselves at their guns
because they're
of something
misled,
that doesn't
right?
exist,
Yeah. So I was thinking like it would be a culture that just can't fathom the fact that someone would even think of that. It just doesn't make any sense. It's like, where is your leader? And it's like, our leader is non-existent, and it's like, what does that even mean? And I
think
thought,
at that point you would just assume that your enemy faction is just insane.
well, I mean, that,
Oh
yeah,
my God, they've
yeah,
all lost their
but
mind.
like then obviously they would be coming to terms with just figuring out what religion is for the first time. So that I had that idea, but that aside, the moral barometer, moral compass question
Which can only
that
come
they
from
got
God.
was
Our God
now,
specifically, because every other religion kills all their citizens.
I remember having a conversation once with someone, I don't know who, and their argument was that morality, that God isn't just moral, but like morality in essence is like a metaphysical cosmic aspect of what God is, which I don't
never even got. Why do we need an explanation for like why I'm not killing everybody?
Well,
Like,
I know-
a magic permeated thing. That's why you're not killing me right now, because there's a field that comes from God, and it's like
basically
it's like why it's like asking why isn't that rock bumping into the other rock? It's like there's a field keeping it. It's just not bumping into the other rock. Like there's no magic field keeping it from doing it.
So basically, they would say, like, if an atheist would not steal or not hurt somebody, it would be basically they're invoking the power of a god they don't believe in.
Sure.
So that's essentially what.
Which again, it's like you're giving an explanation for something that doesn't need one. You know.
Yeah, basically, but basically, it's a retroactive explanation because it's like
Yeah,
we need
you're
to make
always
this
saying
work.
like I am so right that
Yeah.
even when you don't think what I think, you're actually doing
Right.
you're in my magic system. I
It's-
wrote you into my.
It's
story.
a desperate form of domination. That's kind of
And
childlike.
you could say the same thing. It's like actually Quetzalcoatl of the Aztecs is doing all this, even if you don't think so. The reason you don't think so is because Quetzalcoatl is making you not think that. Yeah.
But yeah, basically, yeah, Rhett was like, it's just basically like, he's like, the general, my moral compass is generally what causes less harm to a society. You know, it's generally like, oh, I don't steal because the person wants the thing.
Yeah.
And that would make them sad, and that's just instinctively would not be good. And obviously,
Well,
I
that's
don't hurt
why,
people
like-
for that reason. And
That's why like Terry Pratchett's monologue on sin being like it's when you treat people like objects. Like anything where you treat a person like a thing is sin.
right. And that's pretty simple, but if you're religious, it's kind of hard to. I mean, like that makes sense
Well,
to like
religious people always overcomplicate things. It's like it's way simpler than even.
It's so complicated.
Yeah, it's like there's a complicated system. You got to do this, and then this technically counts as adultery, and then this is this. It's like, no, man, just chill, just don't.
Yeah, I didn't realize.
And ironically, that makes them commit more atrocities. Like trying to not commit atrocities makes them worse.
Yeah, because they basically, I mean, there's like I mentioned, there is a point where, I mean, we're like it just in reference to Christianity. Christianity is at a point, and it's probably always been at this point where it's not about saving people as much as it is about, well, rather it's not about, you know, loving people like their God supposedly says to. It's more about trying to follow the plan and save as many as possible because that's what God said to do. So basically, it's kind of sad. Well, it's kind of sad to see, because when people are like, you're sinning and I'm going to stop you, they're basically, even though they kind of get lost in their religious rage at times, it's kind of like the fundamental is, I'm trying to save you because I literally think that's a bad thing. I was told it's a bad thing. When in reality, it's like, when you take a step back, it's like you're wasting so much time on nothing, so much time and
And
effort.
unfortunately, they're successfully spreading it to other people, and those people waste their lives on it. Like every time, it's always framed as a happy thing. Like, we converted 500 people at this mission event, and it's like, oh my god, like your brain can't fathom even that 500 number, and that is small.
They converted me too, and here I am.
Yes, like you sweep through. Well, that was there's different levels. Like kids born into it statistically have an easier time getting out of it than people that are
because once you reach a certain age, it gets hard.
It's kind of like how everyone always converts in prison. It's like everyone always becomes a Christian once they go to prison. It's like that's a different kind of Christian. The raving, paranoid, delusional person on the street corner, they're a different kind, and there's different levels of how easy it is to break out of. It's kind of like how pastors' kids always leave the faith. It's easier for some people, even if they're quote unquote converted. And you're technically not even converted if you're born into it. You never have a chance.
I mean,
I would say it's easier to come out of it because, like, if you didn't believe in it and then you start believing in it, that means that like your logical thinking skills weren't there to begin with, and you're probably gonna have a hell of a time getting out of it. Whereas if you were born into it,
you really haven't had time to like come up with your logical way of thinking.
Yeah, that doesn't
say
say anything about your logical. If anything, you're going to start picking it apart more because it's all you've ever known from the beginning. Whereas if it's like new and shiny and you're like 30 years old when you first join in, and like your life is a mess and you're looking for a solution, and for some reason you're not thinking critically about like, well, why this religion and not some ancient religion on Madagascar 3,000 years ago? You're just going to do it because it's popular.
I've got Moz 2011 says you could argue that the Christian moral compass is at its base solely because it's incentivized by the ticket to heaven. And I do think
forgot we were on a podcast. People coming.
That's Moz 2011 in my head. So like I mean like it depends on what kind of Christianity. Like I wasn't born in the I wasn't born in the good works bring you to heaven Christianity. Isn't that like more Catholic to do that? Isn't Catholic you do good deeds? Well, I was born like Baptist.
But you can also be bad in Catholicism and just like do the Hail Mary.
Well, I mean like, but I mean yeah, that is true. I mean like people like there are religions that are like I'm doing good things just so I can get to heaven, which is obviously very disingenuine and.
But that was originally the whole system was like, well, tell people when they're good, all perfect stuff will happen to them, but only after they die, and if they're bad, the worst thing imaginable will happen to them.
It's pretty simple. It's a pretty simple system.
Well, just like in evolution, the most beneficial traits will be passed on.
Yeah.
So Christianity has evolved into like, what is the base simplest thing? Just good thing give you good thing, bad thing give you bad thing.
So I was raised in a Baptist church, and generally the denominations that I was raised in and within proximity to, the ticket to heaven was essentially just being saved. Yeah. So which was generally like if you are being saved, you just kind of have to believe in a certain thing, and then you're good. I never quite understood how the system worked, and
I got a blue
I guess it's kind of like as a kid that played a lot of computer games. I was I as a kid like that did that. I would learn like how all these games work. Obviously, this game has a different system than this game, and I guess I was probably more
I would always
systematically
wonder. It's like
thoughtful.
okay, well, you believe, but then like, what if you decide later you don't believe? It's like, oh, well, you're locked in after the first one.
Yeah.
It's like, how many nanoseconds? Like, what if for only a nanosecond, I'm like, wow, Jesus might be nah.
Yeah.
Is that nanosecond? Am I good for eternity because of that one little like? Well, maybe. Well, obviously you have to be more committed. You have to be.
And
like,
then there's a lot of people do it on their deathbed. And it's like, oh, he's good.
Yeah.
So it's basically as you said, it's kind of like a spell. I never really thought of it that way, but it's kind of like a spell. And
that's what I always thought about it. Like I remember bringing up to someone, I was like, so technically heaven's like another dimension, right? And they got mad. They're like, no, it's not another dimension.
But that sounds so cool.
And I'm like, and I got so upset. I was like, oh my God, I thought I was being clever. Like maybe there's other dimensions out there, and maybe heaven just counts as one. but they got mad. And I was like, I guess that means heaven's not another dimension. And then once I, I was like, okay, it's all just as fictional as anything else. Then I was like, well, wait, technically heaven does count as another dimension.
Yeah, it technically
it's another
does.
realm.
In the canon, I think
But
that
this
tracks.
person just got so mad because I called it something that was like, it was weird to them to hear it that way. They just weren't used to hearing it being called another dimension.
Now, basically...
They probably didn't even know what that meant. And obviously that saying something as a dimension is vague anyway. But.
Right. When I was a kid, and I know like you know this because you did the same thing, but we did Awana, and Awana was like it's like a youth system for people like learning the Bible and stuff, and they, at least at our church, had a system where they would have you get saved because obviously they're trying to save their children, and in return to getting saved, you would get a Jolly Rancher. I probably got saved 3 times because I like Jolly Ranchers, and that's kind of the general thing they were going.
That's what I think that's the first thing that planted the seed in my head that this whole thing was a scam.
Yeah,
I'm like, oh, they're just rigging this. Like they have a quota to meet, and so they're just willing to do anything to get the children to say what they want. And I'm like, how real can this be? If like you're stooping to this level, like I might be a kid who wants candy, but I'm not stupid.
But give me the candy.
I'll take. I mean, obviously, I will prey on your system.
Yeah,
like, sure.
Who's really winning here? I am.
But when you have a different youth leader one week and they don't remember that you got saved last week because they weren't there.
Yeah. I mean, like as a kid, all I really knew, I wasn't really like deeply religious. Now, Rhett and Link, they were like Rhett and Link were so religious to the point where they were hosting youth groups.
Rhett's mind is still in religious mode. He's searching. He's constantly searching to.
But that's
fill
why.
that.
That's why because they were so. It's kind of like being being so stuck for so long that you can't fully get rid of it. And
I
so
see a lot of people leave the Mormon church and end up like.
So basically, Rhett just puts himself in the hopeful agnostic range where he's like I don't think so, but he's like I literally just can't know, and that's
basically he said like I tried atheism but it just didn't feel right. Was kind of
it's because he doesn't because he thinks that I think he finds arrogance in saying that because he's like literally I can't know, when honestly a lot of people who are atheists are basically the same thing as agnostic, where it's like no, well none of us know, but it doesn't make any sense,
Well, it's the Russell's teapot thing. It's like I can't prove that there's not a teapot orbiting the sun, between the sun and Mercury.
Yeah.
But like at the same time, I know there's not a teapot orbiting the sun and Mercury because like that doesn't make any sense. Like humans make teapots. How would a human get one? Why would it be in a perfect orbit around the sun? So it's like it seems arrogant to say that I know there's not one when I can't prove it. But at the same time, I know there's not a teapot.
And I think that he's probably in that camp, but again, he and Link were very religious.
Well,
to the
no,
point
because
where
he thinks like there has to be something like this.
He didn't. No, he didn't. He again. I've listened to all his deconstruction episodes.
Okay.
He basically says that he can't know. I think he said that he hopes so, but he's like he basically
specifically said like this everything there's got to be some bigger, deeper meaning to all this. The classic pitfall.
All I know is that I've heard his most recent, which was like last month, and I'm only now listening to it.
I did last year's. So
I think that he did say that a few people misunderstood him in the last one that he did.
Oh, okay.
So maybe
I was in that boat.
But I know that he doesn't, because otherwise he'd be like searching around, I think, for a deity. Maybe he thinks.
I mean, he reads books from every religion, trying to find if one of them's got the thing, and then it's like it's such a waste of time. It's like, well, maybe the people that believe in Kinning, maybe Kinning. It's like obviously Kinning came out in 2010. You think the people in 2010 came up with something the Hindus didn't figure out?
I mean, he's even delved into the obviously you're. There's a lot of different religions and no one really knows what they think they know, because he's like someone. He was like, well, people ask me why aren't I afraid of hell, and he's like the same reason why when I was a Christian I wasn't afraid of being reincarnated as a fly, because it's like he's like that's not. It's just like obviously I'm not believing in these things, so. Now,
I think that's the important thing. Is just flat out say because it's not real. don't say like because I'm pretty sure, I'm kind of still floating between ideas. Just say it's not real. Stop wasting time.
I think
Magic's not real.
It might be it's a fear of commitment, I think.
Well, yeah, but it's the same people that like they're kind towards ghost stories. They're like, wow, I've never personally had a ghost experience, but I'm so interested to hear everyone's super. It's like, fuck it, no, ghosts aren't real. Just fucking shut up. Just don't listen to them. Like it's nonsense.
I don't think he's.
We would know ghosts are real if there were ghosts. We would know about it. But coincidentally, funnily enough, even though everyone has their own personal ghost story, still no like that none of them have shown up. Like there's no repeatable document. There's nothing you can do to repeat any of these things. So that kind of seems to fall under.
Well, he said in the last episode, he's like we've been here a really long time, and everyone's had all these ideas, and no one's come up with one that is provable and makes sense. And
yeah,
so he's
that's why James Randi had that. Who was a great skeptic, had the $1 million contest. It might have been more than $1 million. Where if any person touting supernatural abilities or having some access to supernatural things, if they could prove it, they would win the cash prize. And obviously thousands of people tried to cash in on the cash prize, and they none of them were able to demonstrate repeatable supernatural ability. No psychic abilities, no premonitions, no one could do telekinesis, no one could summon a ghost.
I can imagine a guy just giving it a shot with some string. He's just hoping.
Lots of people try to dupe it. There's lots of charlatans and psychics and stuff that were trying to be like, well, if I can just up my game to trick professional scientists, maybe I can get the money. But you could argue that obviously he was never going to give the money even when the person successfully summoned a demon. But it's like, no, it was to make a fool of all these people, to be like, hey, you could be rich. All you got to do is do it. His thing was you have to do the thing that you're claiming you do all the time, but under strict scientific observance. We're going to have equipment there where it's going to be repeatable. You have to meet our criteria, and no one ever met the criteria.
Now, also on the podcast, they've got a mythical coworker who does the sounds and stuff, organizes stuff for the podcast, and she, she's nice, and I like her a lot, but it was also kind of. It's also kind of sad because they were talking about what happens after death, and she's experienced a lot, and so they asked her views on it. She's not religious, but you could tell that she kind of made her own perspective of the universe out of. You could tell it was desperation.
We had to watch psychic things with Michaela's grandma, and watching Long Island Medium, knowing that she's smugly ripping all these poor people off. Someone's son died horribly, and she's all smiling, has fake Dolly Parton makeup and hair, and her husband's just super checked out but wearing a big chain gold cross necklace. So it's super weird because she said she's a Christian, but she's talking to ghosts. They're good Christian witches. But she's telling them all these things that their son wants them to know, and he's here and he's talking these parents are bawling, they are just totally buying into this. And there's this, she's just so evil looking, gussied up, she's a reality TV star, and she knows she's not channeling the spirit of their dead son, and to them this is a super emotional experience, and nothing's really happening except I'm watching an evil person taking advantage of emotionally vulnerable
Maybe
people.
The people are actors.
No, the amount of pain involved, and that was just one story. And that's all she does. Obviously, she's only going to be talking to people that are in agony. No one wants to talk to their deceased mom because they're just kind of bored. Anyway, yes, it's always hard to watch people having to
I mean, they obviously Rhett and Link just kind of accepted it, even though you could tell that they didn't feel the same way. But that's kind of, I don't know. I think that might also be part of it, right? I mean, they can't definitely say no to any of these things.
Well, that's the worst time
because
to tell someone that magic isn't real.
Right,
If they're
it
like, I
is.
know I'm going to see my dog again, and you're like, well, you fucking
Yeah.
idiot. Like, you think you're going to see, like, animals don't, like, you know, like, what about all the ants that have died throughout history? You think they all have ghosts? It's like,
they go to
obviously
the
you
ant
could-
dimension.
Yeah, you could be an asshole and say that, but it's like,
It's true.
you know, empathy is actually not a sin, despite recent
Yeah.
consensus differently.
Psychics are cold reading.
So yeah, that's why it's like
scumbags.
I would never try
Yeah.
to convert grandma grandpa.
It's so.
You think you're gonna live forever?
It's really
after
cheap
this?
and immoral.
What kind of? You know, there's certain you have to like read the room.
I bet they try to
in
think that they're
certain
doing a good thing.
situations.
They're like,
It's
oh,
like
but
you
I'm
can-
making people happy.
You can know something is true and then also like understand that like the net positive that you think would come from something is actually a net negative. Like you would be stressing someone out unnecessarily.
Right.
Because in the end, it's like what's the
Yeah, they
it
even.
is bad to have the attitude of like, well, what's the harm for them to believe this stuff? Because there's legitimately dangerous aspects to certain beliefs. But if it's like, you know, every situation's nuanced, right? So there's like going to be
Read
a
the
situation
room.
where it's like, okay, this situation is different from the other situation because in this situation, like these people are entering a part of their life that would be incredibly, you know, it's not impossible for people to get through it without the crutch of religion. But like, do you really want to kick a crutch out from under someone? You know, for no reason.
No, I mean, like, at that point, you're just like a Reddit atheist and shit.
Yeah.
And you're just
Yeah.
like, you're just at that point, you're not doing
And
it
that was
to
great
care.
for
You're
the
doing
brand.
it just to be just to be like smug because you want some points for yourself.
Yeah.
And yeah, there's. And I'm not walking around telling people they're stupid for believing what they believe. It's just like I just don't believe it. Like Rhett even talked about. He says like obviously everyone in his family is religious, or rather like you know his extended family, because you know he was raised in I think he was born in Georgia and raised in North Carolina, and so obviously you know incredibly heavily Christian, and. He's like, obviously his relatives are angry that he just isn't a Christian anymore. And but he says like they try to talk to me about it. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk to them about it.
Well, it's always- yeah, it's always-
I believe
it's
what
always
I
the religious
believe. I'm not
people who-
trying
yeah.
to start anything. He's just like, leave me alone. I'm not trying to change you.
Well, again, unfortunately, in their heads, this is the biggest. Like, this is the story.
That's
like,
true.
Everyone has to be on the same boat because if they don't, especially if he's in a religion where like he's going to hell. If you
Right.
don't, like the amount of stress, like you could just be a normal family. Like you could just, if this wasn't in your head that you have to get me to say the correct right things, like people lose sleep over it. Like
It's
like,
FOMO.
It drives
the ultimate
parents
FOMO.
insane if their kid isn't a Christian, and it's fucking wild. And it's like you think about that happening to just one family, and then you think about the fact that it's happened to like millions of families. It's happening millions of times right now. Parents stress that their kids aren't saying the correct things.
Right, and then they're
grandparents
less
who are-
concerned
yeah.
with how they're actually treating other kids
Yeah.
and
then there's grandparents who are, it's like they only have years left of their life, and they're gonna go out thinking that like some stressful, like they're not gonna see their kids again. I mean, it's incredibly sad. Like the idea that like you think you're gonna live forever, but your kid's not gonna be there with you because within these last few hours you've just learned that they're not saying the right things that you think they need to say for the spell to be cast so that they can be in the clouds with you forever. It's messed up. Like people's whole lives are dedicated to just trying to fix that problem, and then to the other person it seems insane. It's like, just leave me alone. Just like obviously none of it's real. Like you're stressing out over nothing. Leave me alone.
But I mean that's why at some certain points I just kind of step back and I'm like, these people really do genuinely think they are the good guys because they're trying to
obviously,
save you, but it's like.
But what are you gonna do? It's kind of like if you go to an asylum and like someone's like, I'm going to stop you from lighting on fire. You gotta let me chop off your hands. You're gonna light on fire. I'm trying to save your life. Let me chop off your hands. And you're like, dude, you're like, we all know you're crazy. Like that's why you're in this asylum. You're like, this isn't an asylum. It's my palace. This is where I rule from. To them it's like they legitimately think they're gonna save you because you're gonna light on fire if they don't chop off your hands. And if you love that person, that's hard to watch because you're like, I understand that that's your reality right now, but you are like messed up.
It would drive me a lot more nuts if like we were in more like constant direct contact with friends and relatives that thought that way. I mean, like
it's much easier.
It's been like
Just
I mean, like
cut
we're pretty lucky when you think about
Yeah.
it. Like a lot of other people, they've got people they live in the same
It
house that are
destroys
like
families.
constantly ranting.
People get disowned. They get kicked out of houses.
Yeah.
Again,
A
lots
lot
of stories on
yeah.
the Thinking Atheist of people like they've been disowned by their parents, written out of wills, screamed at, physically beat up, and abused by their family. Obviously, if it happens in marriages, like divorce, statistically always seems to be what happens if one of the spouses deconverts. So like there goes your whole marriage. Like you're there for years and you're like, oh, like honey, I think we might have been on the wrong track here, and then, like that usually doesn't end well. It's never just like, well, tell me why you think that. Maybe you got something.
Yeah, it got. I think it was pretty.
There's some cases.
It was pretty stressful in Rhett and Link's cases because they were.
It's just so unnecessary. And that's what you get when you're like you marry and you're like, I want to make sure I get someone of the same religion, and then like 12 years later you're like, oh, that was bad that we made sure we were of the same religion.
You went to a streamer's channel you haven't been to in years. You decided to use your vast amount of channel points on redeems. You made them do 100 sit-ups and 30 push-ups. God damn. They're like One Punch Man now.
I mean, they might be improved by like you have self-actualization and you're like, I feel like I'm now being honest about how the world works. But you don't really get the huge like, oh, people only becoming atheists because of all the benefits. So they can go and do whatever they want and they get a bunch of money.
Yeah, I mean like when I was young, I would separate. There were two things. There was the Christians and then there was the other, the secularists essentially.
Well, I wonder if that's how it works with all of them.
Yeah, I mean, like, it was basically like, I'm here to do a job, and they are there to be sinful and be saved. So, it's like, I didn't see them as moral, particularly, because basically anything goes with the secular world. Anything goes. Like, those people are atheists because they want to do scary things, and obviously, with me finally getting on the internet, which was the only way I was going to leave my Christian bubble, because there's no way I was going to socialize with non-Christians. I mean, even going
I left
to
because of books.
I went to when I went to Eagle, and did charter school for 2 years. Obviously, that's at a church, and most people there are going to be Christian. And we even went to a Bible class.
How insane it was! How many of my teachers at school were just openly Christian and like constantly talking about religion in the classroom.
Right.
To the point where it's like this is in hindsight like that was illegal, and it's still illegal, and it's probably happening in every school. Well,
yes, I remember the Nern Roots.
It's like it's illegal, but
oh my lord,
the seculars are the ones that said it's illegal, so try to stop me.
Yeah.
I mean, we straight up watched anti-evolution films in biology class.
But I mean, like that's gonna be. I mean, there's gonna be a lot.
Well, that would be mandated.
There's gonna be a lot less laws against that now that you don't really
it's
have.
Not just going to be laws. It's not that there's going to be laws against it. It's that there's going to be task force enforcing.
Probably something like that. I mean,
that's what Trump said, is that he's going to create a task force that targets anti-Christian discrimination.
Okay, what would be considered anti-Christian discrimination?
There's the open to the interpretation.
It's like
you made it clear. It's stuff like not teaching creationism.
And then
not teaching biblical history.
You've controlled the zeitgeist.
Yeah, there you go.
And I mean, like that's the fundamental plan. I mean, like that's just kind of the. I mean, they can't really. I mean, they're doing a lot of it now, but it'll take time. I mean, so basically, as much as it invokes eye rolls whenever Godwin's law is brought up, but I'm gonna do it again. It happens quite a lot. I mean, like, there's a reason why it happens a lot. I mean, I get it. It's like, oh, that's old hat, but I mean, there's a reason why people keep bringing this up. Is any history buff fucking knows that? But And you know, World War II wasn't really that long ago. It was not that long ago. We're still people. We're still the same kind of human beings. So, so the way that worked was they dominated the education of their children using a government mandated education plan. Now that seems like the exact opposite, right? I mean, we've taken apart the Department of Education, so therefore now we're doing the exact opposite of what the Nazis did. However, that's what it kind of seems like at first glance, because it's like, oh, less government equals better morals, right? Because you've got the states choosing things. However, these states are like Texas is massive. Like so many of these highly populated states are incredibly red, and they're gonna be going to a highly conservative education plan.
Yeah,
like so many of them. It's gonna be like probably half the country or over half the country that's gonna be utilizing a pretty much same education format. It's going to be kind of the same
book covering Trump will be like half the history.
Right. I mean, it's going to except it'll leave out the insurrection and
no, it's going to be our liberation of the return of our great nation.
What does burnt sienna look like?
Chapter
is that
26
orange
through 73?
Right. Yeah. Our great nation. So they The White House posted on Twitter the other day, and as far as the White House posts go, this was relatively not really something that is surprising or even that like it's not like particularly something that would make you clutch your pearls. But they posted a video of, it might have been the Yemen strikes, to be honest, because that's topical, and they posted like, if you're an enemy of the states, we will find you and we will kill you. That is what the White House said, in all caps. Now, a lot of people are saying, you know, this is okay to say because it's about terrorists, right? It's about terrorists, and if you're a terrorist, I'm like, are the terrorists checking out the White House Twitter account and reading it, you know? Just like no. This is just classic nationalistic propaganda to make you feel excited, and it's pretty bad.
Also, concerningly, Trump said that every pro-Palestinian protester will officially be categorized as a domestic terrorist.
Right, and they're being
so it's like you can't be like, this is only targeting terrorists, and it's
right.
Like,
so, but that's kind of the fundamental when you make a law that says, like, you know. Like it's pretty common if you say, well, pedophiles instantly should be executed, like, on the spot, and then it's like, okay, well, that sounds like a good law, and then some people are like, well, what happens when there's a mass campaign to dub all transgender people as pedophiles? Right. Once you redefine everything, it's like, well, you've done first part, now you've basically done a mass targeting campaign against transgender individuals, but under a different banner, so you can kind of get the same thing done without. You kind of worm it in there. That's just kind of how
people on board that normally wouldn't be on board. Like, you get people that would normally say, "I don't want to kill transgender people."
Yeah.
You get them to just say part of it. You're like, but you said that you're okay with that.
So that's kind of how it works. I'm not saying that it will. I'm just saying that's kind of how it's put together. And
I would take this moment to point out the huge swath of very rich, powerful oligarchs that are also pedophiles.
Yeah. Yes. That were on
power.
and they were on a list that was apparently never going to give you up by Rick Astley.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Trump straight up brags about assaulting women. I don't think he has the moral compass to be like, I gotta make sure that they're of, you know, a certain.
I mean, everybody likes the orange
category.
Now, again,
I don't think he sweats that.
As I've mentioned, a lot of these things have to pass the judges, and so they need to control the judges. Again, that's the main deal. Everyone's just got to keep checking out the judges.
I mean, the judges barely have been holding it together. So even if they don't get the judges they want, which in their 4-year, potentially longer total control, I highly suspect that that's not going to be the case. But even if things hold out indefinitely, and they're like, oh, for some reason this one bastion of resistance is impossible for us to break, even if that's the case, like it's such a small little roadblock for them that like they'll just find a way around it, even if the judges don't leave.
Yeah, I mean, like the stuff that we've kind of let them just kind of do in broad daylight is pretty freaky, not giving us a lot of hope, because it's basically just built around the same foundation of the insurrection, which was apparently you can just do that, and I feel like if by some happenstance we end up getting someone with brains back in charge, that something needs to be done. We need the following. We need higher requisites for being president. You need to pass tests.
They're not.
I'm just saying. If I had my way, you need to pass tests, and it's not just a test for. I'm not saying the test is, do you have liberal values? I'm saying you need to pass like an IQ. You need to pass not IQ.
But here's what you may not be aware of. So the whole idea behind the presidency, when it was first established, is that anyone could be. The idea was that anyone could be.
Right. We need to get rid of that. That's awful. We need to get rid of that.
That's technically unconstitutional. That's
it's
a problem.
It's I mean, it's that like think about that. It's like not just anyone shouldn't be director of the FBI, right?
Yeah,
you need to pass tests.
But okay, so your liberals are trying to come back, right? Liberals want to say things again, and maybe have some of those things happen, and you're going to have one of those things be well, what if we change the Constitution? I mean, obviously, like, people are flipping out, rightfully so, on the prospects of all the constitutional changes that Trump was making, right? Because like people recognize that's bad to change the Constitution. So if your solution is that like, well, we should change the Constitution in the way that would benefit. I mean, I'm not saying that it's bad. Like, it's just like changing.
I know people would freak, and I'm not even saying like I see this happening, because I don't. But I'm just saying that I feel
what
like
you're saying is correct. Yes, that would be good, but it's never going to happen because nothing.
The country was founded on a level of optimism that cannot
it was also much smaller.
Days.
There was 13 colonies. They were just like there was. I don't know the population of America at the time, but the landscape when we created the quote unquote country. It was just 13 like little colonies along the coast. You know, it was not designed to be a global. We blew up real big by the Louisiana Purchase and taking over the entire rest of the continent, which ended up being the bulk of our infrastructure over time. And now the 13 colonies, it's like you see all those little states all squished up on the east, and you rarely even think about them. But it's like that used to be all we had to worry about.
How many people do you think lived in the colonies in 1776?
13 million. I don't know.
Hold on. I'm trying to find like a source that.
There should be censuses.
2.5 million people.
2.5. Okay.
2.5
3 million
people.
Was what I was thinking would be more realistic.
Yeah.
So 2.5 million. Yeah, that's obviously. So you're making rules for 2.5 million spread across 13 colonies.
Right.
You know, that's like making Discord server rules for like a server of your friends and having it blow up to be, you know, a global chat.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's.
Well, I get it. I get that. Like what I said could be considered traitorous, but when you when you're discussing what's going on right now, I feel like it's pretty low key.
It's kind of like saying technically, like obviously, it would be better if like there was a test and a license you had to get before you could have kids.
Well,
you can tell there's tons of benefits to that, right? Like you would make sure that a bunch of people with life situations where they couldn't financially support a child aren't producing children. You can make sure that people with severe mental and abuse issues aren't procreating and creating potentially abused children. because then those abused children tend to go on to create abused children. So you might be breaking
And also
cycles of violence.
and they just have a sad life.
But then you get the people who are like, well, yeah, but then who determines the tests that determine who can breed? And like, if someone controls that, then they can control the kinds of
Right.
people.
I know.
Maybe only liberals get to have children.
That's why I haven't really mentioned this much. Is because obviously people are going to be like, oh my goodness, people are going to be like, you know, obviously that like a system like that could be corrupted, but it's like, oh, we're already we're dealing with a fucked up system.
Can we just try it for a week and see how it goes?
Yeah, we're dealing with a really screwed up system.
Like, how bad could it be? Like, just let's do this for a year.
We'll
check back in
at this point.
Afterwards.
This is literally the global health.
Yeah.
Global health, like not just population wise, but also environmentally, is dependent on a popularity contest.
Yes.
A popularity contest. You just have to reach a certain age and be a citizen. It's a popularity contest. It's like a school popularity contest. Literally, the fate of the entire planet, people's lives are on a
when the founding fathers
popularity
made
contest.
that rule, they never thought there were 13 colonies in a new country. They never thought that America was going to be the most powerful country. They just wanted to make a country like, you know, I get that. Think about Britain and France, like with these long histories. They never thought they were going to be as powerful that quickly as Britain and France. And now, like, they make Britain and France look like babies.
And apparently they are, we see them as pathetic.
Yeah. It's like, even though America doesn't have that long of history, you know, France has got, like, you know, goes all the way back
systems
to
are
the Middle
corruptible.
Ages, you know, beyond. And it's like, now America, it's like so recent. Like, that's why there's no like culture to America really, outside of like
we have guns
that we got after 9/11. Yeah. Because there's no like thousands of years of history. The culture that America had was built, you know, into the peoples that were already living here before we introduced ourselves to them. That's potentially what could have eventually developed into a, you know, actual national culture. Nothing about this was ever going to be a super stable, long-lasting situation. It was all just a like, can we fast track a great example of chaos theory, or how complex systems break apart predictably, but always in unpredictable ways. That's essentially the essence of chaos theory. That every structured system will break down, but like what happens to get to that point it'll always be unpredictable. You can run the simulations so many different ways, and it'll always be something you don't.
Yeah, but did it have to be now?
Well,
like,
yeah,
did it have to be? I mean, I'm here. I'm here.
Sure, that feels bad.
I'm only like 30 years old.
Another good fact that I like is that
I don't know much about Canadian history.
Ever takes place. That Dallas is a prime target, and where we're situated in Dallas is luckily in one of the zones where you would be killed instantly before you even know what happened.
I was thinking about that recently.
Which is good.
Yeah.
That's on it. That is the best case scenario, because anywhere else, you're you know, there's the next.
It'd be like Jericho.
Yeah. Well, no, there's not just having to live in that world. There's the zone outside of the insta-kill vaporation zone, which is where you would have your skin melted off and you would die still quickly, but painfully and in agony. That's a much larger, usually second circle. And then the outside circle is the one where, like, if you see the blast, you're going blind, so you've lost your eyesight. That could be permanent. Then that's where you get the radiation, and you still might potentially have your clothes and other parts of you burst into flames, but you might survive that. And then if you're super far out, and like the bombs are just something you hear about, then you're living in a world where it's like nuclear winter. There's going to be radiation in all your water, and that's the slowest death. Like, you're definitely going to die eventually because the bombs fell, but you're going to do it super slowly, and like you're going to question whether it's worth going through. And it's kind of like, well, you know, why not just be in the part where, like, when bomb happen, you go away.
And that's why all smart people live in cities. No.
Yeah, that's why. But yeah, Dallas is a prime target because we have the Lockheed Martin here, actually.
I almost got a job there.
Yeah, that I was like, well, you know, realistically, if a nuclear exchange happened, would anyone really care to hit Dallas? And I found out that, like, every every nation with nukes that would potentially nuke the U.S. has Dallas on the list because of all the military infrastructure and manufacturing we do. And it's like, yeah, Dallas would definitely be on the first round.
I mean, like, sometimes I think about what it would have been like. Obviously, it's a security job, but like, sometimes I think my life would be different if I got a job there, because I didn't know what they did. I thought they made, like, rocket parts, and I'm like, cool, I like space.
Not wrong.
And, well, yeah. Yeah.
They're rockets.
They make rockets, and so then, like, I'm going through the Lockheed Martin base, and I'm looking at all the pictures they've got of fighter jets and shit.
I don't know
and
how
I'm like,
you
and
didn't
I'm
know
like,
Lockheed Martin was a military.
well, no, I didn't. I didn't. And I was like, you know what? I didn't get a job there due to my own incompetence. But you know what? I'm glad, because now, looking back, I would not want to be there.
Mountains of memes online about the kinds of people that take jobs at Lockheed Martin. Just
Again,
like,
though, I would have been a security officer, not.
Still, but there's the a person undergoing astral projection, and I mean, it's like my conscience leaving my body as I submit my application to Lockheed Martin.
Yeah.
My company technically has contracts with Lockheed Martin and multiple other defense contracts, but that's by virtue of the fact that we're one of the largest semiconductor manufacturing companies, and so everyone that uses semiconductors tends to do business with analog devices. Google, Tesla, Facebook, Apple, every.
Yeah.
But that also means that, like, everything, like your VR headset uses semiconductors that we produce, which I guess is kind of cool. We also do medical stuff. I think they're currently doing a lot of research into artificial pancreases right now.
That's pretty sweet.
On the medical side, but like we have an automotive division. Pretty much anything with tech in it we have a department for.
Costco has hot dogs. I think I had a Costco hot dog once.
Oh yeah, Costco's famous for hot dogs.
Yeah,
Sam's Club hot dogs are a copy of.
Yeah, but I think I actually have gone to a Costco and had a Costco hot dog, and I think Mackenzie took me there. It might have been during that same day that I talked about last week. And yeah, I mean, it was pretty good. It's pretty big, and
isn't a Costco just like a Sam's Club inside?
I think so, because a Costco is like
a warehouse store.
Yeah,
it's
definitely spent more time at the warehouse than the store, but a lot of people seem to like it.
Warehouse?
And what am I doing at the warehouse?
I legitimately don't know what were you doing in a Costco warehouse.
I work at a Costco warehouse.
Oh, you're talking about your.
That's my job.
I thought you worked at the truck stop.
The trucks come into the Costco. Well, okay, I have not been inside, no, but I technically have been inside the building, but that's not part of my regular job. But trucks have to come in to drop stuff off that they use.
I supervised a truck stop, not Costco, but it was for a couple weeks. That was under whatever your branch manager's name is.
I like the environment. Also, Costco apparently supports DEI.
Yeah, and that's kind of again, ADI does as well. Despite all the news stories saying Disney no longer woke, Disney still does DEI.
And everyone's like, Costco's going to suffer, and it's like, Costco is not going to suffer. Yeah. Like, what are you talking? I mean, Costco's maybe suffering from these fucking tariffs, but
that's all. Well, I mean, everyone is.
Yeah, everyone is. But like,
our stock is because our company has a lot of. China is like 20% of our business sector, so it's like we do so much. So the thing is, other semiconductor companies like Texas Instruments and a few others got a government thing called the CHIPS Act for manufacturing chips in the U.S. So they got some like bailout money. They got government assisted money. ADI did not get that, even though ADI produces chips on U.S. soil, because they also have so many dealings in China. U.S. government was like, well, fuck you guys, and we're like, we're not going to give you the government assistance, and so that's put the other companies at a
Right.
financial edge. And despite that, ADI is still just like, well, we're fine without that. Like, they're still a Fortune 500 company with, like, I think there's only, it's right now I know that the three biggest semiconductor companies are ADI, Texas Instruments, and I forget the other one. But like, if it's big enough to not need the government money, like they're fine. It's a global operation, whereas the other ones are mostly just U.S. based.
The latest tariffs to hit are the transportation tariffs,
Yes,
25%.
the automotive ones.
Yeah.
And then they have the big Liberation Day, which will be April 2nd, which is when everyone will find out if Trump is actually going to pull the trigger on the tariffs or if he's just
He said that he would, but obviously.
Yeah. So what's happening is everyone is waiting to see what's going to happen there, and if he does it, part of it, like everyone's like, oh, everything will collapse if he does, but part of it is that the risk is already built into the way that the market is currently performing, because everybody in the market is aware of the risk already. So like they're already behaving as if he's already done it to an extent. You know, like some of the bad stuff that's potentially going to happen is already currently happening.
It's in the
just based on the
forecast.
assumption. Yeah, it's like people are prepping for it. So in that, like, it's not going to market correction, but it's a it's built into the performance of the market currently.
But I mean, like they don't want to be packing umbrellas and stuff,
No.
but they're doing it anyway.
What I'm saying is, like, if you know about something, like, everybody knows about it, so the market's going to behave due to that.
Right.
Whereas it's the stuff the market doesn't know about that, like, that's the unknowns that could potentially make things either go really well or really poorly in the future.
But how?
So if you know about something, everyone else already knows.
How are people, like? What are their thoughts about if this goes through? Are they like, oh, we're prepared for it, so it's going to be fine, or like,
Well, I
we're
mean,
prepared
it
for
depends.
it and it's going to suck no matter what we do?
It depends who you are. Like, obviously, if you've got all your money in retirement, like, if you're retiring next year, it's going to wipe out your retirement, because, like, if the stock market, it's already continuing to fall. It lost 2% just today. $700. But that's built into it, and technically those losses are all theoretical. You only really lose that money if you sell your shares while it's at that number. If you don't sell your shares while it's going down, it's just like, well, here's what you would lose if you sold right now, and it's like, well, that's fine, but I'm not going to sell right now. So yeah, it's bad if you're needing to sell that money, those shares, to make money, which people in retirement need to do. But if, like, you view it as just like, well, yeah, it's like when the market fell during COVID, because all the companies were shutting down and everybody was panicking, not knowing the long-term implications. So if you just wait for it to correct, like, then you'll be fine. Like, I'm holding off. I have $40,000 that I have just sitting, waiting for Liberation Day. And if, things go super bad, I mean, you should never time the market. I'm not trying to time the market, which is where you're like, oh, I'm going to wait for the stock market to dip as low as possible, then put all my money in. That way I'm buying shares at a cheaper price, so that when it goes up, I have more shares that will give me more money. Because when you do that, you're technically losing the amount of time you're waiting for the market to dip. Your money could have been making even more money during that whole time. So in the end, you're actually losing money by trying to time the market, waiting for the perfect catastrophe to buy all the shares. The reason I'm not timing the market is because technically I'm every week investing large chunks of other money into the stock market. The 40,000 is just a specific fund that I have set aside where I'm just waiting to see where to put it, and however things play out on April 2nd will determine where I put it. So if it starts to go bad, I'll put it all there, and if it starts to improve, then all my other money will be that I'm already investing weekly. That's called I forget the acronym for it, but you're essentially spreading out your losses by donating a set amount of money to the stock market every week, regardless of what it's doing. That way, like, if it's doing poor, if it's doing good, you're still just investing. You're not timing whether it's good or whether it's bad. Technically, that I think it's in 2/3 of cases, it's better just to donate everything as a lump sum, but I'm donating just through my paycheck. So every time I'm paid, like, most of that money just goes to S&P 500. Anyway, in short, people that aren't financially savvy will not do well.
Like, do you get paid weekly or bi-weekly?
I get paid bi-weekly, so it's, but, you know, it's 2 weeks worth of pay, so I still do the math weekly. I'm like, here's how much I get paid a week. But technically, all these operations I have set up through Fidelity happen every other week. But Michaela gets paid bi-weekly, but she gets paid on, it staggers, right? So technically, we're getting paid every week. 1 week's her paycheck, the other week's my paycheck, then her paycheck, then my paycheck.
Yeah.
We're getting 2 weeks worth of pay every week, essentially. So what we're doing is basically all my money is, since I have the really good company benefits and stock plans and stuff, almost 100% of my paycheck is going into retirement funds and investments and stuff that makes the money, like, gives us thousands more extra dollars a year. And then all of her money goes into our checking account and then is just used for to pay bills and other expenses. So, like, for us, it's not going to, like, it's not going to be as bad of a financial situation, because we also have an emergency fund set aside. So even if everything, like, got turned off, like we lose everything in the stock market, money has lost all meaning. Well, I guess money has lost all meaning. There's no way out. But
there's no way out.
Well, there's nothing. You can't buy anything if money is. If everyone agrees, money's worthless. But you always want to have 6 months of emergency fund. We technically have more. We have like almost a year's worth of money we could live off of. That doesn't go anywhere. Like, you don't want to risk that in stocks or anything. We have it in a high yield savings account, so it technically grows almost 4%. So if you divide however much that is.
I had a chance to get some growth via a savings account.
Yeah.
But then,
is it a high yield savings account? If it's a normal savings account and they're like, oh, it'll grow a certain percent a year, the dividends you're getting will be like less than 1%.
It was I think it was 2%.
Okay. A high yield savings account will typically give you returns between 4 and 5%.
Well, this was still. They said it would be better than what I was getting, and also.
Well, one, if someone's selling you
to
on
really
it,
like
that's not. Oh, is this the USAA one?
This is PNC.
Oh.
And
no,
I've got
it's not going to give you 2%.
Here's the thing. I've got a booklet for it somewhere. But me and Dad went in so I could set up my savings, and she described the way it worked, and Dad liked it so much that he was adopting it himself, and I was going to get into it, and then I remembered that I don't make enough for the prerequisite because I'm paying for insurance now, and so that hurt me a lot, and honestly I went back on it. And I had to call her and have her demote my account because I was like, I shouldn't be under this program due to the fact that I do not meet the criteria, despite the fact that I told you that I did. And they were like, Mom and Dad were like, you probably didn't need to do that.
If I could point out though, like 2% means that like if you have $200 in there, it gives you $2 extra a year.
Well, I mean, wait, $2 a year? Wait, what?
If it gives you 2%, right? Because $1 is 1% of $100.
Yes.
So if you have $200 in there, you'll get $2.
How poor do you think I am?
I'm just giving you you can extrapolate.
I get it. Yeah, no,
it's not a super
definitely.
crazy
I was like, I would be making what? No, but the thing is, though, is that also it had like the prerequisite was, I'm not going to tell you what it was, but I thought I met it.
$5,000? Typically it's $5,000.
I'm not going to tell you what it was, but I'm going to tell you that I thought I met it, and I would have if it wasn't for my insurance. And now that I'm doing an extra hour, I might actually hit the prerequisite, and I'm kind of thinking of going back and establishing that savings account.
It's not a good account. Even if Dad's excited about it, I was trying to talk to Dad about financial advance, and he was talking to me about he gets all his data like from grandma because she does financial stuff, and she was getting him into bonds, and he's like, oh, there's a bunch of bonds he gets, and he was talking about all the money he gets, and I was like, yeah, but like none of that stuff is outperforming the S&P 500. Like, so like S&P 500 you get like 10% returns on average annually, and so like if I'm young and I can write out a bunch of financial crises, that will make me like really wealthy if I just keep you just do that consistently and just like forget about it. You just do it automatically no matter what's happening. That's what like that was the advice like Warren Buffett and all these rich investors say. Is like they did like a huge bet where they were like, you know, big and like people that professionally invest in stuff, they were like, okay, you invest in stuff like as savvily as you can, like try to be as smart as you can with your investments, whereas I'm just going to put this money in the S&P 500, and at the end we're going to see who has the most money, and like whoever had the most money would win the bet. And the thing about S&P 500 is it just takes the 500 top companies. It's an index, so it rates what they're doing, and then it just invests your money. It just basically follows their performance. So it's following the whole market, or a huge chunk of the market, usually tech sector. Whereas investing in your own individual stocks, you're trying to like guess, okay, this company's probably going to take off, or this one's not going to, so I'm going to sell shares. So one of them, you basically just put the money in the S&P 500, assume it's going to do well, because you're trusting in the overall health of the market. The other one is you just try to like essentially gamble. And obviously, you know, it turned out that just like slow and steady, just investing in the S&P 500 and forgetting about it in the long run makes you consistently way more money than trying to guess yourself at what's going to perform well. So if you're young and you're not planning on retiring for decades, you just put your money in the S&P 500 and just let it sit there. And like you're going to watch it go down during times like this, and you're gonna freak out and be like, oh my god, I'm losing thousands of dollars. But it's like you're technically not. It's if you sell those shares, you lose those thousands of dollars. You just wait for the market to correct, and then it goes up by 10% on average every year. So if you had $100, you know, you would have 10 extra dollars a year, which the idea is that you consistently keep adding to it. You usually want to add 15% of your annual salary to your retirement plan. But Dad was going on about like bonds and stuff, and then when I researched it, it was like a bunch of people being like, yeah, that's good if you're like close to retirement age because it's guaranteed money. You're not risking market performance. The bonds are like the government pays them out. Essentially, when you buy the bond, the government's like, you will get this much money by buying this bond at the end of this payment period. And it's like, okay, yeah, a lot of people do that when they're close to retiring, but like Dad didn't understand that my situation, because of how bonds work, is different than his situation because he's getting closer to retirement.
What's retirement?
It's when you put enough money in investments to where you wake up in 30 years and you have way more money than you realistically should. But yeah, the two PNC Bank's not going to offer any accounts that have high enough dividend returns. You know, you put money in there and it's going to grow 2%, and they have a bunch of like minimum requirement fees. That's not.
It's not a fee as much as it is a prerequisite.
It's a minimum deposit. What a high yield savings account is, the best one that most people use is Capital One. You open a high yield savings account with Capital One, and we also got a credit card.
I don't make enough for that.
I don't think it's free. It's free to open.
Well, I mean, like,
you do is you can link it with PNC. We link our Capital One high yield savings account to our PNC Bank. So what happens is when we get money in savings that isn't going into our investments, this is like anything extra from Michaela's income, it goes in the Capital One high yield savings account, and they offer 4% return. Some high yield savings accounts offer 5%, but Capital One is it doesn't have a minimum fee. Essentially, like some of them, well, it doesn't have a minimum deposit. Some of them have rules with minimum deposits. They'll have fees attached. People like Capital One's because it's free to use and there's no like restriction. You just put the money in and you get 4% back every year. I think right now it's at 3.8% because of the way the market's going. But when we opened it, it was like 4.3% back. So we had $100,000 in there, and it would give us $4,000 extra dollars a year. Like, you just, by having the money sit there, we would get $4,000.
Right, but here's, like, what's, I mean, like, don't you really need to be, like, putting in a lot?
No, there's no minimum balance. An 8-year-old, well, however legally old you have to be to open a bank account, you just go to the Capital One website, say you want to open a high-yield banking account with them, right? You create an account. And again, this is what I was thinking earlier about how, like, I had no idea this was so easy to just open a brokerage account and, like, start investing in stocks. With Fidelity, you know, obviously these accounts were opened automatically because I enrolled with them with Analog Devices. So, like, they have an Analog Devices 401k, and all that was set up for me in advance, or they have a structure. But, like, to invest stocks with the money as I wanted, I just clicked the button and says, do you want to open a brokerage account? I said yes. And they're like, how much money do you want to add? And I just say, I want to transfer X amount of dollars from this account. You just click it. You know, maybe a day goes by as they approve it, but then the money's sitting there, and they're like, what stock do you want to invest in? And then you just type a percent. You're like, I want to invest 10% of this to Google. And then you hit a button, and it's like, you've just bought 10%, or 10% of this money has been purchasing Google stock. And you're like, that was it? Like, there's no, like, I don't have to do, there's no, like, I don't have to sacrifice a lamb. And you just hit the button, and it just does it. It's a bunch of stuff that I thought was super complicated. It's like, oh, once you learn what all the terms mean, you can't just hit the button, and then when it says, are you sure, as long as you know what you're doing, you just hit yes, and then it does it.
And the negative of buying into stocks is...
Well, you're assuming some level of risk, which is why S&P 500 is historically low risk, right? You know, if that's what I was saying. If the S&P 500 crashes, like, I lose all of my money, I got bigger problems than the fact that all of my money is gone, because that means that the 500 most powerful companies in America have gone bankrupt. And the S&P 500 is curated by a group that, you know, like, if the companies can go on and off the S&P 500. So, like, if one company's failing, they drop out of the S&P 500. That's what it means to be a Fortune 500 company. If a company is a Fortune 500 company, it means they're on the S&P 500 index. So it's just a good place to have. If you have extra money that you don't think you're going to need in 10 years or 5 years, right? You have, like, that kind of... Well, it's that pyramid I was talking about before, where it's like, first you want to make sure you have at least 6 months of emergency funds in saving. You set that in a high-yield savings account. So, like, you would open a Capital One account, take however many thousands of dollars you would make in 6 months, just in case you have an emergency come up. That sits there so you don't lie awake at night wondering, like, well, what if I lose all my money and an emergency happens? And then all of a sudden I'm broke and I have to live homeless. The high-yield savings account takes care of that. So you know, okay, I will never be wiped out by a financial emergency because I have this fund. That keeps you off the street. Then, after you have that, you then make sure you have enough money coming in regularly to pay bills. And once those two criteria are met, you now have a bunch of extra money. Now that money can go anywhere you want, and you can be like, I want to put.
But what's 6 months of, like? How do you put away 6 months of survival if you don't know, like, what's gonna happen during those 6 months? I mean, you'll have a base.
Oh no, it's not 6 months of like a speculative future. You take 6 months of what you normally pay in bills, right? You calculate how much do I spend in a month, and then you just do that by 6, and you're like, this is how much 6 months of
right. But if worse comes to worse, normally. But if worse comes to worse, and like you suddenly have to spend 2 times that because of an emergency, it's like, well, you're screwed.
Here's another thing you have to realize, that because of how many people don't have a whole lot of money, not too many emergencies demand you pay.
Well, I know,
thousands of dollars instantly. There's never going to be like a give us all your money or we're gonna kill you.
We're going, like, okay, we saved your life, pay us now, or we are going to kill you here in the hospital.
Or we'll unplug the machine.
Yeah.
So no, normally they'll accept payment plans and stuff. The idea for that is mostly that if you lose your job, you will continue to you can still pay your bills. And in your situation, like, you really want to take advantage of the fact that you're not paying a whole lot in bills compared to a lot of people.
Not really.
Yeah, you want to be like, making the absolute most of that blessing for your future. Because in the future, like future Kyle may not have that. So you really want to like take the excess that you have now and squirrel it away and make it grow for in the future. And again, some people put a year's worth of expenses away. Like I said, Michaela and I have probably a closer to a year's worth.
I definitely, man, after having to go for the car, not much of a. I mean, like I'm sitting there like week after week, ready to like deposit more money into my savings, and I'm like, by the time that I get it, that here comes my rent. You know,
I know
it's pretty discouraging.
It takes a long time, but technically, like starting out in small when you're saving, it always like it exponentially tends to get easier. So like it's gonna, the first 10,000 saving is gonna be harder than like serving up for the first 10,000 is gonna be harder than saving up for the first 100,000 and so on. Like for one, there's a confidence thing. Once you save 10,000, you're like, oh, like it's actually possible for me to get 10,000.
Right, but then I lost. That's less than the amount that I lost getting a car. And
I've had dumb things where like I've had emergencies come up where that cost me, and it's like, oh, my net worth could have been double this if I didn't have this history where I had to buy X amount of cars. You know, for years now, I've always been in a situation where like we now have 2 cars. Like I always have to worry about 2 cars worth of expenses. But that's normal. And once you've taken care of it, that's off your back for, you know, obviously things can happen with cars, so your brain's going to go about, well, what if this happens with the car? But for now, you can just assume, okay, car taken care of. Money now can go other places.
I never reach a place where I'm like, because it always, I mean, I'm not going to say hand to mouth, because I am able to afford things that I could buy something right now that I want to have fun, but I just don't want to, because I'm sitting here going I need to keep saving up because I don't know what's going to happen to me.
Sympathy for that, because I was the same way. I was doing math thinking, I didn't even know how overtime worked, so I was thinking that you could just do overtime every week and like however much you wanted, because obviously the company would like it for you to work more. So I was like, oh, if I just work 12 hours every day, you know, then I can be making, you know, 50,000 a year, even though I technically don't make that much an hour. You know, because I was so paranoid about trying to make sure I had enough money so it wasn't stressful. But that's why I'm trying to tell you, like, here are the things that actually happened to make, like, money no longer a stressful thing. And number one is just having the backup savings account. So, like, if a $5,000 expense comes up over the course of X amount of months, it's no longer a panic attack because you prepared for it. It's like, well, that's exactly why I have this. And obviously you can think about, wow, I would have rather have had that money go to something else. But if you have it sitting in an account specifically to protect you like a shield, then psychologically you no longer view it as like, oh, that could have gone towards something fun. Because in your head you're like, well, that money was always there to protect me. So when it ends up protecting me,
I do find enjoyment in having a savings account where I've got money.
There's different. I'm talking about different kinds of savings accounts. There's the saving account you set aside that I'm talking about, which is the 6 months to a year of emergency funds, and then you can have a savings account. Because that's the thing, is like you have to realize you can open as many banking accounts as you want, and just have them for different things. So people open a bank account that's just for vacations. They just say, this is my vacation fund, and then they drop 5% of every paycheck into it or whatnot. So I'm talking about opening a savings account that you do not touch. That's why you put it in a high yield savings account, because then you're like, well, at least it's making 4% extra every year. I don't touch it, and it's also growing. So if you ever need it, it might have a few $100 extra in it. And again, if you use Capital One, we also get our credit cards through Capital One so that our credit score is good. When we buy fuel, we just do it through the Capital One credit card. And you can have that credit card automatically pay itself off at the end of every month. So you're never at risk of like, oh, well, what if I go into credit card debt, or I forget to pay the bill, and all of a sudden
I have no credit card debt.
That's good. You don't want any kind of debt. Debt is bad.
I was doing P. I have no credit card debt.
Okay, I forgot that. Yeah,
and I call my mom Optum.
P was their life together. but you still want to use a credit card because then, lenders. Of course, the thing is, if you're in a good financial situation, ideally you won't need to ever need a good credit score because you'll have the money to do the stuff and you don't need to borrow money. But it's in our case, it's like, well, we might as well have a good credit score just in case we ever need a lease or something. Anyway, if you're taking notes, or if you want to go back over this recording, if you need advice for the emergency fund, high yield savings account, which is a HYSA, and I would do it through Capital One. If you do any research in this stuff, you're going to come across the same stuff I'm saying. I was like, well, because it's obviously I was confused. It's like, well, okay, I want a high yield savings account so that the money is making the most it can, just sitting there doing nothing. And so I reached up, okay, well, what's the high yield savings account that has the best reputation that most people use? I saw a few of them, and Capital One was the one where it's like, okay, this is easy. A lot of people do this one. And we needed a credit card anyway. So we just kind of tied it to our Fidelity, our PNC account, and then tied all those to Fidelity. So now I do all my banking through Fidelity because it's like a nesting thing. Fidelity has my PNC account linked to it, and then that has my Capital One account linked to it. And so all these accounts show up on my Fidelity board. I can see a little line graph of our money going up and down on Fidelity. It's a very nice interface that I just kind of check into regularly. Even though you don't have to. Ideally, you should just leave the money, the stocks, and just not look at them and just assume that they'll be okay.
But what do I do with all the crypto that I've put my money into?
Well, this is all crypto.
Oh, okay.
Clear. Fidelity is coin. Don't do crypto. And again, don't even invest in S&P 500 until you meet. You want the foundation of the emergency funds. Then you want. And again, it's smart to invest in retirement, but if that's not where you're at in life, you'd rather spend the money on something else.
Definitely, yeah. I mean,
I'm just saying what's. When you get comfortable with the amount of money you have, that's excess. If you're at the point where you feel like you're still kind of hand to mouth, I would first focus on building the emergency fund. Set aside enough money to where you're looking at a chunk where you feel like I could live off of this for a year. Like you could quit your job for a year. You don't want to do that, but more imagine if you lost your job, you could live off that.
Yeah, I calculate that sometimes.
Yeah, so, and it doesn't have to be a year, 6 months, because it doesn't, it sounds short. You're like, oh, well, what if I don't get myself on my feet in 6 months? It's like 6 months is a good enough time for you to probably find another job and right the ship. You might not even go through all those funds. So, you might still have some of those funds after if an emergency happens. That's number one. Any financial advisor you talk to will tell you, step one is pay off any debts you have. If you have any debts, all your money should go towards that because that's just like an anchor around your neck. Once those are gone, all your money is technically yours. Well, you have debt. Anytime you have debt, the money's not yours. It's technically someone else's.
Yeah, it feels annoying. It feels.
It's more than annoying. It can be I mean, yeah, annoying is one word for it. You're like, oh, I have all this money, and then you think, oh, actually, it's someone else's money.
Right.
So it's just get rid of that.
That's kind of why, like in the PNC app, and I'm sure in all the other apps probably, it'll be like, oh, here's how much money you've got, and here's how much money you're gonna want to look at because you've got to pay rent really soon, and so it's not showing me all the money because it's saying technically you have more than this, but you don't need to know about that because you've got important stuff to pay for.
Yeah, well, that's not technically, bills aren't technically debt, but yeah, I get the idea.
Well, it's basically
it's your net worth. You're here's your net worth now, but obviously in 2 days your net worth is going to go down. So if you don't have any debt, then make all those savings. It's still, don't save religiously to the point where I mean, it depends on the personality. Some people could be like, I will live as frugally as possible until I have that buffer, that savings buffer, because really that's the kind of security you want to have before you can feel comfortable buying fun stuff. Other people are like, I'll contribute 20% of my paycheck towards the buffer, and then keep enjoying the fact that I have some money. So it's really up to you how quickly you want to save up the buffer. I'm just saying that And from what I understand, at least if the kinds of money anxiety you're feeling are similar to the kind of money anxiety I was feeling, the shield of just having tens of thousands of dollars in an account specifically for like if an emergency break glass, having that sitting there and knowing it's there,
that would take me a very, 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 very long time to accumulate. But yeah.
Well, maybe you don't need tens of thousands of dollars in a year. I don't know what your annual expenses are. Ours are only a couple. We need like 20,000 or so a year, maybe a bit more, depending on.
I mean, also,
fluctuating things.
you've got a duo putting in money. With two good jobs,
help.
and I've got one person putting in money with not a good paying job. So
but I can't add to the talk like, well, just get another person. But like, obviously, that
just got another person so that you can get more money.
Put someone else to work. This is like one of those games where like you can build another factory to increase output.
I would say that's like the 1950s, but they didn't want that.
They didn't let their women work.
No, they didn't let their women work.
I will also say though, like God, what year would it have been? Would have been after we got married, so it would have been after 2016. Less than 10 years ago, I guess I could say. Probably more like 8 years ago. Like, we were broke. We had $0. Like, whenever we're working for the roofing company, I think.
I remember being broke hits different after you've had money at a certain point. You know? Like,
well, we had some money before that. This was when we were living in the apartment by ourselves, not even with John and Ashton. Like there was times where like I saw the bank account was like $0 and like in a situation where we needed rent, and it was like that kind of thing where like my job was based on commission selling roofs, and it's like, so you don't even know if, that's $25 if you get someone that calls back, and so like basically you get $0 a year. Luckily, Michaela's grandparents had set aside some money for her that we were able to use to basically get through a bill period until her and I got jobs at Sam's Club, and then after we worked at Sam's Club, that got us on our trajectory of both of us working jobs, and then I left Sam's Club to do security, and she kept working at Sam's Club, and then I eventually succeeded in my security career, becoming supervisor, and then she was able to quit Sam's Club because I was making so much, and then when we moved back here, it was easier for her to get a job locally, and then she got her job. Well, she got the job at that Costco place first at the truck stop, and then switched to a better. So yeah, I mean, you're making X amount of dollars now, but like you can even get a job at her site. Like that would be a good aspiration. Commute, absolutely no concerns there. Do not worry about the commute. It was the best commute I've ever had.
I literally have a 7-minute commute, so.
Sure. Well, this one's 20, so like add 13 minutes, but
yeah, I remember having a 45 minutes, so.
It's a scenic drive. I worked at that site for months on a very confidential. I saw things. They put me in a department like a work project. They were like, we got this new project going on. Like, we want you on Project Redacted.
We want you on the Manhattan Project.
Yeah, it was like, and I'm like, what's Project Redacted? It had a cool name. No one wanted to do it though because it was mind-numbing work, but I was built for
I kind of like mind-numbing work.
Yeah, everyone got kicked. Like, people were. God, one guy did get fired. Like, he just threw a tantrum. Like, I was there the day he was. I was new. I was like, it was day 2, and like our team was already losing people because like some of the people, obviously people in security can be not all there.
Nope, I'm not.
Anyway, I enjoyed it because I'm like I could do this all day. Like I love being on secret project for a big potentially evil company. I liked Google. I let them know that I was yeah. I mean, the only reason I left the site was because I got a call back from Analog, so.
Right.
Fall in line behind me. I will take charge from here.
How gracious of you. We
see.
Have you? I mean, I know you like your current job, but have you thought about potentially transferring? I mean, once you have a work history long enough to put on a resume, having worked there, I think they would hire you.
I'm not necessarily. I mean, like, anyone can apply and get rejected. That's not a problem. I'm not gonna cry myself to sleep because they rejected me.
I think a lot of the people that I worked with there were not as competent as you, and they
No,
have.
listen,
What?
I mean, you know how 2022 went, and like why this site is different from the sites that I had in 2022. Like there's glaring differences between those sites, and I don't think
you've generated an amount of confidence in your work. After
I don't think that matters. I don't think that matters.
They have the same job you're doing, like patrol positions. Like you could get a patrol position, doing a very similar thing. Just the pay's better and the benefits are potentially better.
I'm sure there'd be some kind of rock to trip over.
It could be a rock to trip over where you're at now. So it's like, why not make more money?
I definitely think that where I'm at now is, you ever like have a job that definitely you're like, oh, this is a lot more relaxed and casual than this other job?
I mean, yeah, I've avoided promotions simply because I'm comfortable with my level of stress right now. But again, I worked at the site and I assessed like whether it would be a good fit, and I felt like it's something you could do. The team there was nice. It's like a very supportive. I never felt like there was an overbearing environment of like constant threat of potentially being fired. Like people did get fired there, and you could clearly see why they were fired, because they were like having attitudes. If anything, that makes the site desperate for people that are just like willing to do work, and like they'll cut you slack because it's like, well, we got a bunch of people that are messes, so like they value. I feel like
I might be a mess.
Spotlighted, like Michaela's the crown jewel at the site, simply because she's been there for years, and everyone around her is constantly like problem children, whereas like she just shows up to work, fixes problems, and like they never have a problem with her. And they put you where like they would need you. So like if they were like, okay, we don't need you here, or this doesn't seem like a good fit for you, they just wouldn't put you there. Or they would give you the appropriate training for it. It's good money.
Yeah.
And it's an even better, it's a step up on your career ladder. So you could be like, I started at a Costco I mean, that's what Michaela did. Started at a Costco truck stop, and then all of a sudden you're at a big kid facility.
Sure, but I think that a misstep at where I am would be would be handled differently than a misstep where you are. And
well, I mean, where I am is different than where Michaela is.
Well, I mean, where she is. So that's kind of what it hinges on. It's like my site is not just very casual, but also very forgiving. Not that I've made any mistakes, but it's like it feels
her
like
site is forgiving too. Like they give like people have been there messing up for years, and like they're still there.
I took like I want to say 16 hours of training at GM. I did, obviously, it being my first security job and knowing how much you guys liked it, I kept a book of notes. I was writing down notes for everything, and also little ways to help me remember every single little rule and they put me at the front line of defense, and I slipped up on one step. And yeah, no, I had people say, "Don't worry, worse things have happened."
I feel like that was
to people who, you know,
particularly extenuating victim of circumstance.
Yeah, no,
So-
well, sure, and then you know, then they gave me like 2 or 3 weeks of reassignment pay, which was really nice, right? I'm sitting there, you know, playing ESO all day and getting paid leave. Basically, it was like for 2 weeks or more. That was really nice of them because I think they felt bad, and then that stopped after like a few weeks, and then I was reassigned, and I chose my reassigned location, and then I messed up there too, and then it was like at that point obviously they weren't hearing it, and then it was like, I mean, I wasn't like, I'm not going to do security anymore, because I did eventually get back into security, but it definitely is something that has made me go, I don't want to go to a place where I can screw up that bad. Then again, when I signed up for Securitas, and they said, you know what, we don't care about that you screwed up, and then they put me at that gate that was actually pretty relatively complicated work, and I did so well that the manager was trying to keep me there when they lost the contract. He was trying to make sure that I stayed with this new company because I did that well. He said only 2 people made the list and I was one. And I was like, oh, that's good. So that means that I'm doing pretty well. And obviously I had to get reassigned because we did lose the contract, and the company didn't choose me just because of whatever reason. That's not my fault, because I had a good record. So then I got moved to the job that I'm at now. And so it's like, sure, I did my last position. I did that well, but I'm dealing with like 50% of my delves into security have not gone well. Only so 50% good, 50% bad. So you're asking me to make a decision.
You need sounds like a confidence issue.
Well,
it's
I mean,
like when you got into a car accident. It's like, did you stop driving after?
Well,
It's
no,
like,
I mean, I did get into a car accident. I
Yeah,
did that too.
I'm using that as.
I've done everything.
You're not getting worse at these things over time.
But it depends. So different security jobs do different things, right? It's like, oh, this is a different site. You know, it's got different rules.
There's always, you know, a receptionist position, a patrol position.
Sure.
I can't go into all the positions there, but there's stuff you could do, I feel, easily.
But like, yeah, people think that I can do things, and then it's like, oh well, guess he couldn't do this thing that we considered simple. And so I mean, I make money driving in
maybe
circles all
it
day.
takes time to like get your footing in it, but like eventually.
In my experience, like it'll take time, and it's like, oh, it'll take time. You'll make mistakes, but it's like those mistakes are punishable by termination. You know, security isn't that kind of job where you can do that.
I don't know. People tend to mess up in security all the time and not get fired. I just feel like you were in situations where they chose to do that.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, the first one was pretty bad, but it was also during a very tense climate because of recent events.
Yeah. I don't feel like that's would have been a foregone outcome.
That wasn't fun. I mean, like talk about Signalgate. Like I'm sitting there looking at Signalgate, going like, you know, this is a fuck up like I would have done. Obviously, though, I'm not sitting there asked to be director of the FBI. If I was director of the FBI, I would, I would completely understand getting severe punishment for doing shit like that. But I'm sitting there looking at Signalgate, going, this reminds me of something I'd accidentally do. Like, fuck, I accidentally let this person in, and I'm suffering repercussions. Of course, they're not gonna suffer repercussions, but it's definitely something that I've got experience with. So did you watch the hearing that they had?
No, I haven't watched
There's
it,
hearing with like Gabbard and Ratcliffe, and I'm sitting there thinking that I did that. I mean, not in a big room with a bunch of people, but I did that. They took me back into a room, and they said it was it's definitely up there with the most uncomfortable experiences of my life, because they had me in an office room, like a boardroom, and I had people, with like books. I had this guy with a book in front of me and a guy calling on the phone, basically professionally asking me questions essentially along the lines of, how are you this stupid? He didn't say that, but it was like in professional business fashion, like, what is wrong with you? Definitely kind of a psychologically damaging thing to go through, but it's like I did everything right, and there was this one thing that I just totally lapsed on. It was a pretty big thing, but it wasn't something that I spent a lot of time during my training studies on. It was probably like I spent like probably 30 seconds covering that one topic, and it went right through like a pebble through a storm drain.
If I could offer some perspective, it is just a job, like, despite as seriously as they're framing it.
It's a security job, and granted, yes, the person that I accidentally let through, they were two very lost, very, very old people, and they were not like terrorists with pistols or anything. And so it does. I know people. I know no one was in danger. They were just in the wrong building. They meant to go somewhere else. That's who I let through. And so I didn't necessarily feel like I actually put anyone in danger, but obviously anyone could be a threat. And so they took it very seriously. I can't blame them. I did my job wrong. You do your job wrong, you suffer repercussions.
Sure, but I mean, at this point, like, the way that you're thinking about it, it's like it was like, jobs are just jobs. Like, that shouldn't take it that seriously at this point.
It affects, like, that's on my history. I'm surprised that Securitas let me in. In fact, well, I think I put it on. Securitas let me in, even though, like, I have a history. They definitely looked into me, and I appreciate that, because I was afraid that no one would take me, and I had a lot of companies turn me down, and obviously I've done perfectly with Securitas for like 2 years next month. And so that's been going pretty nice. The Frito-Lay plant was okay. Costco warehouse is way better. And it's like, again, do you want to move?
As you keep working, though, like, stuff like this is like, people have jobs that they've been fired from on their records, like, in their past, and they still get other jobs.
Yes, but I've been fired from 3.
Yeah, but right now you now will have more. Your most recent work history will have been successes, so they might see, like, oh, okay, when he was first starting out, he was a bit rusty, but he got the hang of it eventually.
Yes. I'm not, but it's not necessarily, again, it's not necessarily me saying I don't think that they will take me. I think they might take me, but will they regret taking me, right? It's not necessarily like them looking at my record, because again, I've been with Securitas for like 2 years, and I don't have a single, like, I took one sick day and I gave them a few hours notice, and that's because my car was broken, and that's one day in 2 years of employment. And
I mean, Michaela's able to get time off her job all the time.
Well, I can get time off. I just have to ask within a certain amount of time, obviously, and they know I'm a good enough employee that they, like, I'm getting the Thursday after next Thursday off, so they're pretty nice to me about that, and I'm sure Michaela's site is too. But
I never had any issues.
It's not that I don't. It's not that I'm worried. Like, oh, are they going to take me or not? It's
No, but-
like I
so
don't
there's
want to
things-
leave something good to get something that I screw up, and then I'm like, oh, I should have
Well,
stayed.
For one thing, if you leave that site on good terms, they will take you back. You know, when I left Michaela's site, I had a talk with them, and I'm like, hey, you know, I loved working here. If for whatever reason something in the future where I'm going doesn't work out, like, would you guys like? Is this door open? Can I ever just come back to the site? And they were like, yeah, absolutely.
I probably want to get my shifts back.
Well, yeah, I mean, shifts are always.
I've got a good shift.
Sure.
I mean, like working afternoons is great.
There's always pros and cons. Michaela has a good shift, so it's not impossible to get a good shift there. There's there's arguments to be made for this that I can't go into simply because I'm assuming you're broadcasting everything we're saying.
Everyone's watching, including former President Barack Obama.
Oh.
Yeah. I just checked the viewer listing.
All right. Well, he can let him know he can crash on my couch if he ever needs to.
You can hang out, Obama.
Anyway, I can go into more detail in when I'm not in a group chat like this. That just trust me. There's it's a lot of the job. Like there's things I can't tell you that I would probably let you know. Makes it sound just like
aliens.
More chill. Like, oh, that sounds like a normal security job. Like they're not hiring Harvard graduates at this site.
Well, that's good because I didn't even go to college.
Yeah. I think your current resume would allow you to try it out. And you would have a good reference from your current site.
Again, though...
You'd have a good reference from Michaela. I mean, I'm sure they would take me as a recommendation since I had a good rapport with them.
It's funny. I don't think they took me at this current site because... I mean, they might have taken me because they're like, oh, he might know Michaela. But, like, with my first day, Brian asked me, you know, do you have a sister?
Yeah.
I don't think they knew for a fact, but it's like, that's not a common last name, so... But... Yeah, I mean, so... I mean, like, I almost passed up the job that I have, and the reason I almost passed it up was for the completely stupid and shallow reasons, and I'm really glad that Mom pushed me into getting into it because I would have completely regretted passing it up.
Okay, well, as cliche as it sounds like
watching
this
Mike
could be the same situation then.
Always watching.
Or like you're passing up a, you know, you're like,
Right,
I don't
but-
have the confidence
but-
because this seems like a big important thing.
But in the case of me getting this site, it was a time sensitive thing. It was like you pick it up or you don't pick it up, and because
Sure.
I was up
Well-
for reassignment because of the contract.
Yeah. Well, even better, this one's not time sensitive, so like you have time to think about it.
Yeah.
Or just do it whenever you feel like it's, you know, you could use the pay raise. And again, I can go over more details in a different forum on like what pay rate is, possibilities for like what kind of shifts or positions that they frequently have people that they were like begging to take. Stuff I did outside of mentioning certain things.
And what's paid leave like? Is it just like a week of work or
Two
two weeks? No,
Yeah.
I get 1
common.
week as it is now.
I get 3.
I mean, like,
think it was
I have to save a week, and I'm sitting here thinking I don't know how long I want to sit on it. I get it next month. I'm like, I don't know how long I want to sit on
Yeah.
that. I don't
Well,
want.
I technically left before they switched companies, like guard companies. They were Guard of World, and now were they now? I forget which.
I think they're
what
Guard of World
rollover
now.
was. Yeah. So I don't know all the details there, except what I've heard through Michaela on like terms of benefits, but I'm pretty sure it's 2 weeks paid.
which is pretty nice.
Yeah, and again, they let her take time off even if it's not paid. So it's like, you know,
Yeah.
if you're fine with taking time off without money, you know, they don't have too many issues filling in.
I hope that because I do 40 hours now and not 35. I'm kind of hoping that I'm getting 40 hours paid leave, but I don't know. I haven't got that clarified. Like, do I maintain 35 hours despite me doing 40 now or what? I don't know, but I'm hoping that.
Oh, I'd already told Mom this, but I guess I was telling Mom that I was going to have the conversation with you. We're not going to push for you to take time off or spend money on taking the trip with us this December.
Oh, that's right.
That's. I got to thinking that like it's not irresponsible to like push for you to spend money that you don't feel like you have, but if you have a financial stress and it's not something that you want to do, then I want to respect that and not be like, hey, you need to make a decision on this.
I don't think money is the issue right now as much as time. And
Sure.
I guess because like I'm making more money now, like with this extra. Because like remember when I said that the schedule was going to move me to 9:30, I started I was like, yeah, that sounds good, and I started to do the math, and I'm like, holy shit, I'm losing so much money just for losing half an hour of work. Like it really adds up, and then it moved from losing half an hour to gaining 1 hour, right?
Yeah,
and so now I'm gaining 2 times what I thought I was going to lose.
Okay.
So now I'm
you were
sitting there
talking about
going,
how long it would take you to save an emergency.
it is
fund,
true
and it's
though.
like,
I'm not.
do you want to spend
I'm not
2,000?
fucking Zuckerberg.
No.
I'm having a difficult time.
You know, the trip budget would be $2,000.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of what I expected it to be.
Yeah. Well, that's how much I estimated that you would in total as a package would be.
Yeah,
and it's like if it's not something that you're as excited about as like the cruise or something, then like it's not. I don't want to push it.
I can see myself doing it at like I don't know about this time, but because like I mean like as someone that again I haven't gotten all the time off that you guys get. You guys get holidays and you guys get other stuff, and I don't get holidays. I was there on Christmas and I was there on New Year's, and so I don't get a whole lot of time off.
Michaela's like she usually gets holidays off because there's always people there that want to work the holidays.
So I don't have as much time as you guys get. So
that.
I feel overworked and.
On one hand, like I want to
hate killing the
encourage
jackals.
you to like have experiences, like when you have a week off and not just sit at home, but like if that's what you would prefer to do.
I wish I got 2 weeks because then I would definitely
it's
spend a week
certainly cheaper.
vacation and then a second week with you guys. You know?
And it's not something you need to do like every year. Like 1 year you might choose to take your week-long vacation just to recharge, and then another year you might plan to actually, you know, do a trip.
I mean, I kind of wish. I mean, like, I'm kind of thinking of maybe. I don't know. They probably wouldn't let me take a week unpaid. But if I could take a week unpaid, I'd definitely take a week paid and a week unpaid. Like a week, like maybe in June, taking a week paid and then have the trip in December be unpaid.
Hello.
Hello. Can you hear me? Oh.
Hello.
Sorry, I was muted.
Okay.
I was muted.
What were you
sorry,
saying?
I was saying that I wish that by some miracle I could manage to get 2 very split vacations of paid and unpaid, where it's like I get a week paid in December and then I take a week unpaid in like June and have it be like
I did stuff like that all the time.
Yeah,
and Michaela did working that site too.
But I don't. We're pretty thin. We're stretched pretty thin right now. I mean, I could ask, but
if you have the kind of rapport with,
I was gonna say I've
your
got some
supervisor,
rapport.
Yeah, if you can just, you just have to say like no is an okay response to this, but what would the what would your reaction be if I said I want to take a week off in June?
Yeah. Oh,
Unpaid,
he's
and then-
actually on
and then let
vacation
him-
now.
Sure. It sounds like, well, you're spread thin. I would go back to what I said earlier, where it's like a job it's just work. Like, your life is different than work. Don't tie work to your life.
Right, but
if you
like,
want a week off, ask for it.
But like, yeah, it's just
You don't have a
that-
history of, slacking off and being
I do not.
problem
I've
worker,
I've
so-
never missed a patrol. I mean, I might have
Sure.
accidentally forgot to submit a report after
I think
like
if you
15
said
minutes,
I want to take a week of unpaid leave in June and then save my paid week for whatever else you want to use it, I think there's a non-zero chance that would, be okay.
Well, if I'm gonna do that, then I'm probably gonna take my vacation, and it's gonna be like very split. So it's gonna have to be like, I think June and December are two very.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
that's a good enough time.
And again,
Um,
even if you take the week off in December, it doesn't have to be the same. You don't have to do the same thing with your time off that we're doing. I mean, we would still enjoy having you on a trip, but
I would probably be in the same general vicinity if we were. I mean, like, because if I took a week off in December, I wouldn't feel that bad doing a trip, because it would be like I got my week off that I wanted to do nothing back in June, because that's important to me. I like my week of doing nothing, and so like if I did a trip, I would. I mean, like, and also doing what Disneyland. It's a little bit different than doing I think the cruise in the way that like it sounded more low key. It sounded more organized.
Yeah, I mean, like, I know it's a balance between, like, I know what we would like to do there, but there's also, like, no one's coming over an intercom in your hotel room saying, like, okay, this is what.
Right, and I wouldn't need to pay for Wi-Fi either. So I use my data.
Sure.
Or a hotel Wi-Fi.
From my perspective, it was more like, what I want to encourage Kyle to go to Disneyland, or just say, like, hey, maybe in a couple of years we'll go to Orlando again, and then you just go then. It's because realistically, I don't know when we would next go to Orlando. Like, this is the only trip that I know of that, like, is concrete that we're doing.
I think, to me, it might all hinge on if I can get my week of nothing. Because my week of nothing is important. And
if absolutely you need 9 days where you just stay in your room, like.
Well, I leave my room to go out to eat.
Pick up groceries, yeah.
Or
I guess that would break up your year. You'd have 6 months, then a week off, then 6 more months, then a week off.
Yeah, that sounds good. I just don't. It's just that I can't believe how stretched thin we are on my site, because it's so freaking easy.
Even
money,
like. And maybe your site won't always be that stretched thin. Maybe
we're trying
by June. Well, again, if he's on vacation, you have a precedent for it.
Yeah.
I don't know if he takes more than one vacation a year, but for most of my working life, I've had at least 2 weeks off a year. That's not always paid. I'll usually always have 1 paid week off a year, and I'll usually at some point just kind of muster up, it's gotten easier, obviously, each job. After I've had so many successes throughout different jobs, I'm like, oh, you can just ask for a week off, and they'll.
It sounds European to me.
Well, the thing is, like, they're not gonna fire you for asking, right?
No, but I'm always the kind of guy that's like, I really don't want to be an inconvenience, and I don't want to seem like I'm entitled or whatever.
No. Again, I would practice reframing your job as it's a thing you do. It's not your life. If you have your actual life, that should take priority.
Well, like, think of it. I mean, think of it this way. Like, for example, like how I said he was on vacation.
Yeah.
So he was on vacation all last week, he's probably done a full week, and because of that, we had a couple issues. You see, my relief took the day off on Thursday because I think she got like a surgery or something, and that was already pre-planned and whatever. But we were all stressing out because generally, like, not only is it where he tells me that we've got a replacement and who it is, but if we don't have a replacement, he is the replacement. As much as I hate seeing him do that, that's just how it works. And so, like,
I mean, again, that's his job.
I
did
know.
that plenty of times.
But like, so he does that, and so like this week, like it was like who's filling in for who's my relief because she's gonna be gone.
Did he not have that set up? I would always have. When I went on vacation, I had a team put together to simulate my roles.
He definitely knew it was going to be a problem, and I think he said that they were still having issues with it by the time that he left. So last Friday, as I was leaving work to go home, he said I think we don't fully know who's going to be here on Thursday, so make sure to ask the proxy manager about that because we still haven't got it confirmed. And so I asked on Wednesday. I was like, do we have anybody? And I asked the fill-in for him. And she's like, I don't know. And I'm like, oh my god. So I was like, we got to contact the proxy manager. So I was like, we need to call. And she did not want to call him at all. And I don't really blame her. But I'm sitting there. I'm like, we need to make sure that's filled because it's like if that's not filled, I'm gonna end up working 17 hours tonight. And because it's like I could go home because you're right, it's my job. They don't own me. It's my job. Yeah. But if I do that, they might not fire me or whatever, but Costco is going to be really angry and we could lose the contract. Like it's not my life. It's just a job and I'm a free human being to do whatever I want. I can leave my job right now. But it's like that has consequences. There's consequences of these things. And like it's same thing happened on Friday because Friday we don't have someone to do night patrol. And so it was like, who's going to fill in? And there was another panic moment, but luckily the proxy manager had it well in hand. And so we had someone taking over. But it's also just in there like, if there was no one here, I would be here to fill in that shift. It's either I don't do it and we suffer, or I do it. Because
I've heard this. I mean, I've been in this situation countless times over the years. But that's because your supervisor went on vacation. Obviously, that can lead to more logistical issues than if a single officer just goes on vacation. In which case, the amount of like, well, who does what are we gonna do? Becomes less.
But this is a very low populated site. Granted, you think it'd be easy to fill because there's 2 positions per shift, right? Yeah. 2 positions. You think it'd be easy, but we can't seem to get people. And so, and the people that we do get, sometimes just, they just vanish or things happen. Yeah. And we're just always continuously frustrated that we don't have people to just do this pretty simple job. And so I hate to be a burden. It's like, granted, I'm not the supervisor, but we can't seem to get people. Granted, maybe getting someone to fill in for a week, maybe a flex would be drooling over that chance because that's a whole week of pay, 40 hours. Yeah. So maybe
they would always have someone.
But I'm just worried about not being able to get one because we've dealt with stresses over not having people to cover shifts, and that's been a theme ever since the rescheduling happened.
They might have a week of stress then, just like they have a week of stress while he's on vacation, but he still gets his vacation,
I don't want to stress anyone out, though.
That's a side effect of the job, not of you going on vacation. The job's poorly managed, the site's poorly managed. It ideally shouldn't fall apart because one officer goes on vacation. That's not the officer's fault.
No, but it's a vacation that it's not like a vacation that I need to take. It's not an emergency. It's just for me to sit around at home,
It's fine.
But so basically, you know how I said that the schedule changed? We've got basically patrol starts at 3 p.m., which is normal, and then it goes until 4:30 a.m. Not the same shift, obviously. the 2 different shifts. So I go home at 11, and then my relief takes over and then patrols until 4:30, and then that same relief clears truckers off the street because Costco doesn't want them there, and they keep parking on Grady. So basically that means that my relief used to be working 6.5 hours and is now currently working 9 a day. And so basically that means that she can't work 5 days a week, because that puts her at, let's see, 5, it's like 5 days, 9 hours a day. That's 5 times 9, we're looking at 54 hours. And so that's just too much. So she doesn't work on Fridays. She can't. And so that means that we have to get a fill-in. And Brian's been that fill-in. He has to be, because we don't have anybody. So he has to work on Friday nights. He has to literally every Friday. That's why I've been coming home at 10:30, or rather 10, every Friday, right? Because he gets off at 9:30 and he just doesn't want to be sitting around. So he says, like, if you want to go... Oh, actually, it's 45, not 54 hours. What was I thinking? Yeah, he doesn't want to do an extra shift after doing a whole shift. But we don't have anyone else, and I always feel bad for him. And I'm sitting there thinking, this could be, our site could be so much easier on our employees if we could just find someone, but no one's gonna work. No one's gonna do just a 1-day shift, a 9 hours a week. No one's gonna do that. So it's either we get an employee to do 9 hours a week, or we find an employee to do 20. And obviously 20 makes more sense. You're probably gonna get someone to do 20, because the 20 would be me getting home at 9:30, my relief working until 4, and then this person taking over working 4 hours a day, 5 days a week for $20. $20, 20 hours. I might as well say $20 after saying 54 instead of 45. So that means that we need to get an employee for 20 hours a week. The alternative is trying to get one for 9, and there really only seems to be one proper outcome. So we are still hiring for that position, but we just can't seem to get anybody. And so it's like, do I want to be walking out on this?
It's not your responsibility.
Granted, no, it's not. In fact, it's, I mean, my shift was almost untouched by this change. I do an extra hour and that's it. So granted, it's nothing to do with me technically, but it would just be extra stress, and I tend to feel like a burden. Hi, Vlad. Your head hurts. Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, I think you should maybe work on your feelings about it then. Practice doing things like this, and then understanding that you'll feel like everything's your responsibility, and then recognizing that it's not.
It's not, I mean, it's not necessarily like, oh, it's my responsibility. It's more that I have a capability to make this hard experience easier on people.
What you would do then is practice understanding I'm going to create a stressful situation for people, and then you do it. And then you practice the
what I'm gonna be an asshole, and then I'm gonna do it, and then I do it. I'm supposed to feel good about it.
In some exposure response therapies, dealing with people that have responsibility focus, like OCDs, they actually will encourage that.
Be mean every now and then.
People that are they're obsessed with the idea of how they're perceived, they need everyone to like them and not have a bad opinion of them. They're like, well, what if you you go out to eat and you normally treat the waiter a certain way, and this time maybe practice being more like abrasive. You know, like obviously you don't want to cross the line with, like, being a
Imagine-
full-on asshole.
I'm imagining like a,
You know,
like a
yeah,
sketch where
like,
the person just goes
yelling at
nuts. Just
Like, you
punch
can
the
get
waiter in the
idea.
face.
You can get the idea. Where like, you know, being, yeah, and even I've practiced
Assertive.
this. It's like you can be on the phone call with like customer service and just like do your thing on the phone call and then just get off and not like view it as like, wow, did I pass the test of like whether that person viewed me as, you know, because it's like that can be a problem.
Yeah, I tend to. It's kind of like a, it's kind of like a perfectionism thing sometimes when I do have a conversation. It's like it's kind of like doing a task sometimes where it's like, oh, I'm finished with the conversation. Time to replay it in my head and see if I did a good job.
Yeah.
And it's like you know, and then obviously it's not a perfect representation of what exactly happened. It's like, oh, I'm overanalyzing and I said it differently in my head than I did in real life, and all that stuff.
That's very common, and the therapy for that would be to
sometimes you just gotta say fuck
either
it.
intentionally mess it up to like make your brain freak out on purpose. Like, oh my god, we're doing the bad thing, and then tell your brain like, yeah, we're doing the bad thing. Now shut up.
We're doing the bad thing.
Or just let it happen. Like just let something happen.
Yeah.
And then like if your brain starts to freak out about it, and you're like, oh my god, I'm making a stressful situation for others. You're like, yeah, maybe I am. Like that's I need to take this time off.
I tend to forget that I honestly forget, and so it's like generally like if something I keep thinking this is gonna bother me. I think I was too mean, and then like I don't realize that I'm honestly not gonna be thinking about it a day from now.
But a good way to build up resilience against that is to, like I said, intentionally do it and then let it bother you. And then notice that it being bothering is just an emotion. You're like, wow, when I'm bothered by something, my heart rate goes fast. That's interesting. It's a thing that happens because, it's just biochemistry. My brain is doing this automatically. And the more you detach from the sensations like that, and you recognize that it's just a biochemical reaction, your body stops after, or it slows down at least. And even if you still notice it pop up occasionally, it becomes less upsetting.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, this is
and
the
about
feeling
you again.
of being upset, And it makes, because everything in life is people running away from bad feelings and then running towards good feelings, because like they're like, I can't have a bad feeling.
What if you're a
I have bad
masochist?
feeling, that'll be horrible. Well, then they're trying to run towards the bad feelings because they want to feel good about the bad feelings.
Oh.
But every time you see someone like misbehave in traffic and stuff, it's because like I can't have the bad feeling of like being stuck behind someone. It's like just force yourself, be stuck behind them, and be like, force yourself to sit through it and be like, oh, they're so slow, this is horrible.
But I mean, like,
and
have you never?
You eventually realize like, oh, it's not that bad. Actually, I'm not gonna die.
I mean,
because
like,
your brain freaking out it's your life or death thing. Your brain thinks it's a life and death situation, and you need to treat it. You need to teach it that it's not a life and death situation.
Does this mindset work for, like? I mean, you've definitely had conversations and stuff with people where you've judged them by what they've said, maybe how they've acted subconsciously, maybe. I mean, is it they're not judging you, or is it they might judge you, but who cares?
Yeah, it's more like they might judge you, because some people with OCD have a, they'll irrationally think that other people can tell what they're thinking, like not to the point where like they're delusional.
Telepathy.
They don't think that people can really read their minds, but they're super nervous. Like, what if I have a bad thought around someone and like, they can get a vibe? And so you just say like, yeah, they can. Like, this person totally knows that I'm thinking this about them in my head, or like this person totally doesn't like me, because the problem is your brain wanting everything to, it's the just right kind of feeling.
Yeah,
like,
I've got that a lot.
Yeah, that's
I've
OCD.
never been diagnosed, but I've been pretty much sitting there like I'm in that camp. I mean, I'm in definitely I need to be in the perfect mindset, and if I'm not, that's gonna bother me. And
yeah. And I can't stand to be bothered, because that would be horrible. Like, everything's ruined.
I tend to forget that I just forget. I tend to think that I'm gonna be thinking about it more than I am, and more than I do.
Yeah, that's exactly what OCD is people being like, this will be a thing forever, and then like I mean, that's what happened with me. Is everything was horrible because it's like this is a thing now, and this is going to be a forever thing. But the ERP method works for literally everything, and even not just OCD. It can just like
Wait,
make
the what?
everything less. ERP, exposure response prevention, is
Oh.
what you do where you expose yourself. Yeah, not that ERP.
Okay.
It's sorry, in therapy circles, it's used so often that I wasn't even thinking of that. But it means you expose yourself to the stressful stimuli, and then you prevent your normal responses. So if your normal response is to like run away, and people do this with phobias. You know, you expose yourself to a spider, and if your typical response is to close your eyes or not look at it, you force yourself to not do that.
Yeah, I
and you
know about
sit with it.
exposure therapy.
Yeah, well, no, it's different than exposure therapy. It's exposure response prevention therapy. So the additional, preventing the response is the key difference. Because people with OCD tend to have a set response that they have to deal with the uncomfortable emotion, and you force yourself to not do that. You force yourself to have the bad feeling, and then you kind of just observe it, and then notice that it gets less and less over time.
Right, and doing that kind of feels like, when I do that, it kind of feels like I'm stretching myself. It's like,
like
I'm stretching a
exercise.
muscle
Like-
that hasn't been stretched, and I'm but it's like it does kind of feel like a test.
It's intentionally like giving yourself an anxiety attack.
Kinda.
And then eventually your body just learns, oh, an anxiety attack is just when my heart beats fast and I feel panicky. But eventually your brain gets bored with it because it's like, oh, we're actually not being chased by a tiger right now.
Yeah, I tend to underestimate the amount of stimuli that my brain is taking in that completely distract
Yeah.
me from what I think is like.
Well, even then, the
gotta be
key is to
perfect.
not. The key isn't distraction because the number one, well, not the number one. A common thing people with OCD do is they try to distract themselves from their bad feeling. They're like, I feel bad, so I just need to distract myself from it, and that teaches your brain that you need to escape the bad feeling. And the goal is to not escape the bad feeling. The goal is to.
I wouldn't
have
say
the
it's
bad
I wouldn't say it's attempted distraction as much as me just literally
letting it happen.
Yeah,
Sure.
me just literally not caring, and it's just
That's more
yeah.
beneficial than people that are like, I need to
yeah,
pull
no,
out my phone.
Yeah,
and think
no,
about
not
something
not
else.
really that. It's more like I literally I've got a short term memory. I think it got worse
Sure.
after my concussion, but whatever.
Well, yeah, I guess that could be good, but you also
That
want
could
to
be good.
Okay. Well, you want to be okay even if your memory persists of the thing. But
Yeah.
It's kind of like when you were describing like what you went through, with them grilling you over certain job aspects, and you're like, oh, it was super stressful. It's like, yeah, let you feel stressed about like the guy was upset. It's like who?
Well,
who
yeah,
cares? It's just your job.
I wasn't shaking and sobbing. I was an adult.
No,
about
but
it.
I'm just saying, especially in hindsight, now that so much time has passed, it's like just let the feeling happen. It's like when people talk about like, ooh, like I feel cringe. It's like it's just.
Well, that's why I'm talking about it on an
Emotion.
open stream.
Okay.
And,
Well, that's
and
good.
I'm okay, and I'm okay with talking about mistakes that I've made. I'll talk about I talked about how I said that 4 times 5 was, or I said
20.
that I said that 9 times 5 was 54, and I said
nothing
that
times 5 is 4.
I know. I don't know why I said it, but I
Okay.
did, and it's like, okay, well, I made a mistake. Now, I think that, it's good to be honest with yourself about those things. A lot of
Yeah.
the most unhealthy mindset is the mindset that you can't make mistakes and you can't apologize.
Oh yeah, I mean the people that get mad and they double down. It's like
It's just basically like you're just like flailing in quicksand. You're getting deeper. And,
I mean, there's also a lot of It's also like I've learned that dealing with anger management, that kind of thing, where people will be like, "Oh, well, just like scream and beat up a pillow, like just get all that anger out." That actually reinforces it because that teaches your brain when we feel like we want to tear something apart, like we actually should, like we should really beat up the pillow, and that makes the anger stick around.
that guy kind of looks like a pillow.
Yeah, but it means that it's reinforcing I am an angry person, and it keeps the anger stuff around. Where again, your response should be you just kind of recognize, oh, I'm feeling angry, and you just let it sit there, and you deny your brain any kind of reaction. Your brain will be like, you want to react. Your brain will be like, I want to react violently, and you just don't do it. The only difference between like you and someone that like reacts without thinking about it is because their brain has trained them that when we're in this situation, we just do it.
I think
so
that there's
it's all
a
about
self-control.
Yeah, you
feature.
deny your brain any sort of the comfort it's seeking or the kind of release of dopamine it's seeking. You just say no.
I think
it's the same thing like when it wants you to pull your phone out. It's like, we gotta pull the phone out. We gotta look at this. No.
What sucks the most is that when you're trying to help people with that, and as soon as they default to, well, I just don't have self-control.
Yeah.
Some people are just like, I don't have that. I can't do that. Once you just resign yourself to being like a slave to a negative trait that you have, I've dealt with a lot of people who are like
it's
that.
hard. It's hard to build.
Rough.
If they're like, I have no foundation of controlling my impulses, then it's like, well, where do you even start? Like, how are we gonna do this?
Yeah. Basically, you have to start with, yes, you have control. There's
obviously,
you've got to start there. I mean, as you cannot let them continue to believe, because as soon as you let them think that they I'm just a slave to my own nature, you're just reinforcing.
In therapies, they always start with the "I can't do this" attitude. This is too hard, and the whole thing is like, okay, like let's start with that feeling that you think it's too hard, and let's just do it anyway. Like, it's that kind of, you build the confidence, and then you're like, oh, it actually was not that big a deal. So in short, if you have bad feelings, like, just let yourself have bad feelings, but try to think, like, still rationally. Like, maybe everyone at the site will be super upset with you that you took a week off, and maybe that's the actual reality. Like, that might not just be a little role play in your head that you're doing. Like, maybe they are legitimately upset, and then just realize, like, yeah, that's a thing.
Well, there goes my report.
Because you can't control other people either. It's like maybe someone just hates you for no reason. Often you'll find that these things don't actually happen. Your reputation usually isn't destroyed by asking for 1 week off. But sometimes in life people will be upset because you choose to do something, and sometimes like you should still make decisions.
I don't know how much of it is me wondering, like, I don't think they're gonna be necessarily mad at me. I don't want to. Like, even if they're not mad at me, and it's like, oh, but they got to deal with an increased and frightening workload, that's what I'm worried about. Like, I'm worried about mainly making them uncomfortable. Like, I think they like me enough to be understanding.
If you go back to the site then, and they're like, man, it was rough without you, you can sympathize and be like, yeah, that's the site's run that way. Like, the site really needs better infrastructure.
Yeah, I mean, like, with the new proxy manager, we're at least doing better in terms of getting new people, so maybe that'll take the edge off. We've got more people.
Again, even if there is an edge to it, you might do it anyway.
Maybe you just want me to go. You just want me to go in December.
I'm not even thinking about the trip anymore. I'm just more in therapy mode. But I would encourage you to do things that you feel are uncomfortable, because again, these are things where, like, I felt the same way starting out, even before I knew how things just get easier over time. Like, now I find it a lot easier to just ask for things, because I understand the like how unserious it all actually is in the long run.
I mean, the fact that I can just ask them for a day off. Just like I asked for Thursday off, and they don't go, do you have a doctor's note? They don't go,
or why,
why is it an emergency? They just go ahead and
they're used to people asking for way more time off. Like, so many people in these security positions are just all over the place. So, like, if someone who's regularly there wants a week off, they typically are, they're more. I've had people surprised. They're like, wow, at how infrequently I ask for time off.
Yeah, I think they might be like that with me. And honestly, also, even if they are mad at me, they kind of need me, because they can't afford to let go of anything.
Yeah, that's another thing. Is if the site is starved for bodies, as you're saying, like, how is that gonna help them to fire you?
I mean, like I said, we had hired somebody. I trained them. They worked a day, and then and then promptly got arrested. And then as soon as they were out of jail, we were like, "You want to come into work?" You know?
Yeah. And how long were they? Well, that was over a week, right?
I think they were in jail for like a week.
Okay.
I don't
So
know.
as long
I
as
don't
you're
know how
not
many
in
work
jail.
days he missed, but because I don't really know what shift he might have
Yeah.
done weekends.
Well, and they still let him back, and he didn't
Yeah.
have a working history there.
No.
So, like-
but we weren't necessarily happy about the whole situation. You know,
Okay.
as you can see, I'm complaining about it, but
Sure, but like, is that the end of the world that like your brain might tell you that it is?
no, but I mean, like, it doesn't put stress on me, and it doesn't put stress on my relief. It doesn't put stress on most of the employees, but the site supervisor, you know, he gets the most headache,
I'm
and
sure
he already
you-
deals
yeah,
with
but
so much, and I feel so
you-
bad for him.
You do so much for him, though. Like, I feel like he would be happy for you to. I know it's
Maybe,
cliche,
like,
but,
well-
I'm sure they'd be happy for you to do this thing.
I know for a fact that I'm happy that he's on vacation, or at least he was all week.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sitting there going, like... I mean, I know we had a stressful time this week, but I'm sitting here thinking
Okay.
I wouldn't mind if he took 2 because of how many shifts he's got to cover. I mean, he's there before I come into work, and then he has to cover a 9-hour shift
it's-
every
It's
Friday.
his job.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he gets money, but like, I don't know. As I'm someone that's obsessed with my relaxed time, my free time. That's just I can't exist without it. And to think that he gets so little is
I mean, I'm sure
sad.
he's finding times to relax during his shifts, but you
Maybe.
also shouldn't worship your superior. I'm sure
It's not
he's-
worship.
he's
It's
fine.
called empathy.
Yeah, I figure like you're I don't know, like I think he's fine. Like you don't need to be like
I mean, he definitely
Smithers to Mr. Burns level.
Well, he complains. He definitely complains about the site a lot, almost to the point where it kind of feels like a running gag in like a TV show where he's always talking about. It's kind of like Squidward. Like he gets this vibe of like it's like he's always complaining about the job, but he still comes into the job. He's always like
Okay.
this
what
company
everyone does.
sucks and hates me, and this site is ridiculous, but he doesn't do it, and he's very.
So why does he earn so much respect? Like why
Well,
is he?
he's not. Again, like I was going to explain, he's not. How do I describe him? He's not like a rage and complain guy. He's more of a. He kind of has the vibe that everything is pretty stressful, which it is, but he's always taking it in a like, I need to make jokes to keep my sanity sort of a vibe. Like he definitely seems, he's definitely kind of like that exasperated but very funny and humorous nature, and he'll use that nature to complain about things that are wrong with the site. So he's not. And he is a very nice person. He's just very frustrated with how Securitas handles things sometimes. He's like, I don't know why they didn't do this or that, but he's always I don't know. It's he's not a toxic person to be around, and he's also very nice. He buys me lunch sometimes. And
Well, yeah, I know all that.
Yeah, in return he kind of he buys us both lunch, and I go and deliver it. I go up to Sonic. So that's very nice. But he definitely has this this vibe of you definitely get this like he's a leader, and he's just trying to do his best to cope with what the site is giving him. But he doesn't seem to hate it enough to leave, despite the fact that sometimes it seems like he will leave. Like when he announced his vacation, he told me the Thursday before last Thursday, I think he said, tomorrow's my last day of work.
Yeah, you told me.
And I was like, I kind of halfway believed him, because I was like, yeah, if I was you, I'd be fed up too with what you have to deal with. But he just meant he was going on vacation. But see, that's what I mean, though. He's funny in that way. He's like he's making a joke about leaving, but he's not actually leaving. That's pretty much encapsulates him as a whole. So that he's more of a humorous person. But it's still obviously I'm still like feeling bad for him because that's a lot of work to do, and that does mean a lot of pay, but not as much as he'd like, I'm sure. But I did just train someone last week or the week before last week.
Oh.
I did. Now, that person is a weekend shift, but I did train her in patrol, right? Because that's my job. Now, last Friday, I was just doing my patrol, and I had like 2 patrols left, and I see a car pull up, and he goes, "Hey, the proxy district manager just sent us someone to train." And I'm thinking, like, usually I get warned like a week in advance, and like, now I have someone to train on the spot. I have 2 hours left of my week. And this is kind of why sometimes I have issues with this proxy. Because it's like, he's, you know, like, sometimes sometimes he just gets on my nerves. But it's like, you know what, fine, I'll train. It's the end of my week, and I can deal with whatever. So, I train her. She catches on really quick. And I thought she wasn't really paying attention, but I give her the wheel, and you know, last patrol of the week, and she excels, and I'm like, okay, you really caught on, and that is someone else that can do my job if I leave, but I don't know when she's free. That's the problem. Someone needs to be free.
Okay.
To do my shift.
They also have flexes. Like, don't.
Yeah, but the flexes need to understand the site. The flexes need to know the map. They need to know, you know, so it's, I don't know.
You know, sometimes when they have flexes, they cut down the responsibilities because they understand that they're flexes, so.
Well, I don't know if they would want to do that for a week. I mean, maybe for a night. Like an emergency night, I could see them doing that, but a week is a bit much. But
flexes are usually, especially if you, because this is a thing that you would like have scheduled, right? So they would have time to train a flex. They would.
Now I do it on the I do it on the spot. I'm leaving on a week-long vacation after today. Goodbye.
It kind of sounds like that's what Brian did. He said,
like, no. Brian said that to me, but that doesn't really matter to me. I'm not the supervisor. I'm not sitting there.
If you let other people know in advance.
Yeah. So all the stress that I talked about over, oh my god, do we have someone to fill in for Friday and Thursday? That was all handled. I was just really nervous. I just didn't know.
Okay.
Now the proxy manager already had it handled. I texted him the most official looking text of my life, basically asking, please, do you have anybody? Because I don't want to work 17 hours. But it was in a much more professional way.
Those are normal texts to send because as a supervisor, I've received, text, and I'd be like, okay, I can see where you're coming from.
Yeah, so, and he was like, no, we got it covered. So, like, like I said, hello, blank, I have it written down here. Hello, blank, this is Kyle. I have my full name here. Regular patrol officer at the Costco warehouse, and then I have the address listed. The night vehicular patrol shift 11 p.m. to 8 a.m. might need to be filled, as we're currently unaware if the designated officer will be here to fill it. Because she said that she might be taking the day off. We weren't quite entirely sure if she was going to be there or not. It is likely she'll not be here, as she made plans to have today off. We cannot ask her until she is available to call, likely this evening, as this was planned a week or more prior. I was wondering if we have a designated officer to fill this shift already. If not, we'd appreciate it very much if you could assist in obtaining one. While there is a chance of the relief being able to come in, waiting for confirmation of that would give us a very small window to find a cover if she cannot fill the position. We'll likely be able to call her around 7 p.m. If she can come in, I will text you immediately. Much appreciated. And then I have my name here.
This is the kind of text that then gets a response that's horribly misspelled and has terrible punctuation and grammar.
Wait, what?
This is a text like this is the one where like you text it super worried, trying to be all
and
professional.
They're like okay.
It's like you're fired. Or
oh no! I'm like, I can't tell. Is he firing me? I can't tell.
Disproportionate response when also messily distributed.
Yeah, but I wasn't thinking he was gonna fire me. I was just thinking I was thinking, please just have someone. And and it's funny because, like, you know, I mean, making a mail like that is like, you know, it's not how I talk, but I go into professional mode.
How I send emails.
Yeah.
No one ever responds back the same way.
Well, he responded back pretty professionally, telling me who would cover, and I didn't message him on Friday. I just kind of had faith on Friday. I was like, someone's got to come in, and luckily they did have someone. So, and I think I freaked out the relief on accident because you know, Friday night I just ended my shift. I clocked out and was handing him the work phone, and I asked him, I was like, do you know the part of the job where, you know, you go 4 a.m. to 8 a.m. and you have to clear the, you know, you got to do the stuff on the street. And he goes, and he looks at me, and he looks like confused and concerned. He goes, I get off at 4. And I'm thinking, something's wrong here. And then I remembered, I'm like, oh shit, it's Friday. Weekend shifts are completely different. Because weekend shifts are 24 hours. So he doesn't, so it's different. It's not, it doesn't go 11 to 8, it goes 11 to 4, I guess. So I was like, so I freaked him out in thinking that he had to work an extra like 4 hours of clearing truckers off the street. Nah, it's like, okay, it's different. This whole new schedule is just confuses me sometimes, but I think I pretty much understand it now.
Oh, that's when they're gonna change it.
Yeah, well, don't do that. I mean, Brian even said, as soon as I get back, there's gonna be something, I swear, because that's just how he sees things.
That's how they do be.
But I'm hoping not, because we, aside from Friday, it seems to be going well. I mean, like, I don't like coming home when everyone's asleep. I don't prefer it. But I do like the money. And I mean, I might wish if I started at 2 and left at 10, but it is what it is. I was literally, when they said they were rescheduling me, I was thinking, like, it could be anything. As soon as reschedule comes in, it's like they could say, you're gonna be moved to this, and if you can't do it, we're gonna have to reassign you or whatever. I was like scared. Like, that whole thing was a nightmare. I am so lucky that I got out of it with just an extra hour, because the way that it was formatted, it kind of felt like I could have been like, yeah, you're doing, you know, you're leaving at midnight or you're leaving at 2 a.m. and I just did not know. None of us knew. It was a bad time. So yeah, at least I'm good. And I'm hoping that like, if I ask for a week off, they're not going, oh, the guy with the easy shift wants to take a week off. But I definitely would ask, I would ask probably somewhere in I could see myself doing May, like asking in May, and then aiming for maybe somewhere in July or August off.
Sure.
Because I'm going to be
They
taking
usually-
the Thursday off, and
I think 4 weeks in advance, because you don't want to do it too far in advance. That'll kind of fall off the radar. But
yeah,
4 weeks in advance is usually what I always have. That's the rule I've always done.
I'll see. I mean, I didn't do it last year. Maybe that'll kind of give me a.
You also don't have to think about it like, because in their heads they're not thinking about it like a point system. He doesn't have like a tally book he opens up and he's like, well, he didn't do it last year, so I guess it's okay this year.
Well,
It's
hopefully there's some form of subconscious. He's always here, because I don't know.
I mean, sure, there's definitely a rapport. If you were always late, you would definitely be thinking about that, I'm sure. Like, oh, this guy who never shows up on time always wants to take time off. I'm sure, other people take a week off. They'll just be like, yeah, we'll make it work. Because the thing is, they understand, like, the job is not, it's secondary. Like, you have life, which is main thing, and then the job is like a second thing. So you say, hey, life is, I'm doing life this week.
Yeah, as much as a lot of people seem to believe that your your work is your life, which always always made me feel uncomfortable. There's a lot of people out there that are. I mean, I'm glad that I don't have some managers that I've had in the past. Really glad that I don't have them here, because that would not go well.
Yeah, especially if he's the one you're going to make the request, I think it'd be chill.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I let Steven know that we're good for Baldur's Gate. I don't know what happened. I did text him around 1 o'clock, being like, "Hey, we might not play tonight after all."
I know that you guys played Factor last night.
Yes.
Not because I saw you on Steam, but because when I was going to check on the sound machine, I heard you screaming about peccaries or whatever.
Yes.
I'm like, oh, he's not asleep unless he's having a nightmare.
I was researching desert ecosystems.
Peccary, there's a peccary.
Yeah, we played. I mean, obviously he wanted you to be there too, and we played on our own.
Yeah.
We didn't play on the map with you, but yeah, I let him know that I would continue playing just because we weren't sure what your schedule would be regularly.
Yeah, I mean, like this week definitely I had to come home at 11 because Brian wasn't there, and yeah, so we had that relief. This week, I don't know what it's going to be like. It might just consistently be that I'm home at 10 on Fridays, but I don't know.
Okay. Fridays are the only nights I'd be able to do because I go to bed at
I've got a good one.
every day. But yeah, we would love to keep playing that with you any nights that you wanted to keep playing it.
Yeah. Well, maybe we can get more done if I get a week off.
Yeah, I mean, when you say you want to spend a week doing nothing, if you want to allot some of that nothing towards gaming.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, though last time I took a week off, I gamed so hard that I injured my back. So
that'll do it.
I played so much. I don't know. I think it was the Split Second. I played Split Second so hard that I hurt my back.
Your spine.
Yeah, I split my spine.
Yeah, maybe, and if you had a whole week, you could set up a Skyrim VR finally and stream that.
Maybe. I did spend a lot of it sleeping, though. I'm going to be swapping games to Overwatch, guys. But thank you so much for watching the ESO portion of the
Technically,
stream.
when you take a week of work off, it's 9 days. Or no, it's 9 days because you have the weekend.
Right. That's what feels great, because you're like I'm taking 5 days off, and then you're like, and then it's bookended by the weekend. Obviously, though, it has to be if you have weekends off. But for me, I do.
Well,
and...
it doesn't even matter if you have weekends off. You have 2 days off a week, right? So those 2 days.
Oh, yeah, I guess so. Yeah. So it just kind of, it stacks. So, yeah, that's something I guess I might do. I kind of suggested it in jest because it sounded ridiculous when I said it.
That sounds mundane to someone who's been a supervisor.
It's mainly because like that much paid leave just doesn't make sense to me.
Well, you only get the paid leave.
Non-paid leave, rather. Non-paid leave.
Non-paid leave, that's at your discretion. You know, they can only pay you what you're contracted for. If you want to take extra time off, you know, if you have a doctor's appointment, just if you're cool with losing a week's pay, which I guess in your case might balance out because you're taking extra hours. You know, they don't. They're not upset that they don't have to pay you. You know, that's money they don't have to give to you.
Right. Yeah. I guess that they probably would find the company would be more irritated at having to give me money for doing nothing than not paying me for.
It's the paid vacations that they are upset about.
But they have to give me that.
Yeah, those ones you're contracted for. Yeah. Again, I'm sure you would be able to approach the topic in a way where you're like, hey, it's fine either way, or I'm just trying to see if this is even possible, or just say, you could even be more assertive and be like, hey, I feel like I need a week. Like, how can we make that work? With the understanding that it wouldn't be your main paid week vacation, that it's an additional.
Yeah, though saying
more than
need
like
sounds kind of. I don't need a week, but
I don't know. I mean, I took a week off. I mean, granted, my benefit situation is different, but last year, I was like, I'm going through something stressful, and I just want a week just to recharge. Like, I'll be back to work after. I'll keep you updated, but I'm not. I would appreciate just having that kind of breathing room, and they were concerned, and just like, hey, absolutely, just keep us updated. And they didn't bother me the entire week, and it was nice.
Part of me is just worried that that's more of a higher tier job thing than what I have, but
it's if especially if you approach it like, hey, I just need this to decompress. Like I'm strictly, because sometimes people take a week off and they don't even give a reason for it. But if you give, granted, it's Brian is sympathetic towards those sorts of things. If you just let them know that it's something that you just feel you want to recharge,
Yeah, I think of it as it definitely feels like a recharge. Despite hurting my back on my last one, it was still very nice to have a whole week, and I am a huge advocate of doing nothing, and so I don't know, I just really enjoy that.
I like when I have like time off, like being on a trip and being like, wow, that's a when you're on the trip, you're like, wow, I'd normally be at work right now, but now I'm actually out doing something, and I have a whole week to just do all these things. And then
right.
I feel like I get more out of my time. Like I feel like it was worth taking the time off. But I have also taken weeks off where I'm just like, I just want to stay at home. I want to catch up on games I haven't played.
Mm-hmm.
So I've definitely done both. In general, in hindsight, I always prefer the ones where I had a trip or like something meaningful planned. But you also don't get as much relaxed time when you're doing stuff.
Yeah, I need sleep.
I think having a balance of 1 week of relaxing and 1 week of doing stuff is probably reasonable.
I'm gonna Google people asking. I asked my manager and he punched me in the face.
I've done that. I remember I did that early on. Like, hey, what is accepted? Like, what is the common practice? One, also researching what is normal is a common OCD thing that you should probably
I mean,
again, you should accept that maybe you're doing something that's not normal.
You can't really do that though, because it's like it all depends on who you're asking. It's like it's company wide. It's also like who you're working with.
I'm going to save you some time though. What I found when I was researching, should I ask my boss for a week off? Everyone just says, yeah, just fucking do it. Just like if you feel like you need the time off, do it. I even looked at specific Securitas forums, and everyone's just like, fuck Securitas. Like they can eat my shorts. Like I want a week off. The company sucks. I'm taking a week off.
Well, I mean, I've never been treated negatively, but
sure, but it's a big company, and not usually generally considered one of the best. But I should just have it be something that you do without having to like get permission from the internet.
Yeah, because a lot of things are different.
Yeah, you're gonna get a bunch of people with different situations. You're gonna get people being like, I really wouldn't, like, my whole life fell apart after I asked for a 5-minute break one time.
Yeah.
And it turns out they're posting from like Victorian or something.
They just, oh shit, this guy was from Victorian
this post
England.
was from 1858.
Oh, this
small
man,
orphan boy in a coal factory.
Yeah, it's like this was before the child labor laws. Oh, okay. Oh wait, no, sorry, this is from the future. This is from Florida in 2026.
This was from last week.
Yeah.
Anyway, you should probably get sleep. For someone that talks about how much they like sleep, you stay up really late.
I work second shift, so that's just how my body clock is.
Okay.
We probably leave somewhere around 4 or 4:30, maybe even 4:45. I don't know.
Well, my shift is ending.
Okay.
It's 3 o'clock.
Where's your relief? You cannot leave until your relief is here.
I quit.
You can't
It's
do
a
that.
Resignation.
I will bring out my lawyers.
Did Mom talk to you about Bass Pro Shop? And
She said that we'd stop by Bass Pro Shop. Yeah.
Yes, it is a very nice Bass Pro Shop. I would like to do more than stop by. I wasn't feeling super great the first trip we did to it.
Well, she said, she said the outing would be like a couple or a few hours.
Yeah, it's not a huge. It's not like the big Outdoors World Bass Pro Shop, but it's. I'm just saying it's definitely worth visiting.
I still want to go to the Pyramid Bass Pro Shop in wherever that is. Forget where that is.
Minnesota or something.
I want to go to that
I haven't
one.
even seen the interior of it. I don't know.
That's definitely something. That's on my bucket list.
Okay.
I'm not into like, you know,
projects.
I'm more into the camping aspect of Bass Pro Shop than any fishing or hunting, but
sure. I mean, it's an outdoor store. Yeah.
Outdoors, indoors.
Yeah, actually, yeah, I should look up what is the Pyramid one actually like.
Did
I
they?
don't know what the beeps.
Do they like own Outdoor World or what? Like what is Outdoor?
I don't
World?
know. I mean, I know that we went to that one that had like that museum attached. It was like a bunch of
yeah.
That one, which actually going back to the Google Images is super not creepy. It's weird. They have a not Bible verses. The whole thing has a very religious overtone. Like there's a ton of
not surprising.
quotes printed on walls about like, you know, God's creation and all the wonders of the Lord. Yeah, I guess
the wonders of the Lord, not them on your wall.
I don't remember this painted all over the whole thing, but I guess.
Don't you just love killing and eating God's creation? It's a beautiful thing.
He gave us these things. But no, I think Outdoors World, like there's Bass Pro Shops, and then some of them have an aspect called Outdoors World. I would have to look up what the
yeah, so it's probably like something that they own.
Well, yeah, it's
like a section.
Yeah, they used to have, a lot of them used to have indoor restaurants you could eat at, which after COVID they all closed down, which sucks, because there was one by a lake in Richardson that Michaela and I used to go to that had one of those restaurants inside with a, you know, like the fish tanks, like one of those fancy, not fancy.
Right.
Like fancy, but it was a really nice restaurant with fish tanks everywhere, and then they closed it. So it's like, why would I go there anymore? Anyway, I will see you tomorrow then at the Bass Pro Shop.
Yeah, we'll meet at the Bass Pro Shop.
Yeah, I'll see you at Bass.
That's
Good
true. Night. Bye. Boom. Minty asked if we were gonna be doing Overwatch, and I said, yeah, give me a bit. It was a little bit longer than a bit, I'll admit, but not seeing a Minty, so I'm kind of alone. But I'll give it a little bit longer. I don't want to be up too terribly long. I guess if I go to sleep at 8, I can even be up by 4. I got like, I don't know, I think I got like 6 hours of sleep last night, despite like me setting my alarm for like an hour or 2 later. I was like, why am I up and why aren't I tired? It's a weekend. And I was like, I'm gonna regret it later. I'm gonna be exhausted during my Saturday night stream, but I'm not tired. So yeah, the during my week-long stream back in, this was around late October last year, because it was like it was an event that I had called it was like a Halloween themed. It was a 12-hour stream I did during my week-long vacation. Did I say week-long stream? I hope I didn't say that. It was a 12-hour stream, which was obviously longer than anything I've done before, and it was like a special, and it was fun, but because I didn't have anyone like in call or whatever for most of it. It kind of dragged on for a while. Like it was kind of hard to keep it entertaining, because it was just me, right? Just me talking for 12 hours is pretty rough. I don't think I had anyone else at any point. And so that was kind of hard to keep going. And I ended up hurting my back, but it was fun. I played like some Axis Unseen and Split Second and Tiny Glade. That was that was fun. I did that pretty early on in my vacation, so I got to spend a lot of the rest of it recovering from hurting my back because it was really stiff. Luckily, I fixed that by I was like, you know what? It's because of my chair. Like, I've been using the same chair for years and years and years and years and years, and it's an office chair, and I'm like, it has no upper back support. No wonder I was hurt. And so I was like, you know what? It's about time that I just buy a gaming chair. So I picked one up. So that did change how my setup is, and now I have a comfy gaming chair, and it has upper back support, and it's got somewhere for me to rest my head. So that's nice. But this was the card art I had for the Weather Dragons Stormy Night 12-hour long. It wasn't on Halloween, but it was like around Halloween, obviously. So I had kind of a spooky vibe to it. It was a fun time. If I do another week-long vacation and I do another 12-hour stream or longer, I don't think I'll have card art for it, but maybe. I don't know. Oops, the art's still there. Yeah, here's a tip for streamers. Alright, a tip for streamers. And I've been streaming for... It's gonna be 6 years pretty soon. Streaming alone, or rather just like being like carrying the stream like by yourself, chatting, even if you're a chatterbox like me, it can get hard, and it can get draining and also discouraging. So like I think the best, if you want to do a long stream, maybe try syncing up with friends, family, you know, people to have a conversation with, you know. I think that helps a lot. I mean, that's not why I do it. That's not why I chat with my family and friends. Because I don't stream for length, right? I mean, some of my Saturday streams have been like 4 hours before. But I will say that it's less draining. It's way less draining. You have way more fun talking with someone else than just talking to yourself, or I mean, I guess if you've got an active chat, that's good. But you can't depend on that. You can't depend on that variable. So like, I think it would be way easier for me to have a 12-hour stream if I just knew that I had someone to chat with. I'm back in the voice channel. I just left and I'm back in. Dark Weather took over the stream, you knew it? Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean? Who's dark weather? I would say that's like weather after dark, but that's... That's not really how my stream is. You saw the poster of Evil Me put up. That wasn't evil. I just have a... That's just my smile. That's just how I smile. It looks mischievous. Hello. Hello. Oh, I thought I sent an invite. Did that not go through? Oh, it timed out. Quack. I'm still, hello. I'm still, like, mentally and visually trying to register the drugs.
I have a confession.
Did you take the drugs?
I was scouting out more maps. I was in VR chat for like another hour or two. I was with a friend scouting out more maps.
Thank you for the pet.
And I found a couple cool ones. But I also took him to that map, not planning on doing any of them.
Wait, you took him to the drug map?
He wanted to.
Okay.
I was not planning on using any of them. I grabbed one of the syringes. I'm definitely afraid of needles, by the way. I wouldn't even...
I'm not really that afraid of needles, but it wasn't comfortable for me at all.
I didn't even want to hold it, but I was holding it as a joke.
What color? What color?
I think it was the red one, because I was saying that you mentioned a strawberry flavor.
The cherry!
I was trying to jokingly, like, poke him with it.
Oh, no! Oh,
I thought you would have to, like, actually poke it into yourself to take it, so I pressed the trigger. And it activated on me instead.
Okay, so on you and not on him.
Oh, he did it anyway.
Okay. Yeah, so you know what it was like. I was going to describe it. You know what it was like.
I don't know if is it a different thing every time? What was it like for you?
For me, it was a kaleidoscope of colors, and like I could see you guys, but it was like really zoomed in and very morphed. So like I could see people, but I didn't quite know exactly where they were. The sound was really loud, like grating.
It was like echoey.
Kinda. It was, but I mean,
it's
all on stream.
Yeah, I might need to check the VOD then.
But
it's the same for you.
Sound was like
you were like
way too loud.
Looking through a ViewMaster that somebody like smashed with that hammer.
Kinda, yeah.
Like it was a weird like 3D glasses effect where I could close one eye and could kind of see. Like they were doing weird things with the lenses. I didn't like that. I did not do it on purpose. Like.
So you went there you went to the drug world without planning to do any drugs.
Yeah, because he wanted to go there. I wasn't doing any of them. I hate like maps and things that affect the screen because it messes. My head is very easily messed with. I get dizzy easily. I had to close one eye to make it like manageable. I couldn't. There's like a big reset button, but it's like when you get soap in your eyes and you're trying to read the bottle to see what to do.
Yeah.
Like there's a big reset button. I was like, I can't hit it. I don't know where I'm walking. I just saw the big words that said reset, but I couldn't flatter my hands over it. It was awful.
It's like if this gets in your eyes, read this, and it's like I can't read it. It got in my eyes.
I didn't like that. I wasn't there very long. I did that and then left. And I was like, I'm out of here.
Yeah. So I mean, like I fell to the ground dramatically on purpose. Obviously, I was like.
Well, I was tempted to make it more manageable for my eyes. It was making me. I couldn't stand.
I mean, if it was. I think that if anyone had brought me like if Jared had brought me there and told me to take the drugs, I probably wouldn't have taken the drugs. But I was like, what? This is the place that we go? Definitely the weirdest place that I've ever been, I think. Ooh.
Heck.
You need to watch your language.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think drugs are actually like that. They're probably like worse.
I don't know, I'm innocent. I don't
Just
think
do a
they
little
wear
tan.
off after 2 seconds. Well, let me tell you, if drugs are like that, then I don't know why people take them. I mean, it's like I thought that like getting drunk in Sea of Thieves was bad, you know. But
Yeah.
no, nothing compared to that. I think it was definitely very intense. I was like, I get the idea of this, but I think Mom's too innocent.
I don't know why we were taken there.
The music, the techno music, and the Betty Boop and everything is pretty psycho. And Mom was just like, I like Betty Boop or whatever. So you're so
She's
innocent.
just walking out of bingo.
It's like this crazy contrast of like you got you got this old cartoon and techno music. I am doing awful.
Heck, this Winston has been killing. He just keeps going after me.
But yeah, Craze no doubt knows all the chaotic maps. You know, like the most the wildest shit out there, I can imagine.
There's a Tracer crouching behind a corner. You see the Overwatch leaks?
No, what? I don't know if I like leaks. How like future
Yeah,
are we
I don't really
talking?
seek. I don't really seek these things out. They're just kind of fun, like next season and stuff.
Is this like Aqua leaks?
No, actually.
Oh
Wait,
yeah, because
he's not
Aqua's not gonna be next
next
season. Yeah,
season,
yeah.
Well, I would think they would do like the test. Wait, no, that would still be the same season, wouldn't it? No, wait. No, yeah, they would do the test in the season before, like with Freya, I guess.
Yeah.
So I guess Aqua would be playable next season. Like halfway through or something. Did another trial. No, it was the crossover and there's like a bunch of skins and stuff, but the skins aren't really that important. Oh yeah, and a
Okay,
new
so-
thing to get with comp points, which is kind of meh.
So a crossover series of skins, and
Well, the only thing that was leaked is like, I don't know how true it is. The rest of it is real because it's not. It's like would be too hard to fake. It was just regular skins from like the season. So I'm inclined to believe
okay.
the crossover is also real, but it's only like the name. It's only like what the franchise is, and that's another thing that you probably don't care about.
Dang it! Every time. Maybe it's because I'm uncultured.
You know, you want to know what it is because you probably.
Is it an
you'll be
anime?
indifferent to it. Yes.
Ugh! Every time, like these people keep thinking that I'm into anime, but I'm not. Okay, what anime is it?
It's Gundam.
Gundam. Okay.
But it's like a specific Gundam series that I've heard from one or two people wasn't even really that good. I don't
That
know why
means
they're doing
Ryan's getting a
specific,
skin. There's no way they're not gonna give Ryan a Gundam skin. He's big.
Yeah, I was
Just
gonna
give
say
him
Farah, but Farah already has the Gundam skin. That looks like pretty. Well, it's just a. I don't know. It's got like the Gundam colors on it, but I guess they'll do an actual like. Probably Farah and Ryan. I don't know if they could work that into Diva. Well, Diva is
Right.
literally someone piloting a mech, which would make the most sense.
Yeah.
But Diva has so many skins. She's about to get a mythic the season after next season. She's got 2 Le Seraphim skins. And like 30 other legendaries. Ooh, I almost killed the Widow from here. And then you want me to just tell you the comm point thing because it's kind of underwhelming.
Sure.
And it's just a picture, so it could be people are misunderstanding it. But the picture just shows basically like heroes in their default skins, but like there's slight color alterations similar to the weapon ones, like you know, like gold and jade, like gilded parts of the skins. And I don't know if they're only on default skins or if that was just like an example. It'd be really difficult to like swap colors of every skin. So might
Yeah,
be
it
the
would.
default skin. That seems kind of underwhelming if it's just like default skin with some jade on it. I don't know.
I mean, don't they already have like the gilded mythic skins?
Yeah, it was just for I guess these would just be for default. I don't know. It's just what the picture showed. Maybe missing details.
This Widow's got free range.
And then they're just some pictures of like skins or something.
She knows. She knows I'm here. She knows.
You've already
God
seen
fucking damn it.
Mythic for next season, right? They showed it at the event thing.
I think.
Actually, they showed the next two mythics.
Yeah, I don't remember who's got the next one.
The next one's Juno, and it's really good.
Oh yeah.
And then after that's Diva. Finally, I've waited since launch for a Diva mythic.
I don't want to swap. I'm gonna have to swap. There's no one going after that Widow. Not a single person. And Hazard's not gonna do it. I literally have no choice but to swap.
I aim to devastate.
Nice. I got that one.
Good job. Okay, here we go. Widow down.
Nice.
I got this shit really quick.
But yeah, they're also just in like. They only showed the 2D art for the Juno mythic, so this leak showed like it in 3D. And people are. I don't know. I don't want to seek these things out. They just pop in my timeline. People are like being really picky about it. It just kind of looks like any other concept art to skin. Like, I don't know. People saying they ruined it. The art was so good and the skin looked awful, and I can't really tell what they're talking about. It looks fine, but that's Twitter, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, like, everyone's complaining about everything about Overwatch all the time.
It's a lot of ults happening.
Yep. There's a monkey! Monkey's
Shoot,
low. He's low. He's low. He's
Hit him, but he's in a shield.
He's low. He's so
Why did he get
low.
a shield?
He's so low, monkey.
I got him.
Okay. This is a weird game.
I was trying to life grip you too, and it didn't. He like died in mid animation when I was doing it.
Get the monkey! Shit. Ow. That Ana got me. Nightleaf, thanks for stopping by.
It's getting
Now I can't do this for too long because I've got, well, tomorrow we're going out to eat, and then also we're going to Bass Pro Shop, which I guess they want to do. So we're gonna be going to Olive Garden and then Bass Pro Shop. So yeah, that'll be like it'll be like at. I'm probably gonna leave at like 4:30. So I mean I can still be up a while, but.
Yeah, I used to love Bass Pro Shop until I realized like what it was.
Hunting?
Yeah, because I was like, I used
but
to
it's
love
also
it for, like,
camping. It's not just
I used
hunting.
to love like their displays and stuff. I didn't realize it was like, oh heck.
Yeah.
I didn't realize what they were displaying. I was like, cool fish, and they take.
I'm sure the rest of the deer is on the other side of the wall.
No, they weren't usually there. They would have like full taxidermy deer and stuff. I liked it for the wildlife stuff, and then I was like,
Is that an emotion I detect, Lacroix?
not really that interested in fishing or hunting.
Well,
At that
they
point,
really wanted
I should
to
just
go
to the
there.
aquarium if I.
Yeah,
I mean, the vibes are nice, I guess, if you are in like the hunting sections. But I'm pretty sure most of it's the hunting section. And it's just camo and rifles or whatever. Fishing poles.
But there's some, I don't know. There's something about the place that they want to go to. I don't know if it's new, but there's something that brings them there. They're like, we want to go there. I think they just miss family outings. They're like, we want to go to a family outing.
Is it closed? I don't remember how close.
I've got no idea. But Mom did say that she was like, we should be back by 7, so I would expect still some playing. I'm not really gonna count on 7. I'm gonna guess probably around 7:30. But oh fucking hell! Fuck.
Yeah, I was in a little sniper battle with those people. The aquarium there is really nice, but it's probably a lot farther. Shoot, I didn't mean to life grip you, I meant to life grip the
no, I'm fine,
he
I'm
was
good.
poisoned. I know, I was trying to cure his poison. Now they're all dead.
I can't counter snipe this Widow with like cause like everything's too tight and the Winston shield is getting in the way too much. I can't counter snipe her like this. That's why I've gone Genji to kind of dive. But unfortunately, I'm at very high risk for the Winston's arc cannon. So
oh, dying. I don't know if I've seen that Ramattra skin. That's pretty cool.
That's the first cap. Whoa, that's like a Kabuki mask.
Yeah, he's got like a Kabuki mask. Oh yeah, nobody touched the point till then? What?
Yeah, that was actually first cap right there.
They must have forgot. They were too busy doing little sniper battles. Oh! This Winston hates me.
Promo Rage?
Oh, I love the life grip cleansing effect.
On it down?
Kiriko's not the only person that can cleanse the poison now.
Kiri down? Fucking hell. There we got Cap.
Did you see... I don't think you were awake for it, because time zones. It was like 9 AM your time probably, the direct. You probably at least saw
I didn't
you probably saw like a particular announcement.
Tomodachi Life?
No. That, for some reason, I knew tons of people wanted Tomodachi Life. It was like one of the most requested Switch games, but I didn't know so many people wanted it to the point where it's Nintendo's most liked tweet ever now. It has more likes than the announcement for the
Holy
Switch
shit.
2.
What? Really?
Their announcement for the Switch 2 has less likes than Tomodachi Life did. People really wanted it. I knew that, but I didn't know they wanted that much.
I know Tomodachi Life from watching Space Hamster play it a bunch during.
It is strange.
Like, yeah, I watch him. Well, I watched. Maybe it wasn't Tomodachi Life. Maybe it was the RPG that they released. But
oh,
even still,
Miitopia.
yeah, Miitopia. But I do remember. I think PB and Jeff still did Tomodachi Life because they loved it so much, and it's fun. I saw a little bit of that, but I didn't see anything about. I'll be honest, I didn't see anything about Beyond except for a screenshot someone showed me, or at least like promo art, and they said that Samus has psychic powers now.
Yeah, she's got psychic powers.
It's like, holy shit.
There's a really cool suit they showed.
Yeah, the suit with like the gem in the eye, or the third eye, is pretty sweet.
Oh, I jumped off. I hacked.
Uh-oh.
It was a tactical death. It was on purpose.
I got that lifesteal, let's go.
It wasn't on purpose. Oh.
Primal Rage is gonna take a little bit. Focus on Kiri, focus on Kiri. Yep. What was Tomodachi the bombshell announcement or what? Because like Beyond is not an announcement. We knew about Beyond.
No, there was something that completely caught me off guard, probably more than like most things ever happen in a Nintendo Direct, because it's not Nintendo. I was watching it live, and the next slide shows up, and it's Patapon.
What? No way!
Well, it's not a new one, but they're putting Patapon 1 and 2.
Oh my god!
On the Switch, and that's a PlayStation.
I gotta
franchise.
get it.
It's not like it was. It's not like it's like it was PlayStation like exclusive. It's only ever been on the PSP, and then they like ported it to the PS4 or something. Apparently, Sony recently has just been selling out. They're like licensing out one of their specific studios. I think it's one of the ones they screwed over. The ones people made like Gravity Rush and all that. They kind of screwed them over, and I guess they're like licensing out the game. So it's like being published by like Bandai Namco, and I was so confused because I was like, "What is this Sony? What like how?"
Yeah. I mean, no, I did not expect that at all. Because last I heard that they were making like the Patapon, I think company made like a successor to Patapon, and they were done with it. And I know this isn't a new game, but
yeah, the developers.
Still,
I think it's the developers.
Have it.
I thought it was.
It's crazy.
I thought it was a fan game, but I think you're right. I think I remember seeing somewhere that it was like the original developers like split off and are making a successor. I'm not sure why 3 isn't there. It's just 1 and 2, but.
Yeah, I didn't play. Again, I've only played 2. 3 had a different format where it was 3's like branding was like electric guitars and like
and
like more
cool
focused on like these cool hero, like a bunch of heroes. It was like the Avengers. But I did not play 3. 2 was my go-to. Yeah, some good memories.
It did make me uncomfortable watching the trailer and seeing the button prompts, though. It looks incredibly wrong.
Yeah, I can imagine that's pretty odd.
Because there's no PlayStation symbols, it's like A, B, X, Y, and I'm like, ugh, like what?
Yeah, that must be pretty strange.
Weird. But yeah, that was a pleasant surprise.
Huh.
And there is a physical cartridge version, but I think it's being sold everywhere except America or something.
Tariffs.
I saw screenshots of like European version, Australian version, Japanese version, and then I don't think America's getting a physical.
That's what's gonna finally stop the tariffs. Like Donald Trump is like, I can't get a physical copy of what Patapon on the Switch. I'm done with this. I'm done with the presidency.
And then shortly after, they announced the new Everybody's Golf, which is that's like the Japanese or European name for the Hot Shots
Golf. Yeah.
Yeah. And for some reason, I don't really entirely understand. This one's called Everybody's Golf Hot Shots, and the Hot Shots part of the title is the logo from Hot Shots Golf.
Interesting.
And the trailer was playing the like main theme. I was getting nostalgic for, even though I've only played one of them.
If I recall correctly, I think Owl City wrote a song for one of their games. If I recall correctly, Owl City wrote a Hot Shots Golf song.
In retrospect, Hot Shots Golf 4 did have some questionable.
Yeah. There are things to it, yeah.
And like the Japanese version of the games, have like entirely different rosters. So like you can tell that the American one kind of took some creative liberties.
Really? Oh, I did not know that. Because I'm sitting here going like it's a game made in Japan.
I think like the entire cast is like different.
It's weird because the one that we played, the one that we played. Wait, so was the one that we played like that? It's called Hot Shots, so that was Japanese, right?
That's called Hot Shots Golf 4 is the one that we played.
Right.
And I guess in Japan it would have been called Everybody's Golf something or other, and it has like different characters.
It's weird because like the vibe, because like it almost seemed like, I mean like the mannerisms, like especially the approach to the American character.
Yeah.
But then again, everyone was the stereotype in that game.
Yeah,
no one
like,
was
it's
safe.
kind of like, yeah. I don't know. Well, Street Fighter's probably the best example. I think Street Fighter does it not as offensively, but a lot of things that do stereotypes a bunch of countries. Well, at least also make fun of America, but I don't know if that makes it much better. Yeah, there was a guy talking about drinking ketchup and all that.
Yeah, that's American.
Pretty funny. The other ones are not that funny. It's only funny when it's against Americans.
That's true. I mean, because we're Americans. Oh shit. I wish I was hidden, but I'm not.
Yeah, I don't think we were ever good enough at that game to unlock some characters, but like I know Ratchet and Clank were in that game. I think it was Ratchet and Clank. It might have been Jack and Dax. Maybe Molt. They had some cameo characters. I don't think we ever won enough to unlock those.
We just
I'm not great at golf games.
Spam the emotes.
Yeah. I just found it interesting because the new one, the like hot shots in the name look like the American.
It's like the final version. Both titles merge.
Yeah, it was like this crossover. They're gonna have the stereotype characters. They have the Japanese guys. But that's also one of those like PlayStation exclusive franchises. So that and Patapon were like very strange to see there. It was like what? Which means Gravity Rush is not off the table. They could put Gravity Rush on Switch. I love Gravity Rush.
That would be pretty sweet. Can't hit this Mercy. She can hit me though.
I can't pick my perks right now because I don't know Juno's perks and I can't sit here and read them.
I choose all. I always choose both left for Juno. That's how I remember. I'm just like she's always both left
what's
for me.
What's the right one? Do you remember what the right one is?
No, I just got like 3 arrows embedded in me at like blunt distance.
I can't read these.
I know that her left one at first is her targeting pulsars target on allies faster.
Yeah, I chose that one.
Yeah, and then her other one on the left will be that it crits enemies.
Oh yeah. Heck. Well, now I can read them.
That's kind of the issue I had with perks when they announced them. I was like, how are we gonna know all this shit? Like, crap.
Yeah, it's gonna take a while. I still haven't.
So much
I've
to
only played
memorize.
tank like once or twice since the perks, so I don't know a lot of the tank perks. Yeah, I guess I have played Juno perks before. I just forgot these. I should turn around. And then they also knew Rhythm Heaven, which hasn't had a game in like 10 years.
Right. Is that a new game, or are they just putting one of the old ones on Switch?
That was a fully new game.
Oh, nice.
And they showed like quite a few mini games that a lot of people were expecting it to be like released the same day or something maybe. And the trailer ends and it says 2026, which is really weird for a game like that.
That's a wait. Nice.
Shoot. I used that.
We could be good. We could be good. We could be good.
It's just weird because they showed so much. Like it was like giving the implication that like it was ready. It was like next year. Come on.
Imagine if they announce Elder Scrolls 6, like, or they like give more info during a direct. It's like just kind of comes up and it's like explore the world of Cambrio in Elder Scrolls 6, and then it just goes, and then it's like drops all this
2 direct in a couple days.
Drops all this info. That's like, wait, what?
If the Switch 2, if all like the leaks about how its hardware or whatever is as good as all the people are saying, like a really dumbed down version of Elder Scrolls 6 could be on it. Because people are saying it's like power of like PS4 Pro or something. If you dumbed a game down enough, like a recent game like that, well, that's not even out, but a new game like that could probably run.
We'd have to know what it's like. We don't know nothing.
Yeah, I still have doubts that people are right though about it. It's everything people keep saying about how great the Switch 2 is gonna be sounds a little too good. I know it has to compete with the Steam Deck so it's got to be good. But like PS4 Pro sounds a little.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
Did that get interrupted?
Yeah.
No. Oh, not during a whole hog. Damn it. No. I
They
was
pushed
thinking.
them
He just
all
pushed
away.
everyone out of range. Nice. Capitalization onto the Mercy. Oh man, that was good.
They also announced some overly complicated way to share digital games. That at first I thought was cool because I thought it actually meant I could like. It's so complicated
Why
they
did I
couldn't
do
even
that?
explain it well. I'm not gonna be able to explain it well either. It's like it's too complicated. It was a way to share digital games, and it seemed cool until they were like, you have to do it locally. It was like you could share games with the Switch family group members. It was like you can.
Does like the
share
other
games
Switch have
with
to be on or something? Like what?
It's gotta be like local wireless. You gotta be like right next to each other.
Ugh. That
To
sounds
share.
about right for Nintendo.
Well, just to like send the files over.
Oh, okay. So you can play them outside of range?
There's a timer on it, which at that point it
What?
felt kind of
There's
pointless.
a
It's like
timer?
2 weeks. You get 2 weeks, which after thinking about for a little bit, makes perfect sense because you could have someone like they could just steal your digital game.
Sure, but like how do
Maybe you could-
how do like saves and shit work? Like
It just goes back to the original person's console, and then I guess you could just do it again. So I guess you could just refresh it every 2 weeks. I don't know. It's also just a way to make it so only people that are close to each other can do it, which sucks. That's why I thought it sounded cool at first, and then it just kind of
setting up a file sharing station being like $20 and I share my game with you.
Well, you also have to be in the same family group. I thought it was. Oh, shoot! Oh my god, that was actually.
Hi guys.
That I did. What do you got the Mercy?
That's good at least. That was gonna be
I'm trying to keep
way
going.
better than it was. I fucked it up. Nice. Nice.
Oh, they got it.
Nice. Clear. I think play the game from Roadhog maybe?
Anyway, I thought it was way cooler because I thought it meant I could literally like lend you games because it was like Switch Online family members you could share with, and I was like, cool. I could lend you. I have a bunch of digital games. I was like,
I've got games I still gotta play. Oh, went to Sig.
And then it was like, you gotta be in the same room. And I was like, never mind.
That Deadeye, by the way, that I just did, ended up clipping the railing right next to him. Like, it was aiming for him, and I set it off, and it hit the railing, and the railing saved his life. At least it saved him a lot of damage.
The railing. Should I have to play the game?
Play the game. Railing.
Oh, I'm not that far in the battle pass. It's only 23 days left. I'm on tier 45. That's over halfway.
I think I'm...
There's
wait.
23 days. I gotta hurry up on that.
Oh, I just hit 70.
Dang.
I noticed that, like, I didn't notice how many free things are in this pass. Like this May skin is free. Like, you don't need to have the pass to get it.
Does it... How can you see that?
It says tier 70 free reward. And then if you do, like, this spray, tier 69 premium reward.
Oh, you're right. Oh, it does tell you, right? Yeah, that Mace skin's really good.
Yeah, I mean, so there's I mean, like, there's a lot of free stuff you can get in Overwatch.
The problem is, with, like, any game with Battle Pass, if you are doing the free one, you don't get, like, the... I think if you pay for it, you get, like, a 20% EXP boost or something.
You do get
so
that,
it takes even
boost.
longer. And it's not as worth it, because it's like, you're not getting... Even if you get cool stuff, you're not getting as much, and you have to grind longer. Yeah, Metroid Prime 4 looks pretty crazy for a Switch game.
Look, worth the wait, worth the cancellation and the restructuring rather.
It does kind of just look like Metroid Prime.
Right.
The psychic power things are cool. Do you know the gimmick of like the second game?
No, I'm really only familiar with Phazon.
Yeah, there's the whole the whole corruption gimmick with the Phazon stuff in the third game. The second game has like a two worlds kind of gimmick where like you're swapping between like a light and dark world, like Zelda or something. And that's where like the pure white suit comes from. There's like a shadow suit.
Oh, okay.
And this one, the psychic powers are definitely the gimmick, but I'm dead already. But I don't know if they maybe just haven't shown off enough. I don't know if it seems like gimmicky enough for it to be the gimmick of the game.
I mean, we'll see. I mean, like with the
Yeah, they haven't shown all that much.
With Freya, I was like, nah, she's not gonna do it for me. And then I played her. I was like, oh wow, she actually plays really well in game, instead of like me just seeing her on a screen.
And it's still coming out this year.
Hooray!
I haven't played 2, and I got surprisingly far in 3 as a kid, considering I don't think I was using any guides or anything. Like, playing Metroid Prime or just Metroid games without a guide, it's pretty difficult. You get lost a lot.
Yeah,
Especially Prime and stuff.
I was, I played a ton of Hunters.
Oh yeah, I love Hunters too.
And I mean, like looking at Hunters now, it's still pretty crazy that they put that on the DS. It's kind of like when you look at an old invention and you're like, holy shit, they had this back then. Except I experienced it back then.
When the DS first came out, there was a big demo for that. It was made to show off how cool this thing was to be portable.
It was the best thing on the DS.
Game. I think it took much longer for the actual game to come out, but there was a Metroid Prime demo when the DS first launched to show off what it could run, that you could play.
I mean, it's pretty crazy, using the stylus to aim and trigger to shoot, and I don't know, it was just...
Yeah, it worked pretty well.
It worked pretty well, and it was so different from the flat screen, cartoon sprite world that I was used to. I could not believe it. I was like, I'm walking around in a 3D world, it's a first-person shooter, and they have multiplayer PvP. I don't know, it's still, in my opinion, one of the most shocking technological marvels of that era.
Some of that in VR chat, but I never suggest going to those places because it's
Mom would be interested.
A few of us would care about Mom wouldn't care about it. But it is really cool to go there in VR.
They nerfed Maga pretty bad.
What?
They nerfed Maga pretty bad.
Oh, what did they do?
I don't think that his... something about his cardiac I don't think does a lot anymore. I don't exactly remember what. I'd have to look up the...
Kiriko solo.
Fuck. I'd have to look up the, Maga patch notes.
He heard you and he swapped. He's like, Maga's bad now.
Okay, March 25th. Okay, can no longer provide allies with damage reduction by using cardiac overdrive. Cage fight. Ultimate cost increased by 8% and barrier health reduced from 1500 to 1200.
See, that's strong.
And overhealth conversion rate is reduced from 50% to 40. So he just got a nerf overall.
Was he strong or something?
I don't know.
This is embarrassing that they're playing Genji, Wrecking Ball, and I'm Sombra, and there's no winning.
Stay calm, Juno. You can do this. Light speed.
They shouldn't be winning.
Wait, why shouldn't they be winning? Oh.
They're Genji, Wrecking Ball, and I'm Sombra.
Yeah, well,
Especially the Wrecking Ball. He hasn't even swapped off Wrecking Ball because he knows he's getting away with it.
Well, I mean, here, try flanking, try Try flanking and see if you can get him.
That is what I'm supposed to do. That is how you play this character.
Well, no, I do not. I did not mean to say I need healing.
Keeps getting away.
Can't keep getting away with this.
Wait, can you not turn uninvisible? Anyway.
Invisibility is only like right after you use translocator. It is a.
Oh yeah, I know how it works now, but like, it wasn't. I couldn't go invisible. I wasn't helping cap the point, and I was like, it's because I'm invisible, and there was no option to become visible again.
Oh.
There's gotta be a way, otherwise, what if you're trying to cap a point and you?
Yeah, I'm not sure. There's no cancel prompt on the middle of the screen?
I keep pressing E to like.
They've got the Ashe is gonna be kicking my ass.
Heck, keep getting them pretty close to death. No. Oh, we got this point.
Ashe has my number.
Yeah, there's gotta be some way to cancel it.
I put a hyper ring in the Kitsune Rush just for extra rush. Let's see what we can see. It's a hamster. Can you hack the hamster? Whoop. Oh shit.
I was trying to. But...
Oh my god. Oh god, there's hamster everywhere. What a Wrecking Ball VR chat skin be like? No!
I tried those actually. I think it was just the hamster though. It's the only thing they had. They didn't have like him on the big machine. Just Hammond. John Hammond is his name.
His full name. This was a scientist on the lunar colony called him when he was in trouble.
I'm gonna EMP here. I think I got everyone.
You certainly got Genji. Genji has ult.
Oh, Wrecking Ball's so low. They're so low back there.
I can see Genji probably ulting as soon as this is over. He's got to be taken out. He's got to be now.
I don't think he even needs to. Bob's got that handled.
Probably not.
Oh my god, yeah. Should I touch point or probably not? It's just me against everyone else. I'm not gonna make it.
Yeah, we should. It'll just end up being this point. Final point. Here we go. We've got like no ultimates. Did they use Blade?
No, they didn't need to.
Oh, we're fucked. Unless you want to focus, keep Genji in mind for a hack. I don't want to put too much stress on you.
It's not working. Oh god.
I don't want to put too much stress on you.
I was hacking him, and the Kyrio killed him. I'm no longer there.
Here's Blade!
Well,
I hit him in the face. He's down. He's down. Focus Kiri. Ashe is down. Kiri low.
Oh.
Purple is in. Ah, dang it. She got raptured away. Down, she's down. Tree is down also.
Focus on the tree. It's gone.
Weave is down.
Genji's back.
Hacked, nice!
And
look at that. Immediate takedown. Ashe is here. Ashe is down. Both DPS down.
Paul's hacked.
Nice. Clean.
Yeah, now they're too busy to focus on me. I could only do a thing when they're too busy to focus on me. At least it worked. I should do more flanking. That is how that character works.
That is how this character works.
Bingus. No, that's not me. Thought they were gonna kill me in the play of the game. They probably will.
I just like jumped away.
Oh, I got away. Oh.
Did you hear about Wisconsin?
Wisconsin? No.
Hear what was going down in Wisconsin?
No.
So, we talked so long about politics. Me and Jared, we talked for hours.
Did you talk about Greenland?
No, well, we didn't talk about Greenland, but like
Canada.
We alluded to just the state of affairs. Everyone knows what's going on with Greenland and Canada, Vance had a plan to go to Greenland, knowing full well that no one likes him there because he knew that he would get turned away, and then he got turned away, and now he can make Greenland look like the bad guy because that was the plan all along. I mean, there's no way it wasn't the plan. He went to the kid's house at school that he knows doesn't like him. The kid said leave, and he's like, look, Johnny's so mean to me. Don't you hate him? Don't you want me to be in charge and not Johnny? I mean, come on, like it was all just a big stunt. And come on, no one can really think that he thought that he was going to be going to Greenland just for a fun vacay. He knew that it was going to go awful. You can't just say that you're going to take Greenland and then go there and expect everything to be fine. They're not that dumb. So
shoot, we're back, Phil.
But no, that's not what I.
You gotta bring this back.
Oh fucking hell!
You can bring it back. 5 minutes.
No, if only I had the cleanse effect. Okay, we gotta do something. Can you get through? Can't you get through that? Go!
I'm shooting the tree. I'm trying to shoot the tree.
Go!
Well, it's not our fault.
There's another door. Why didn't we take that door? There's another.
I don't know. Maybe he gave up too.
What even was that? Like...
Oh, wait, was our whole team back, Phil? Nobody has any perks except the Widowmaker has one.
If our entire team is backfill, that's just. I don't know if I've ever seen that.
No, because they all have 1,500 damage.
Oh, maybe they're just that. It was that rough. They don't. Maybe they just refuse perks. They don't like perks. Man, I just got here. No, I was not talking about Greenland. I was not talking about Canada, who just said that they have ended their friendship with the United States after many years.
What are you talking about, America?
Yeah, I'm talking about Wisconsin, the cheese.
Oh yeah,
state.
that is a place in America.
So, how do I start this? So basically, I'm just gonna start it on a potentially familiar note. You know, Project 2025.
Yeah, that thing that everyone was saying not to worry about.
Yeah. So
suddenly.
So I knew about it. And I saw some stuff about it, but I didn't really look into it, because I knew who I was voting for anyway, right? Like it's like whether or not this was his playbook, I don't care. I already hate the guy, so for valid reasons, not just because I'm a hater, obviously. But I recently watched a thing. I was like, okay, well, what does this thing actually say? And then it listed, what it actually said, and I was like, great, yeah. The person who made the video was also like, you can read it yourself right here. But essentially, it's pretty much just kind of like I explained to Jared. It's like experiencing the Star Wars movies, like the originals, and then watching the prequels and being like, oh, that's how we got here, So, because like Project 2025 literally talks about Doge, but it doesn't use the word Doge because it wasn't a thing. It doesn't even mention Elon Musk. It just says an executive power made to cut fraud in various government agencies, and I'm like, yeah, that's it right there. That's too specific. Yeah. That's too hyper specific for 25 not to be a thing. You can't say like that's a coincidence. There's no way. Anyways, either way, basically a big part of it is that like they don't like the judiciary branch, and that makes sense. The judiciary branch is a branch that essentially executive laws go into. Executive is the president. He's the executive. And the judges... I
just remembered one thing I heard about Wisconsin, but...
You just remembered one thing you heard?
might get to
I just remembered one thing I heard about Wisconsin.
Oh, well, you were asking if I heard. I remember one thing, but you might mention it.
Maybe. I'm gonna,
I don't know the other details.
I'm gonna
so
tell the lore
keep going.
anyway. But basically, they don't like the judiciary because essentially it's made up of people like judges that can shut down executive orders from the president, and essentially it shrinks the power of the president, which gives more power to like the people. So essentially, that's not really something that they like to have happen. And as you might have noticed, various executive laws are being shot down by judges right now, and Trump is calling them immoral and agenda-filled, judges who are partisan and whatnot. He doesn't like them. So they're kind of tackling the judiciary, which is exactly what the project says. Now, Wisconsin is having a vote for their judge, right? And they've got a conservative option, obviously. Now, obviously things aren't going really great right now for Donald Trump and Elon Musk. Musk is his Teslas are on fire, and Donald Trump, his approval rating is not doing fantastic. So they're pretty freaked out. I'm not saying they're panicking, but they're pretty concerned, I think, despite saying that they're not. In fact, the more they say they're not, it feels like they are. So Wisconsin's having a vote for a judge. Now, there's a conservative option, and Elon Musk really wants people to vote for him. So he said that if people vote for him, he's going to give them $100. He's also holding like $1 million raffle, if I remember correctly.
Well, did he say if they vote for him? I thought it was if they just vote in general.
I think that it might be that it's just vote in general,
if you vote.
but I think it might have been for him, because it turns out that he got in trouble for this. What he did was actually discovered to be illegal, and he removed the tweet over it because he didn't want to get in trouble. And now people are suing him in Wisconsin because they're like, you can't do that. He did it during the election, but I guess once you fuck with Wisconsin, that's where you go too far. So they're not very happy, and it's obvious who he's trying to push people to vote for. I don't remember if he said vote for this guy or just vote period.
I think he just said if you vote, but if you want to be paid by Elon, you're probably gonna vote for the person he wants you to. But it'd be hilarious if somebody voted for the opposite person and got paid $1 million by Elon Musk and he loses.
That would be pretty fun.
Get paid $1 million to vote for the person you didn't want.
Either way, they really want their judges. Now this could turn out to be bad. They could end up getting a very conservative judge. That's true. Elon Musk is calling it like the vote that will determine the fate of our country, which he said the exact same thing on Twitter for the presidential election. He just kind of goes to like generic movie trailer dialogue. So he got in trouble and he actually had to take down a tweet, which I just find astounding that he actually like got scared for a bit and took down a tweet. Like, do you know what you have to do to make someone like that shut up? I didn't know that he could do that.
I haven't heard the last time he's taken down a tweet of his.
Yeah, so he must have been pretty concerned. And the thing is, I think he's concerned because he's intimidated by obviously what's going on with Tesla dropping stocks. He's pretty upset about that. I don't know what he's gonna do, because he's gonna be a caged animal at a certain point. So I don't know, but I will say this: despite the fact that Project 2025 did mention cutting fraud using an executive executive agency, they didn't mention it was going to be named after a meme and led by Elon Musk, but that aside, it also didn't mention that the destruction of fraud would be a torch and burn off, because because let's be honest, if shit, you know, I'm gonna take this loss. I'm gonna take this loss.
Yeah, I don't.
So basically, if someone says they're going to clean your house of waste, you hire them because it's like, yeah, shit, my house is full of trash, or at least in their perspective, right? Your house is full of garbage. It's you need someone to clear it out. So you hire someone to do that, right? And so they get into your house and they proceed to fucking burn it down. And it's like, well, hey, the trash is gone. It's like, yeah, my house is gone, dude. You're literally just burning everything. And that was not what people had in mind when they thought that he was just gonna fucking take out the trash. They were like, you're gonna get rid of these globalist elite lazy bones that we think exist en masse, but they don't really. And so like, do you know how many people work for the federal government? 2 million Americans work for the federal government. I mean, and they're just more and more just getting fired every single day, pretty much. USAID, as of now, does not even exist. I think it still needs to pass something. But for all intents and purposes, I think it doesn't exist. So.
They didn't even say GG.
GG only to my teammates.
Only to my teammates.
USAID is kind of an international thing, so obviously it would be the thing to go first, right? Because essentially with this very nationalistic new direction, it's like, well, we hate Europe and everywhere else that isn't America, unless you're Russia, and we don't want to support them, right? Because basically they're kind of tired of America being the big brother, and they want the other nations to, like, pay up. So essentially, USAID is used for supplementing other countries, like poor countries, with food and medical supplies, things that prevent epidemics of fatal diseases and stuff. We had a whole system for that, but we're America, and we are not Algeria, and we don't really particularly care. So we got rid of the entire system so that we weren't funding those other nations. Now, basically, this isn't really saving all that much. I mean, like, it sounds like it would. It's not really saving all that much. I mean, like, they have to legally post the receipts onto their website, and the receipts show that they are lying about the amount that they're saving. And then they had to try a different method to mask it even more, and it didn't work out. Basically, so it's like, so the question is, why are they doing it? Why are they lying about it? Like, why not just do it? Do what they said they were gonna do. And the answer is that if they cut, like, everything, they really wouldn't even be saving as much money as they need to save. And it's kind of just a show. A lot of what we're watching is the TV show, and I get that's kind of funny to point out because it's like, oh, Donald Trump, TV star, it's hilarious.
Yeah, he's good at theatrics.
But it's not necessarily orchestrated by him. It's a lot of people who are just trying to make it look like they're doing more than they are, and that's kind of mandatory when you want to build the idea of nationalism. You want to look like everything is incredible. That's kind of a key point. You can't look like shit's not working out at all. You can't apologize. You never back down. I mean, that's just kind of Trump's whole thing, is you don't apologize, you don't back down, ever. You don't make mistakes. It's someone else's fault. All the people that he fired in his first administration, he didn't say that he made a mistake hiring them. He just said they suck. So that's kind of the go-to. So when it comes to cutting these government programs and not actually saving that much, it's kind of all just that's what they said they were going to do, and they won the election, and they're saying they're doing it, but they're not really. And if they think that they're doing it, maybe you'll keep voting for people that like Trump. All those judges, like the one in Wisconsin. Now, it's kind of no secret that that things aren't particularly going fantastic. I mean, I'm sure you heard about Signalgate over the course of the week.
No, not by that name.
I
don't know if I've heard of it and not the name, or if
It's
I... Oh,
the whole thing about national security and the FBI and the largest security breach in like half a century, if not more. Do I get to tell you the story?
I don't think I've heard of it.
Okay, so basically, I guess I kind of spoiled it. Largest security breach in 50 years. And obviously,
Oh.
Dang it!
Yes,
Man, I thought I was actually going to be able to tell a story.
Well, okay, I don't know, like all the details. I just know, like, what app. I know there was a group chat and they accidentally left some... Was it a journalist?
Yeah.
Or, like, they invited someone
the
into it?
editor-in-chief of the Atlantic.
That's all I know.
He's a journalist.
And I read some of it, but I don't know some of the other details.
So, you know, you've got like the director of the FBI and head of intelligence and vice president, things like that. They're all in this chat together. It's a Signal chat. Signal chat, a lot of people are getting mad at them for using Signal because they're like, you shouldn't be using that for government stuff. Essentially, Signal is a chat service where you can say things and then the messages get deleted after a while, so that, you know, they can't be traced. Now, that's something that the government uses. It's just normal, honestly. But it's not normal for things like military operations. Now, they weren't originally talking about military operations because generally what happened was they were kind of just chatting about things. And then I believe their weekend. Nah, I don't remember what it was, but I believe that it was Vance who had brought up an attack that they were scheduling on Yemen. There's a terrorist group, and Vance had, I believe it was Vance had mentioned this attack on Yemen. Now that immediately means that they're talking about a military attack. They can't talk about that on Signal because Signal is not for that. That's against the rules. But they just kept doing it in this chat, right? It's basically like they didn't move to their special shelter. They didn't go to their special room. They didn't wear their cone of silence, you know? They just kind of started chatting about it in a very vulnerable space. Now, obviously, that's a bad thing to do. They shouldn't be doing that. But the worst part was that someone had invited the editor-in-chief of the Atlantic. We know who invited him, but we don't know why, and they act like they don't understand at all. So they're kind of in we know as much as you do mode, despite the fact that they invited.
Anyone, just run for it. Just touch the.
No.
Heck. Okay, well, at least we ran towards it.
The Bastion was definitely doing a lot of damage.
I don't want to blame anyone. The tank doesn't have any kill.
This person just says diff.
Yeah, they're the enemy tank. They were kind of styling on our Reinhardt.
Styling.
He was throwing them off the map.
Oh fuck.
He does have 14 kills and ours has 0. I'm sorry. At least Heride said GG. He's a good sport.
He doesn't know what diff means. So yeah, no one really knows how this happened, but that means that essentially, you know, they invited an American citizen, just random person. I don't know how they got him. I'm literally just completely at a loss. I'm guessing that maybe they were talking with him on a Signal chat at some point, like to do some kind of talk that was nothing to do with official government classified files, and he had him in his friends list. I don't know, but he did add him, and that meant that this journalist was now privy to classified military info about an attack in Yemen that would occur at an exact certain time. And at first the guy thought it was a fake. He thought like that he was being played by, like it was a misinformation campaign by another country, and he was like, I I don't believe this. There's no way I've been invited to hang out with J.D. Vance and all these people. Like, what's going on? So then, he was like, well, they said the bombs are going to drop at this time. So when the bombs dropped, he checked the internet, and it's like, bombs dropped in Yemen. And he's like, it was real. I'm in a real chat. This is a legit thing. So then he left as soon as he realized that, because you don't want to be involved in that. People blame him for leaving. They're like, why'd you leave? You could get some juicy stuff. It's like, you gotta leave, because, like, you know, at this point, you can get disappeared.
Could he get in trouble for that?
He could get disappeared.
Well,
you know,
worse
like,
than trouble, I guess.
yeah. I mean, like, I literally, I think that it could have been really bad. So, I'm not saying that for a fact. People probably roll their eyes, but I think that if they found out that he had done that, they would not have let it go. They would not have let that go. They're like, we just discussed classified info in front of someone that is not privy to it. We cannot let people know this happened. But he published an article about it, but he left out, obviously, the most critical details, which included the name of a CIA agent who was undercover.
Oh.
Yeah.
Didn't hear that part.
So he left out all this info. Obviously this info is hypersensitive, which means that, like, basically, as people have said, imagine if Joe Schmo got this info and published it on Twitter. Like, look at these screenshots I got from J.D. Vance. And then Yemen sees it, sets up their anti-air, and then we lose, like, American soldiers, right? They get mowed down because Yemen knew it was coming, right? And it's just like, this is people could have died. This is awful. And everyone, like, Republicans think it's awful. Democrats think it's awful. Well, obviously the Trump obsessed don't consider it awful, but so basically, when that all was said and done, they held a hearing with the head of intelligence and director of the FBI, which is pretty crazy that, like, you know, they're being interrogated, because they're being interrogated in front of the American public, which is pretty nuts. And I watched it, and it was just intense, in my opinion. Like a lot of politics is when you're in trouble, you just you keep quiet or you deny. That's just kind of how it is. But it's still, like, they were sweating, because essentially they were like, were you in this group chat? And, like, they'll be really hesitant to answer, and at a certain point they asked the head of intelligence, like, were you on your private phone or were you on a government phone? And she said, I don't recall. I don't know. And they're like, what do you mean you don't know? No, she didn't say that you don't. She didn't say that. She said the details of the event are still under review. And it's like, what do you mean it's under review? Were you on the phone or were you not? You know, they were pretty stressed. Now, I don't believe they should have been stressed, because it's not like anything's gonna happen. Nothing's gonna happen. Fast and slow. Now, the reason why they're nervous is they're not nervous about justice being served or anything. Basically, the way that it goes is that you get fired if you make Trump look bad, and everyone knows that. And it feels very cartoonish to say, but it's just true. You're not fired for your legal negligence. You're fired if you make Trump angry with you. That's the world that we live in, and I believe it was the head of security under his first administration went up on the news and said, yeah, they'll only get fired if he's mad, and he's not mad enough because he doesn't see it as a big deal. Now, the big stress of this was that both the head of intelligence and the head of the FBI, the director, both said nothing in that chat was confidential. Nothing was classified. Nothing. They said it over and over on the hearing. I was getting tired of hearing it. but they said nothing was classified. It was all free.
That
declassified info.
Blocked me into the
then everyone that they said this to said, well, if it's not classified info, then why don't you just show us the text right now? Because it shouldn't matter. I mean, we've seen the text, but we haven't seen... Ah, shit, I didn't touch. I tried. I'm sorry. They said, oh my god, Lucio, you meanie? They've seen the standard text, but they haven't seen the classified, and they were like, well, then show us. Show us right now. Just, you know, like, can we see them? And at that point, they just kind of like shut down. They wouldn't respond, and they would just kind of go back to none of the information within that chat was classified. And they would say, and then he would say, show the text, and they would say, none of the information within that chat was classified. They would just keep, like, you know, they were told what to say probably. They just kept saying it.
Robot mode.
Nothing. They were like, nothing within that chat was classified, and then it was like, then why are you so afraid of us seeing that? Because we are going to see it. Because they were like, we're going to get into contact with that journalist, and we're going to see it. And I was sitting there going, I was thinking, like, that journalist, he's got to move fast. Because I was like, if he has those texts and he doesn't release them, he's in fucking danger. He's going to get disappeared, you know? Because it's going to be like, he's going to fall out a window or something, you know? They're like... Because he had the text. It was him. It was all on him. And luckily, he did submit the text, and they had records. And wouldn't you know it, it's open to the American public. You can see it right now. It is just straight up, hyper detailed military plans in an open chat, fully classified info. However, Donald Trump is getting past it because he says that he declassified it. Now, I don't know if Donald Trump knows how time works, but you can't retroactively declassify stuff. I don't care how much power you fucking have. You did not declassify it when it was shown to the editor-in-chief of The Atlantic. That does not work. You cannot say, yeah, but I did that in the past. It's like a kid playing tag on the playground and being like, yeah, but I have a superpower that keeps me from being tagged by you. It's not how it works. It was classified info. They leaked it, and that's just. I mean, like, it makes Hillary's emails look like nothing, right? And that's all they talked about was Hillary's emails, because she had them on an unprotected server, which obviously was also not good. But like, this literally got shared. This openly got shared with an actual member of the public. Like, this wasn't just someone might see it. This was someone did see it. And they published it. It's pretty wild. And it's, I think that if this was his first administration, people would be like, this is it, this is what takes it down, but no one believes in that anymore. I mean, like, and the group chat itself is also like, this is not legally like important, but it was fucking cringe. It was like really fucking cringe. I mean, like, it's not important, but it also honestly was like, this is how they act like in public, and I thought that like they like to act that way because they like to put on a show, but I guess they're really just really dumb. Oh, Black Rose, that's a cool name. That's an Elder Scrolls place. Probably not what they're named after, but whatever. I said good to see you and they mow me down.
Heck. Sombra diff.
DPS diff?
Someone did say DPS diff.
No endorsement for you, young lady.
We don't care.
So So that's what's been going on lately.
Was milliseconds away from endorsing them because I usually endorse the healers
Yeah,
first.
yeah, it's reflex.
I didn't. Yeah, I saw some of those messages. It was like if it were on Skype. Well, I'm sure it's slightly more secure than like.
It's an encrypted chat, so it's more secure, but it's not like government secure. Obviously, government you can expect there to be incredibly, like it's incredibly tight. You know, when you're talking about like classified government stuff, you need to, yeah, it's like the entire idea of security. You're gonna want the strongest security ever with the American government. That's just common sense. It's just like the hardest security imaginable. So, it's again though, Signal is not what they use to talk about their military strategies. That is what they use normally, I guess, to communicate stuff, and then they changed the conversation to a non-Signal conversation, and they kept it. And that would have gone under the radar if Mr. Goldberg from The Atlantic did not save those screenshots. I'm actually interested in the fact that he can take screenshots in Signal. But yeah, as you can imagine, like these people are new. They're new to the whole thing. But yeah, some of like the text messages were like Vance not being sure if he wanted to do this bombing because he was like, it kind of helps out the Europeans a lot and not really necessarily us. And then like someone else started calling the Europeans pathetic, all in caps. All in caps.
Yeah, I saw.
He said all in caps. Like, come on, guys, you're fucking amateurs. Like, my work messages are more professional than these fucking assholes. They should be embarrassed. They're children, fucking children, on a government call. Like, well, it wasn't a call. Trump thinks it was a call because he doesn't know what Signal is, but. When it was notified to Donald Trump, he did not know what was going on. He learned it from a reporter who was telling him about it, and Donald Trump's response was to insult The Atlantic, saying that Atlantic going out of business. I don't like that magazine. Bad magazine. When Goldberg, who is the editor, released these, and he was just like, yeah, this is what's going on. He goes on talk shows, CNN. I don't think Fox, because Fox is too busy talking about drag queens. He's talking to all these people, and I watch so many interviews, so many, and he's just saying that he's innocent. He's just like, yeah, I got these. I was part of a chat, and here's the screenshot. And the administration is insulting him. Insulting his like his integrity, calling him an anti-Trump hater, like a filthy Democrat, and saying that, are you gonna believe us or are you gonna believe him? That's what they said. Like that's what they said. Like, come on, like who's even on the side of this administration anymore? These people are cartoon villains. How can you even, I don't know. Yeah, so they kept saying, like, you're not gonna believe this filthy reporter. He's a reporter. He's lying about about what's actually going on. Trust us.
Or are they trying to imply that are they implying he like snuck his way in there?
There have been many who have implied that he did sneak his way on. That a lot of them were saying like yeah, he somehow got his way in, and he's like these people, they know ways to do this, and it's like, it's pathetic. Pathetic. Dang it. Oh, Bob was there.
Oof. What happened? The government Discord server.
Basically. Government Discord server. I mean, I would not be surprised. So.
Trump's like at the head. Trump's Discord account.
Yeah.
It's got the admin status.
Musk would probably be admin though, because he wouldn't want to deal with that. But he would have a status that called him the admin. He'd be like, that would be his name color would be like red, and it would say like admin. When in reality, Musk would just be taking care of it.
It's like policing the different channels. Can you please stop posting memes in general? Memes, go to the meme channel, thank you. Yeah, I haven't ever heard of Signal before, but I guess it's not like a...
Yeah, I never heard of it either.
It's not like a random texting service, I guess. Because obviously, just by seeing the messages, because I first just saw the messages. It just looks like regular text messages, so I was like, what are they using?
Yeah, it's
like, what?
Pretty bland looking, at least I'll give them that. At least they didn't have like profile pictures with American flags, but it doesn't really help that much because they did use emojis. You know, terrorist bombing.
I saw the emoji.
Yeah, they carried out the terrorist bombing, and then it was like flex emoji, American flag, American flag.
What?
I'm being serious. They're like, that's how they act. Like I said, they're children.
The American flag emojis.
They're like flex American flag, to the point where I was sitting here wondering, like, did they do this on purpose as another showboat? Like, but after I saw them freaking out in the hearing, I don't know. I mean, I don't want to be a conspiracy theorist, but like. I mean, basically, what this could do is it could serve as a way for them to show, like test to see what they could get away with, I guess. But, or I guess they just act like that. They just act like absolute fucking losers. It's just. Though also, there is a point where in the text messages, Vance does express like doubt that the president understands something. So maybe
Oh my gosh.
yeah, maybe they didn't want that leak.
Heard of.
Because he was like, I don't think the president fully understands like this, and like now you can imagine that Vance had to hear Trump complain about that. If they even hang out anymore, I don't know if they do, because it's always him and Musk.
What was the? I don't know the details, and I glance over a lot of this stuff anymore because I can't stand reading a lot of it. But it was like today the thing where he was in Greenland. He was saying something about we have to do this to appease the president's desires or something.
Yeah, he said that. Oh wow, why are my frames going back?
Just again, I don't know the full context, but it sounded very much like he didn't even want to do it. He's like, we have to. He said so, guys. We have to.
I think he said we can't just ignore the president's desires.
Yeah, it's like we gotta do what the president wants, man.
Yeah.
They're. I know they always have, but they're very much making him sound like a king. Recently.
Well, I mean, he called himself the king months ago.
Yeah.
I mean, it's literally just. It sounds silly, but it's a monarchy. I mean, as soon as you get rid of the judges, the judiciary keeps things from being a monarchy. That's what made America America. Was they were like, we don't like kings, so what do? They installed the three branch system. That's just kind of how it works. So obviously, when you want to take one out, what do you get? Well, you just kind of revert it. It's like undoing. It's like building something, right? And then unbuilding it. What do you get? Well, you get the monarchy, because that's what we built it to avoid. So that's literally kind of what they're aiming for, which is, but they're doing it under the classic conservative guise of small government. But obviously, you can't have small government and demolish the judiciary branch or dominate it. That's not how it works. I mean, it looks like you have small government, which is good for the voter. Because, you know, the voter will eat that shit up, but in reality, you're just giving more power to the president, who can basically say whatever he wants. And I'm not... Oh, shit. like a I'm not like Jared. It was kind of tough to talk to Jared because he was. It reached a point where Jared was talking about like who would die first in a nuclear explosion and stuff. You know, he was like
It's
we're
hard to, but I tried to think about all that.
He was going on a long thing about nuclear bombs. Anyways,
Yeah.
but
It's hard not to think about it. But,
I'm just talking about things as they are right now, and basically, what we want to keep tabs on. We want to keep tabs on any approach by Republican.
What?
That was a fat finger.
No, I think they look straight up at it.
Did they think that we won? Ah!
I don't know. They think we're on Flashpoint or something, or not Flashpoint. We are Flashpoint. Whatever, dealing mode, Clash, where you get the point when. I don't know what.
Well, we could have used that Blizzard.
Maybe it was an accident. I don't know.
I gotta watch the replay. But yeah, you want to keep your eyes on the judiciary stuff, judges being elected, whatnot, because like that's basically, like people are like, well, you say that they're following 2025, but they haven't done the crazy shit because they haven't tried to you know, do the really radical shit that most Americans would riot over. And it's like, well, there's a reason they don't even try, and that's because there's judges in their way, right? I mean, why bother? Why bother trying to make gay marriage illegal? Because judges are just going to shoot it down. You have no chance. The executive branch does not have that much power. Now, if you dominate the judges, that's when you start the crazy shit. So that's when the other half of 2025 starts. We've already got almost half already. So that's what we need. That's what we need to focus on. Now it should be said that Godiva, it should be said that again, as I mentioned, Americans didn't vote for this. They didn't really vote for conservative values. They didn't vote for. I know, like, a lot of people find these things very controversial. It's like, oh my god, you know, people, they don't like the gay people and whatever. But literally the average voter, like the average voter who just votes and doesn't say shit online, they're just there and then they're gone. All they care about is whether or not they can afford their house and their food. And I mean, it makes sense. Because America, obviously, capitalist wasteland. People are having to work 3 jobs, and they don't like that. So what do you want? Lower prices. You want things to just change, and Trump was the only person, the only one who was even suggesting something. Granted, it was batshit insane, and it wouldn't work, but he was suggesting something. Kamala Harris was not suggesting pretty much anything. She was just basically saying, yeah, we're just gonna keep doing what we're doing, and people were obviously unhappy with the economy, because the economy always sucks. So Americans didn't necessarily vote for the crazy shit that 2025 talks about. They voted for... They just want to afford food. They just want egg prices to go down. I mean, like, they're annoyed. And they're not getting any of that. And they're fucking mad. I mean, like, people are angry. And I can't talk about this much around Jared because Jared will deny it. But people are very angry. I mean, like, they're burning Teslas and like, the Democrats are holding town meetings and people are expressing how pissed they are about Republicans. Republicans, some of them are holding town meetings. A few are brave enough. And those people are not happy either. Those people are also saying things like, when are you gonna stand up to this guy? So it's not really going the way that Trump hoped, but it's probably going the way that he expected. Trump did not expect this to go well. There's no way he thought this was going to go well. I don't believe that he did. He just wanted to get out of jail. He just wanted to sit in an Oval Office and get out of jail. That was it. I mean, that's all he's thinking about. he did not think that this was going to work. I don't believe so. I mean, maybe that's me giving him too much benefit of the doubt. But I can't believe anyone would think that this would work. They're low, they're low, they're low, they're all low, on its low, on its low. Venture, 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 venture!
Oh, they really got it back.
Ah, the mech squish got me! Well, I mean, they're 42%, they're 42%.
Yeah, we're like one fight left.
I've got a hyper ring.
I got EMP, we have, duplication.
Yeah, I'm gonna have Ray.
Oh, maybe they ulted as May because they knew they were gonna switch. I forget when that happened.
Oh, maybe? But I still would have waited for the fight to do that. I mean, it was like 2 seconds after.
Yeah.
But Bastion behind, Bastion behind!
Yeah, I saw him, I'm trying to ignore him.
I please don't.
Alright, I'm gonna ult.
Bastion down, Transcendence in, Orbital Ray in. This is it. Here we go.
That's a lot of ults, but we need them.
Yeah, I mean, like, we're at the last point here. Clean. We're gonna get orbital struck, but I don't care. Can he even find us? No, he can't.
Yeah, it's not good to be like completely secluded from the news, but I give it like a cursory glance through Twitter. There's like 5 things a day. I can't keep up with a lot of it.
I started looking more
I'll
at the
look through
news.
it and then I'll like not be able to look at it anymore.
I started looking more at the news when people started actually doing something. Give me a second. I'm gonna watch that May really quick.
I think she just looked up and thought to...
I'm not gonna judge her. I'm just gonna watch. But yeah, I didn't really start paying attention until, like, people started doing stuff. The Democrats aren't really like, Sanders and Cortez are doing stuff. I like them. I don't know if I see them as, like, leading the party or whatever. Sanders is pretty old. And Cortez is well liked, but like it might be pretty hard to convince conservatives to go for her. So I don't know, but they're at least they're at least listening to them at rallies.
It's at the 9-minute 30-second mark, by the way.
Yeah. Okay, let's see this. Sorry, man, I don't want to put you on blast. Okay, so she's... I don't understand. I think it's a fat finger. I think she's pushing... I don't know, is she pushing forward?
It almost looks like a aimbot. the way it was just like shooting the ice beam in that corner where no one is, and then it's not. It just looks weird.
Let me see if she's going forward. And it's like right as she stops going forward. Maybe she thought that they were gonna flank from that side, and she's just really confident. But like they're nowhere near,
The way they stopped moving and just staring.
Everyone kind of stopped, and yeah, I don't know, but the thing is, though, is that they were shooting at this almost like she wanted to clear the way for the blizzard.
Break the fence with the ice.
I don't know. It all ended up well anyway. I'll probably just do 1 or 2 more. I'm running on 9 hours.
Jeez.
I haven't stood up since VR chat.
The Overwatch 2 Classic event. There's a player title you can get called the GOAT of all time.
Wait, what?
The GOAT, because they're doing GOATs. There's a player title for the GOAT of all time.
It's the GOAT of all time.
It's been a meme for a while. I don't know where it started with the GOAT of all time, because
The greatest of all
It's
time of all
redundant.
time.
Yeah, it's the greatest of all time, all time. It's the GOAT of all time. Oh, the other thing, I forgot with the Overwatch 2 leaks. I don't fully understand it. It was like, I don't know if it's code names or it's what they're gonna be starting to call them in game, but everything in the leaks was pointing towards them heavily moving away from the number 2. It seems like it's just Overwatch.
That's good. Cause like,
I think it said like skins will be labeled as like a legacy if they're from 1 and labeled as Valorous or something if they're from 2, and there was something else that I don't know if they'd remove it from the game entirely from the title and all that, but I hope they move that direction. They should just remove it.
2
it probably confuses a few people.
2 was important for
Even now.
like I think it was important for like letting people know that they were doing a whole change, but like that was years ago. That was October 4th, 2022.
I just want it to be called Overwatch again.
I mean, everyone just calls it Overwatch, and
yeah, everyone calls it anyway, so it wouldn't be that big of a deal.
Yeah, I mean,
but like
it's
it would be
always
cool to just have it be Overwatch again.
It's always strange when people say
It's just
Overwatch 2.
Overwatch.
It makes me feel like someone's saying X, but not as bad.
Yeah.
It's like, or like when you're watching the Pokemon anime and they're always like making sure to say it Pokemon. It's like they gotta say it right. They gotta say it perfectly. But it's like no one says it like that. They say Pokemon.
Pokemon, yeah.
They always say Pokemon, you know, because they gotta make sure that everyone says it that
wrong.
way. Pokemon.
Pokemon.
Pokemon. Yeah, I mean, like, Overwatch 2, I would have preferred they just never done
like
the 2 thing,
know,
but it's whatever.
You know, like Tamagotchi, right?
I know what Tamagotchi is.
Yeah, in the Direct, there's a Tamagotchi game in the announcer. I know it's the correct, I'm assuming it's the correct pronunciation. I don't really want to say it. You kept saying Tamagotchi.
Oh, wow.
I was like, I guess it's Tamagotchi.
Tamagotchi. We talked about earlier before you got into VR chat. We were talking about how to pronounce Geralt's name and how frustrated I am with it. You know, from The Witcher.
Geralt.
Geralt.
Yeah, it's Geralt.
It's Geralt. But I can't.
I've said Geralt.
I can't stand it because I want to say
Why was
Geralt
I
so
going up there?
bad because it's like Gerald, right?
Yeah,
it's almost the same name.
I think
Geralt sounds weird. I mean, I don't want to make any Witcher fans mad, but to me, it just doesn't make much sense.
You know, he's in Soul Calibur 6.
Really?
Yeah.
How many Soul Caliburs are there?
6.
Oh, okay.
4 was the Star Wars one.
Yeah.
2 was I really only ever played the even number.
Any sense.
I've only really ever played the even number ones with 2, 4, and 6. 2 is the one with Link, the GameCube one at least. 4 is the Star Wars one. 6 had Nier Automata and The Witcher and another like samurai fighting game.
I'm a big fan of Valdo. He's my favorite. No.
Tekken is like the same, the same developers as Soul Calibur. Do you know the most recent Tekken crossover?
I did not know that Tekken did crossovers.
Yeah, well, Smash. It's in Smash Bros.
Oh yeah, I guess. But that's a Smash crossover. Oh shit.
Yeah, Tekken said guest characters, and the most recent one made me a little sad because it made me feel like they might never make another Soul Calibur game.
It's Conquer.
It's not Soul Calibur. It's not a Soul Calibur character. It's just a character that I feel like would have fit way better in Soul Calibur. Tekken's all like, Tekken's 90% like brawlers and like fist fighter. Occasionally you'll get a robot girl with a chainsaw or something. But like Soul Calibur's for like the sword fighters. But they had Clive from Final Fantasy 16, the medieval sword fighter guy, and I was like, this game's perfect for Soul Calibur.
Maybe when it comes to something like that, it might just be about timing. And if you wait too long for Clive, then it's like, oh, that was years ago, right? So there could be another Soul Calibur.
Anywhere.
Yeah.
But I think Soul Calibur 6 also sold horribly. Whatever. They also had the protagonist of Final Fantasy 15. in the last Tekken game, so maybe Tekken just likes crossing over with Final Fantasy. Do you remember Yoshimitsu from Soul Calibur?
Jog my memory.
It's hard to describe him because he's different every game. I was gonna say there's a sword fighter. Most of Soul Calibur sword fighters. I don't know. He looks different every game. Sometimes he looks like a little alien or like a cyborg or something. But he's in every Soul Calibur, and he's also in every Tekken.
Whoa, cool.
He's in like all of them, and he's got a different design every game. But I don't really know the lore there. I don't know if it's just him.
Oh yeah, I think he looks familiar.
He's got a different design every game. I don't know if it's the same guy in every game, or if he's like, I don't know his deal.
I like looking through Valdo's different outfits through the years. You just get stranger and strange.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's in 6. I think he's in all of them.
I think he's a fan fave. I mean, like,
yeah,
he's probably one of the most memorable characters in video games, in my opinion. Because I haven't played Soul Calibur all that much, but he sticks in my mind. I still remember him.
Yeah, a few months ago there were people over and playing Soul Calibur the first time, and everyone loved Valdo. They're like, this guy's freaky.
Yeah, this guy, like, what is up with this guy?
The way he moves, he's crawling, crab crawling backwards.
It's a cool idea, this contortionist fighter.
Ooh, nice.
My god. This Mauga, he does not care about the nerfs.
Oh shoot, I'm gonna go back to the payload.
Got Sound Barrier.
No,
I might see if I can use it for Death Blossom.
I did see the not very important political drama that was going on, although the Assassin's Creed related
Oh yeah. Yeah, that was fun. Assassin's Creed completely ratioing
Twitter dunks in, yeah. With like 500,000 likes or something.
It's insane.
It got up to a crazy amount.
I mean, as someone pointed out, it's you gotta take into account how absolutely hated the guy is.
Yeah, especially on his own platform.
Yeah, I mean, like, looking at
least there's some solace in that fact.
I've gotten more likes than he did there, you know, and I don't know. It's pretty. It's at least interesting to see, from a social standpoint, the public backlash to basically the conservatives. They've got a lot. Dang it! They've got a lot ahead of them because they essentially have to restructure the entire, as I said earlier, cultural zeitgeist. They basically have to. They've got to undo the woke. They got to erase all the woke. And it's really hard. They're finding out. It's pretty difficult. It turns out that when you want to spread a message of lack of empathy and selfishness and just general malicious nature, people don't like it very much. They get mad. I am literally going to. Did that go through? No! Oh no! No! Oh, that's okay. That's okay. Well, let's just win this fight and focus on that later.
Focus on this later.
Yeah, basically, we don't have time to think about it.
Well, now I do.
I cannot believe both supports. No way, both supports just teamed up against me. Both supports.
Heck, I should have saved it. That was my first ult of the match, too. Why did I wait that long and then waste it?
I should have said that I was using Sound Barrier earlier than I did. My playlist is playing like country music. Not like
There's
not like
someone
Cracker
named-
Barrel.
Someone named Kill May right next to the May on that victory screen.
Yeah, they probably want to be there. That's such an Overwatch 1 name, you know? That's such like a
Kill
2017.
Nerf Bastion.
Yeah.
Yeah, back when May could fully freeze people.
Yep. Okay, I'll do one more.
But what if we lose?
Then we lose.
If we do one more, I'll have 15 loot boxes to open.
Okay. Alright then.
I got like 4 from Twitch drops, 1 from the weekly thing, and then I'll have got another like 10 from this event. Yeah, the Assassin's Creed ratio made up for the fact that I had to see Elon communicating in public with like the biggest grifter of the past several months. I was like, why are these people talking to each other? I don't like this.
Wait, I'm sorry, say that again?
I would say the Assassin's Creed ratio made up for the fact that I had to see Elon communicate with Grums. I was like, these people should not be talking to each other. It's probably super boosting Grums' ego too. Even despite the ratio, he's like, Elon, talk to me.
Grums is probably part of Doge, let's just be honest.
Rant about video games all day, but Elon still talk to me.
Yeah, I mean, like, so again, like what I've been saying, this whole, like anti woke movement and all that stuff, that they were like the same group that were advertising a different economic policy. That's the only reason, really. Well, at least that's the majority reason why they won. And so it's like this whole like hate culture isn't like suddenly like mass accepted. The only reason it got in was because it was the only really option for a lot of people who can't afford their own homes, which is awful, obviously. But so I mean, it's like you saw that in the ratio and the fact that, like, you know, everyone isn't suddenly liking Musk, everyone isn't suddenly liking Grums. It just sucks that basically it's kind of like a Trojan horse. You know the Trojan horse?
Yeah.
So it's like that, right? So the horse said economic policies, and everyone was like, I like that. And obviously they did advertise their more conservative social policies and shit. But most people don't really care about that. And so then obviously the Trojan horse gets in, and then wouldn't you know it, it's full of Elon Musk and Doge and this anti-woke nonsense. And a lot of people are like, that's fantastic. But like, most people are just kind of like, this is not what we care about. We don't give a shit. I want to afford my house.
I don't know if it broadsided a lot of people, or if they just like didn't care about it.
Well, they don't really care,
and
they might not even care or know now, because a lot of people just vote and then
yeah,
out.
Most people are voting for like the culture war.
I mean, like, we experience all this political infighting online, and we think that that's the whole world, but a lot of people just vote and they just tune out. And that kind of apathetic nature is how fascism takes hold. But a big part of making fascism work, like I said last week, is they gotta redo the whole general the whole vibe of how the culture thinks about everything. And like I said, they're doing it too fast. They're doing fascism too fast, and they're not even doing it right. They're not being subtle enough. I mean, there's a way to do it, and they screwed it up. I mean, it's still working relatively, but they're kind of like Jar Jar Binksing their way through it, to be honest. I mean, loudly, basically,
your way through fascism.
Basically, I mean, loudly proclaiming that you're like buying votes and shit. Like, they're getting. It's just they're too bold. They think they can do a lot of stuff, and they can.
Where is everyone?
But the people don't have to like it and take it.
Oh,
someone's got to touch.
Left. We people keep leaving. I think that's where everyone went. They're leaving the game. Black Rose left. Our other healer left earlier.
Yep.
I don't feel like this is very fair. Maybe we should do another one if this next round goes as bad. We kept losing to people. That's not fair.
It's not my job to get you back alive, but stay close to me, and we might manage it anyway.
The doctor is in.
Yeah, I guess it's not that.
Good.
Twitter ratios aren't. There's a lot more board stuff going on, but at least we like know that it gets under his skin.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised to see that he's publicly showing how upset he is. I guess I don't know. I don't know why he's showing
he tried
that,
to.
but
He tried to show like a video of him gaming. He's like, "Look, guys, I really game."
I game, but I mean, like, I don't know. It's so hard. It's so hard to understand Elon Musk because it's like him and both Donald Trump. They walk around like a fucking living SNL sketch, and they don't seem to understand that they are that way. It's like, how don't you see how pathetic you are, how unwanted you are, how out of touch you are? I don't understand it at all. You know, I think you just got play.
I don't think so. I finished off.
It's either you or me. I'm just gonna call it. It's either you or me.
Now we have an actual team. Maybe we have a chance. I haven't seen too much about the new Assassin's Creed. On one hand, it looks pretty cool. On the other hand, the games are $70 now.
Yeah, that's kind of the.
You go to the Steam page, it's like $70.
That's kind of what we're dealing with now. That's the new price bump is $70, and that's kind of why I haven't bought Indiana Jones yet, but I should.
I think it said Jared got Indiana Jones.
Yeah, he did.
If he does, if he's willing to share his.
Yeah, he wants to share, but I want to own it. I don't know. I kind of just want to own my own games for the most part.
I mean, $70. It's worth $70 to own your game.
I don't know. I think I remember, like, I bought Skyrim because I was tired of sharing it.
Yeah, but it's not really, especially with the way Steam Family Share works now. It's not really like. I think now the limitation is you can't both be playing the same game at the same time, but you can be using the same library at the same time.
Oh.
Like if you're sharing your library with Mom, she could be playing Morrowind, you could be playing Skyrim out of the same library, and it wouldn't care.
Her playing Morrowind.
Oh, he's gonna get res. Ah.
That Morrowind map in VR chat was really good. Like, that was...
Yeah.
That was, really pro.
In looking through maps, I guess I'll spoil them. Because I don't think we'd spend that much time anyway. There's maps to hop around. I was trying to scout stuff out. I found this one a while ago and just didn't look through it yet. But it was pretty cool. There's a Millennium Falcon. Just way...
That would be pretty cool.
It was just more detailed than I thought it'd be. It wasn't like insane, but you start in like the most icy spaceport. You go inside, and like all the rooms are mapped out. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, that would be crazy.
Then there's a pretty cool port of Gridania from 14, but like only you and I would care about that. But I think Mom would like, she would like the aesthetic. There's no anime people walking around. Yeah, it's got the nice music.
It sounds like the Shire.
Yeah, I've shown the music before. This is definitely very Shire inspired.
Shire inspired.
And yeah, with no one else there in the music, and it's got the lighting from like the graphics upgrade. It's pretty. I think she would still like it even if she doesn't know what it is.
Yeah, I found that I literally just like stuffed tavern into the search, and that's when it came up with that that tavern world, and I was like, yeah, this is my favorite. I really, really, really like magical fantasy taverns, like a World of Warcraft vibe. Moira down.
Oh shit! I still want to take you
They
guys
can't
to the Katina, not the Cantina, the Katina base from Star Fox Assault, but that's like the definition of map Mom would not care about it at all.
Yeah. Like.
So that's the only reason I haven't asked yet. That's my homeworld map. Every time I log in, I'm at Katina multiplayer map, and it plays the music.
Nice. When I play the music and I show anyone, I'm like, this is what nostalgia sounds like. They're like, nope, don't know what this is. It won't be the same though if I load into the map and I don't have a gun to charge.
Yeah, you're not hearing the charts on the.
Lucio's low. Noggin coming!
He's after me.
Noggin down.
Ooh.
Nice.
We have a chance.
Shit, Sojourn got me. That's looking good for us right now.
Let's go.
And once we got an actual team and not some levers.
I just realized I also did a UESP stream yesterday, so I've been streaming for like 10 hours overall. Just like, obviously we did dinner, but
the enemy team hasn't really been picking perks.
They're going perkless. It's a perkless run.
I mean, they have a few. But...
Sound barrier incoming.
What? They just soloed me? I think they made soloed me. They hate me so much. My God.
That's rough. Yeah. Oh yeah. That might be play. I don't know.
That sound. I also have to kill notification sound on, so it like
bling.
Played 3 at once.
So satisfying, that sound.
Oh, it's over for them.
Oh, this has got to be play. This has got to be play. We're getting play right here.
Oh, I feel kind of bad.
I don't know who got it though. I'm gonna say.
I think play was probably earlier. Someone probably got it earlier.
I don't know. I kind of want to give it to that, but I do think that we had a chance to get it in that first round. You.
It was something I did.
Is this gonna be that thing that I said was play earlier? No, it's this.
Oh, it was the end. Yeah, look at them all grouped up. I felt bad. I was like, oh.
But look at them just sitting there, only being able to think and not move.
Awful.
Okay, yeah, that's a good note.
My best play as May, or maybe ever, was still the Freezy dungeon.
Freezy dungeon.
The Junkertown place where they were like, I ran into a building with like 3 other people, and they all just so happened to be towards a wall, and I throw the blizzard down and then wall them into the corner while they all just freeze like a cold microwave. I close the door on them, they're stuck in a corner, walled in, just freezing, and then I take the wall down and headshot all 3 of them. I still have that clip, it's probably the best thing I've done this game.
What map was that on?
Junkertown, towards the spawn.
My best play, I think I saved it. I know it was on my Facebook memories recently, but it was on Volskaya.
Yeah, I saw that.
And it was.
I don't go on Facebook often, but I was messaging someone. It was the thing at the top, and I was like, I remember this.
The platform that circles around the point. The entire enemy team was on the point. OT was ticking, and they were capturing it because we were on defense. I was Cass. And I go on the platform that hovers around, and I just stand on it, wait until it turns the corner, I activate Deadeye, and I just like, I'm on like a roller coaster, I'm on rails, and I just Deadeye every single one of them, and then obviously OT goes down immediately like a rock, drops like a rock. And then, boom. I mean, I just, like, deleted the entire team last second. Like, I was the only one alive. The only one alive for that play. At least the only one out of spawn, so. Yeah, I'm so proud of that.
I miss that map now. It's one of those things where like,
I know.
you're like, I hate this, I don't want to give you this map, and now it's like, I kind of miss it.
Well, I mean, like, look, we've got goats in the game again, you know, like, anything is nostalgia. So funny to see that being used as nostalgia. It's like, everyone complained about that. They literally made roll queue for that.
Like I said, even things you hate after a while, it's like, man,
I sure do miss it.
I miss that moment in time.
I mean, that's kind of...
it is better. It is better as like a, you know, like a little event thing. It's like they're bringing it back.
Yeah, yeah.
Like you could enjoy it as a little novelty.
I mean, that's just kind of how Overwatch has been. Like I said, I was watching a clip from 2019, and people were commenting, like, back when the game was fun. 2019!
Yeah. People, yeah, for a lot of games, people do that, like 2 weeks after. Well, I'm sure a lot of people are in that phase with Marvel Rivals already.
Well, okay, no, sorry.
They're like, man, I remember launch, things were so much better.
Yeah. Rather, the comment on the 2019 video was, this makes the game fun again, or something. It was something like that, because it was 20 people in 2019 complaining about the game not being as good as 16. So I was like, it's only been 3 years and you're already complaining. And
yeah.
And I was like, as I've said before, everyone's always done this for Overwatch. Overwatch has always been like, you know, and people act like it wasn't. They're like, no, it's different. This is different now. No, it's not. It's just goes through changes. People don't like the changes. You know, I didn't like perks when perks were announced, and I'm still on the fence. But I'm not sitting there going, the game is washed, because I don't think that way. Like, the game still feels like the Overwatch I played when I played it in 16.
15 loot boxes.
I thought you were gonna say 15 years ago. I was like, it was not that long ago. I'm not that old.
In a few more, I get a guaranteed legendary.
You think they're gonna do anything with Overwatch's 10th year anniversary next year?
If you think about that, they'll probably do something.
I kind of want them to, like, start PvE, like, just finally bring it to a head. Like, it's been 10 years, we're actually moving forward with the story. I'd like that. I don't want to wait that long, but I'd like that. I know it's hopeful, I'm just saying.
You think it'd be worse if they, like, announced a separate game, like a separate team working on it? Or should it be built into this?
I don't think we would like that, because they kind of announced it as being part of Overwatch, and now they're like, well, actually, I don't know. Maybe. It depends how cheap. Because people knew that they were going to be paying for it anyway. But it really depends on how cheap it's going to be. Because if they sell it as a whole other game, I think people are going to be really mad. Like $40 or 60 or more. I think people would be kind of complainy. But they might.
It's a legendary Hanzo skin. What was a shop skin though?
Donut.
Well, there was my one legendary.
I click on the boxes just because I can. I'm getting some good name cards that I kind of wish you got.
I have a lot of moon themed name cards if it's...
Yeah, I got the Cosmic Moon from Juno.
I probably have it.
Oops, I accidentally applied it. Now you can see how it looks. I don't know if you... I accidentally applied it. I didn't mean to, but I did. Do you have that one?
Hold up. I'd have to go to your... I think I do. I mean, look at the one I have now. It's kind of similar.
What did I have before?
Shoot, I don't know.
Oh, I think it was... Man, I don't know how many name cards I have. I bet I'll know it when I see it.
Yeah, you can sort by owned, and it takes away all the ones you don't. I'm gonna switch back to this other moon one. There's a lot of moon ones for some reason.
Ooh, that's cool.
Your lips are moving, but I'm not hearing any sense.
Yeah. One more box. I got a legendary and a normal like last night or the night before.
I'm a safe bet.
There's so many celestial themed name cards. What the heck? Let's go past like 10.
Yeah, Celestial did really well.
I don't have the Juno one though, I guess. Oh no, I'm gonna switch back to this one actually. Yeah, I have like 10 moon or space themed ones.
Name cards, yeah. I remember back when this was a very, like, oh, I don't really have many of these, and now I've got... Well, I'm gonna see, let's just see owned here. Yeah, these are really, really good. Okay, so let's see. What did I have? Oh, I think I had Enchanted Library. Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, let's see if I want to do something different. Ugly sweater. Or I had Kaiju Clash. I might have had Kaiju Clash. But I know I had the library one before, because I used that at some point. The Egyptian one's pretty cool. Man. Ooh, Cosmic Stars is really neat. Jormungandr. I don't know, you know what? I'm gonna be like true to the theme and go for Pixiu Zenyatta right now. I mean, like literally all of these are just really good. I don't know what it is. They just have some really talented artists. All right, 9 hours and 9 minutes.
I got one more loot book.
Don't keep us waiting.
15 loot boxes and not really any good stuff. But yeah.
Oh, I could have earned a drop. Wait, no, hold on. I did earn a drop.
I think I already got all my Twitch drop boxes.
It's not letting me claim it for some reason.
I keep getting like the discount
got
Halloween candy loot boxes. I got all the leftover stuff, the voice lines and the
Oh, I was like, you're getting a Halloween candy
victory
loot box?
poses.
Alright, well.
I don't know if I'll be on tomorrow because I think I'm going into town. Just far away.
Okay, well, we might be a little bit late. I don't know, because like Mom's saying,
maybe, yeah.
well, Mom's saying maybe like, oh, we'll be back by 7, but I'm not so sure. I could see us taking time with dinner and taking time. Like, I mean, like we're not, no one's gonna be in a rush to leave, you know, Bass Pro Shop. So I could see us maybe starting at 8, but we'll at least be playing at 8 probably. So yeah, but yeah, you can just kind of keep, I guess, message Mom maybe. She'll probably mention to you if we get on. would probably start with VR chat. The thing is, though, I don't know. Like, Mom might be too tired, but I don't know what she'll want to do.
Yeah, it takes like an hour to get to town and back, so it's like a 3-hour minimum. I don't know if we'll be back in time.
Well, I guess just kind of. Do you get? I mean, like, do you get reception in town?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I guess just message Mom.
The only place that, there's only like one place that I don't really hit reception, which is like on the road to in between on some spots.
Yeah. All right. Well. Again, if we do play, I don't know if it's going to be VR or not, and if it's not,
yeah.
I can see them probably suggesting Sea of Thieves, but I kind of want to do more VR. I don't know. I don't know if Craze is going to be joining us this next time or what. I don't know if Jared has anything planned, but I do know he's got like Organism sequels in the back of his head.
Oh yeah.
So. All right. I will be seeing you.
See you.
Bye.
Good night.
Night. All right, we are going to raid Runahay. He's doing some ESO. Thank you guys so much for being here. It is appreciated. Again, I might be live like at 7 p.m. Central Time. It might be 8 p.m. Central Time. We will see. But because it's like I'm not gonna lug everyone home because it's like, oh, we're late. So we'll see, but it'll probably be somewhere around there. And we're gonna do, it might be VR chat or Sea of Thieves or something, but then ESO after that, and maybe Overwatch after that. Give me a moment to get the raid ready. Thank you guys so much for being here. Bye. That is the wrong card. Bye.